TikTok. I'm hopping in Ubers and Lyfts, and all of that is disruption. All of that is technology disruption. Typically, people say, don't be disrupting. Don't disrupt the classroom. Don't disrupt things. Technology is different, right? We're all technologists in here. Technology disrupts. Technology changes things. Technology is the change agent. That's what I tell all of my customers, right? If they want to achieve something, there's an outcome they're looking for. How do we use technology to achieve that? How do we use technology, processes, and people to make that shift, to make that change? And you all will be able to hear from so many speakers that are doing that today. My advice for you all, because I was once in college, not so much, a little older now, but when I was in your chair, I would always come to these conferences with a notepad, with an eager heart, an eager ear, to hear what someone has to say, someone that has been in this game longer than me and can tell me the history, and they can tell me the future, and they can help me in the present. So my advice is that you all do that today. Soak up all the knowledge that you can. It's imperative, it's critical to your future. Now, there are people all around from Microsoft. They have on uniforms, they have on lanyards. So I do encourage you all to go and speak to them, ask them about their career journeys. You'll hear from some of them today, but not everyone, so ask them because they work at all parts of Microsoft. They also have a very dynamic background in technology, unique routes to technology. So I encourage you all to have those conversations, all right? So before we move any further in the program, I'm also a big Christian girl, so I believe in keeping God first, because he's the only one that has made a way for me. So we're going to lead in prayer. And we're going to have the wonderful executive director, Miss Ruth Ann Pinnock, from Joining Hands in Unison, to lead us in prayer.
Good morning, everyone. All right, so let's just open up in prayer. Please join me. Heavenly Father, we thank you so much for the gift of life this morning and the availability to be here. Lord, we ask that you will just magnify your presence in every conversation and everything that will be shared today. Lord, we pray that these wonderful students will be able to experience your love and our heart to want to serve them and equip them for a better future. And we pray for the doors to be open for every person who is in this room. We thank you, Lord, for those who have not yet reached and will arrive shortly. We ask you to bless the proceedings in Jesus' name. Amen.
All right, amen. So we're now getting prepared for our very first speaker. So if they could start making their way to the stage, that would be appreciated. Mr. Chris Record. But while he approaches the stage, I'll give a little bit background on him. He's quite a dynamic man, a phenomenal man, and a man with a plan. So he's been in the information and communications technology industry for over 30 years. So wonderful and rich history he has. He has his MBA and was formerly director of T-Tech. But now, he has transitioned into a new role where he is a chairman, which is pretty epic, for the National Artificial Intelligence Task Force, and he's also the deputy chairman of NIRA. He'll tell you more about that. But I do want to say, I'm very excited to learn more about this topic because AI is so amazing. The fact that we have an opportunity to have an assistant in our back pockets to help us and assist us with understanding, with code development, with writing emails, with Actually, I can't speak on this too much, but AI is so capable that it can tell you how you show up at work. So now you have a professional development tool so you can find ways to assist yourself and aid yourself. The truth be is that AI is not going to take jobs, but it will leave those behind who do not know how to use it and leverage it in their everyday lives. So it is very important for you all to listen to what he has to say, and also for you all to go find your projects leveraging AI, because it absolutely will be needed in the future. With that, I will yield the floor to Mr. Chris.
Thank you.
You take it over.
Check, audio. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All protocols having been observed already, thank you very much for having me. All right, are my slides up? Because we have a new screen, and I thought we're gonna have this massive screen up here this morning. So I went deep with my information on my slides, but guess what? We might have just done a modification and just kind of run it through. So the theme of the event overall, and just a general theme of what the Blue Mountain Project does at Microsoft, is empowering Jamaica's digital future. And so I thought to myself, let me just put together a few slides talking about AI and digital transformation in Jamaica, opportunities and challenges. So at first, I was gonna just do a quick high-level introduction of myself, my education journey. I saw this done last year with one of our speakers. And I said, let me just, copy, because great artists copy, right? So, very high level, I started life, I'm a countryman, I'm from Hanover. I started life in Hanover, moved to Kingston as a kid, went to Mona Primary School, right down the road here in Mona, and then I left Mona, went to Wolmer's, did my O-levels, and then of course I came to what at the time I called CAS, which is now UTech. It was supposed to be 3 years, but because I lost a little focus while I was here. I had an entrepreneurial venture. I was a sound system DJ. So whilst I wasn't focusing on class every day, I had to do a little bit of catching up in the last year, right? So I had to repeat. I didn't repeat, but what I did, I went out and I got a job, which I went and taught, because when I was here, I was in tech ed. I was learning to be a teacher. And I had to go out in the field and actually teach. And then for my last exam, I was actually assessed on the job, the real life 9-to-5 job out there. So then after I did that, I was inspired to switch to digital, switch to IT at the time. A friend of mine said to me, Chris, this teaching electronics thing, move to technology. So I did, and then years in the business, I eventually went and did my MBA at Barry University. And of course, there's been a whole lot of journeys after that. So very high level on my background. We're at school, so I have to kind of talk a little bit about school. So I mentioned I had entrepreneurial activities at school. So usually when I'm doing a presentation like this, I usually ask folks, do any of you have any entrepreneurial activity at school at all? Anyone? Who is selling some, services on the side to help build websites? Who's selling cookies on the side? Who's selling anything on the side? So in the entire audience here of practically about 100 people, only one person is doing something on the side, earning a little hustlings. Yeah? Anyway, so my entrepreneurial activity on the side, next slide, I was a sound system DJ. So me and my friends, everybody there, all of us went to CAS. We all came here. They were in engineering department, and I was over in tech ed department. And we borrowed some money from my friend's dad, and we built a sound system. No, because they are engineers, and of course, I was teacher, but in my teacher, I was doing electronics. So all of us together, we ensured that we built the best quality sound system uptown. So we became, quote unquote, the #1 uptown sound. In Jamaica, you have these uptown, downtown, dancehall versus, but we won't get into that today. So we became the #1 uptown sound. And the name of our sound system was Colossus. And yes, it was a cast-based sound system because all of the guys were here. And we played at a lot of parties here, and of course we played parties around Mona Hope Pastures and all the various high school barbecues and stuff like that. So borrowed money from a friend's father, put together all of this thing, and then it literally was our first foray into business. I mean, because we had to pay back money, we earn money, we paid each other money, and it was, trust me, it was massive learning experience, hence why I asked, what are you guys doing out there for entrepreneurial? Now, when I looked at the date on this, I saw the final farewell party was Saturday, 29th March, and the little year, 1986. And when I saw that, I was like, wow, because the next slide shows that 2016, 30 plus years later, there I am at the Jamaica Stock Exchange listing T-Tech on the stock market, my company, right? And to realize that you move from that not finishing school in the way that I was hoping to finish in the first year, but having to repeat, and then you get to the stage where all of this underground learning to be listing a company on the stock exchange is just in reflection, putting together these slides, it came to me as like, okay, wow, you wasn't really wasting much time, you're actually learning, right? So this whole beginning part is just a quick high-level introduction. But what was very important during that journey is learning about you. And so my question and my suggestion, and I don't know if any other educational institutions that you guys attend do any sort of psychometric testing, whether you do a DISC assessment, Myers-Briggs assessment, but it's interesting to figure out what makes you tick, right? So my recommendation, people, is always know thyself, right? And so all this is the introduction part before we jump into the actual presentation about the digital transformation and AI. But I'm setting this up first, very early, to say, know thyself. And I read this book, The Big Leap, by Gay Hendricks, and in there he has this concept of zone of genius. And what's important with this is understanding what your strengths are, and then you have the ability to understand your team, that team that you're going to pull together, know what their strengths are, because ultimately you can't do everything. And sadly, too many of us out there believe that we're the boss, believe that we're the ones that are going to come up with this entrepreneurial idea, this digital transformation idea, this AI idea. But a lot of times it takes 2 or 3. I share with students and teachers alike, I always ask the question, how many people start some of the world's biggest businesses? And when you look at Hewlett-Packard, it's 2. When you look at Microsoft, it was Bill Gates and his partner Paul Allen. When you look at Apple, it was Steve Jobs and Steve Wozniak. When you look at Google, every single solitary one of the top businesses that are out there globally that we all look at, guess what? It's usually 2 or maybe 3 people, because one person is the dreamer, the person who wake up every morning with 500 new ideas, like me, versus the person who is going to listen to your ideas, filter through the ideas, and get it done. You have that person who's the second in command, who's getting stuff done, versus your ideas. So my question is, which one are you? Which leads to my next question, what is your why? Any of these ideas that you're coming with, why do you want to do it, right? Very, very, very important. So which is what it's all connected to, what's your purpose? So I read this book called, and I have a slide at the very end that speaks about my recommendations for reading. But I read this book called Exponential Organizations 2.0, and it spoke about your massively transformative purpose. Next slide. And the question was for myself, I'm like, having done the DJ life for 20 years, having moved from being a technician to a salesperson, on leadership, to the CEO of the company, to sitting on these various boards, why am I here? And the whole why am I here came about when I read this book, and it spoke about massively transformative purpose. And you look and what is Microsoft's purpose, what is Google's purpose, what is Airbnb's purpose. So for me, I kind of said, okay, really, the book had a supporting website. I went and I signed up with the OpenAI, the open EXO community, and I went and I did the workshop that they had about building out your own personal purpose. So your massively transformative purpose is a clear statement that guides, empowers, and inspires you. It helps you in deciding what to do, and more importantly, what not to do. So it's both your fuel and your filter. So in all of that, when you go to the website, there's a whole host of things. Next, yes. a whole host of things that talks about the purpose. But at your leisure, you can go to openaxo.com and just search for MTP, and you can get an understanding of what that purpose is. So for me, after doing all of those things and soul searching, reflecting on my life for the last 20, 30 years, I said, you know what? Next slide. My purpose is to transform Jamaica into a digitally enabled society, right? That's my purpose. That guides me in choosing my boards, in choosing the work that I do, in accepting invitations like this to come and talk. Is it aligned to my purpose? Definitely, because the purpose of the Blue Mountain Project is my exact same purpose, a digitally enabled Jamaica. So I'm also suggesting to you to ask yourself that question. Why do you wake up every morning? Yes, you're going to come to school to do the degree, but what else? Is there something else that's dragging you out of your house? Yes, sometimes maybe your parents kicking you through the door to go school, but what else? Is there a why that's deep in there somewhere? So I'm going to jump into the few slides of the presentation now. So some of you have seen varying versions of this slide before. It talks about the various industrial ages that we have gone through. Talking about the mechanization, when we started building electrical plants, then moved into automation, and then of course then digitization. And some claim that we're in Industrial Revolution 5.0, which talks about personalization. Again, there are various versions of this. You can even create your own if you want, right? And the fact of the matter is that we have this massive, massive opportunity. Next slide. We stand on the cusp of a new industrial revolution, one that is driven by AI. And it is up to each of you out here to figure out how to harness this technology for the betterment of Jamaica. What are you going to do, right? What specifically are you going to do to solve this problem? So I have this question that pops up every now and then in the slides. It may have popped up 3 or 4 times. The question is simple. What problem do you want to solve? So spoke about the education, spoke about the potential entrepreneurial journey. We spoke about understanding who you are by doing some psychometric tests, figuring out where on the team you best play. Right? Everybody wants to be the boss, but you need to be in the right place. The question comes down to what problem do you want to solve when you look around on all these situations and opportunity. So you have seen a wide variety of definitions for digital transformation. What is digital transformation? And I'll just give you a very high-level one. Myself and a colleague came together during COVID, and we wrote a book on successful digital transformation. And so we played around with all the definitions. But you say, you know what? Let's go back to the very first definition, which came up in 2011. It came up with a consulting company, Capgemini, when they described digital transformation involves the use of technology to radically improve performance or reach of a business. Almost every single solitary one of us now have some sort of a digital section of our business. If we're starting a business right now, there's a website, there's an app, there's something. But the majority of our country where we now live and we're interacting with government and interacting with a lot of business, a lot of them don't. So there's a tremendous amount of opportunity. So there's people out there talking about digitization versus digitalization versus digital transformation. Sometimes I don't bother get into the argument because it can be a lot of argument about nothing. But there are some times when some people are saying that, oh, I am going through a digital transformation, when in fact all you're doing is just digitizing an exact process that they have. So let's say you're hiring staff, you're hiring teachers. There's an application form that you normally use. You take that exact same form, you scan it, you put it in Adobe, and you get it Adobe form, and you put it on the website. You didn't transform anything. You just digitize what you had. So there is a difference with digitization and digital transformation. The digital transformation is how the organization leverages all the digital assets to make the experience for me as the user or the customer different when we touch your organization. So that has to be something that each of you out there considering going out in industry, what are you doing to digitally transform? So where does AI play a role? We cannot have any conversation these days and AI is not in the discussion. So AI, again, I just recently did an AI presentation for some teachers on the North Coast with the Ministry of Education. And we went really deep in these definitions. Not going to get into no definition of AI right now, but AI, my words, is an umbrella term for a tremendous amount of automation. Almost everything, whatever we used to call it, machine learning, supervised learning, any kind of expert systems, almost everything that happens, anything automatically now, is being referred to as AI. So we have to be careful with what we're calling AI. But for the purposes of just our discussion here, we will just use AI as an overarching umbrella term that handles a tremendous amount of digital transformation. So the role of AI in digital transformation is the brains behind it. It's the essence of what makes this digital transformation, especially digital transformation that is starting now. Any work that you're going in to try to help a company improve their experience with their staff and their customers and their internal processes, some sort of AI automation is in the background helping to make decisions and creating a purple experience. Now, what opportunities exist with AI? What are the global impact? I asked the same group of teachers I did recently, and I said to them, who has a Netflix account? Almost everybody put up their hand. And I said, you watch shows and you get recommendations that you like the next show that you watch? Oh, yes. I said, well, there is some sort of automation, there's some sort of a training, AI, in the background making all of that happen. Okay, good. Who has ever traveled and taken an Uber, right? And there's a tremendous amount of algorithms in all of those systems that are enabling the experience that you have with that organization better. Again, use the umbrella term, it's AI generated, right? Of course, there's a lot of AI in healthcare. I mean, COVID is not a super sexy topic, although a lot happened during COVID to push the digital transformation of hundreds and hundreds of companies in Jamaica. But to get those solutions and vaccines coming out of the system in the time that they did, a tremendous amount of artificial intelligence and digital transformation overall played a part in getting those solutions to the market. So it's there. Here in Jamaica, the sectors that are thinking about looking into, and by the way, many of them have technology tools and digital transformation tools in these areas: education, healthcare, agriculture, finance. In education in specific, one of my discussions with the various stakeholders and even our own task force is, what will our recommendations in this task force document be around education? And of course, one of the biggest global discussions with education and AI is personalization of education. Imagine if each individual student in here had some sort of a application which understood exactly where you were in the curriculum of all the subjects that you were doing. The teacher knew where you were, they knew your learning style, and your parents or guardians or whoever is helping on the outside, everyone has some sort of a roadmap into your journey, and the whole system is willing you on and aiding you in getting to your goal. I mean, that would be something that there are some people think that there's some bad in it. We won't better get into that discussion today. But I think overall there's more good than bad in some sort of a personalization education. Agriculture. Just yesterday I did a presentation with Minister Floyd Green, Minister of Agriculture, around using digital transformation tools such as blockchain technology to help the coffee industry. And what I spoke about, a project that I'm working on, is being able to track the coffee from the source, from the seed to the market, whether it's Japan, Europe, to that final product, all from the seed to the customer. Why? Jamaican Blue Mountain coffee is one of the most counterfeited commodity in our market, because Jamaican Blue Mountain coffee fetches a price higher than most coffees. It is, I think, the last time I checked, it might have been the third most expensive coffee in the entire world. So everyone wants to have a situation where they're labeling their product Jamaican Blue Mountain coffee, because it's not cheap and they make a lot of money. So the technologies that we demonstrated to the government recently was building a complete blockchain system where the farmer, once the farmer picks the coffee, takes it to the depot, at that point the depot, we give it a digital ID. And then we can track that digital ID all the way till it is blended in other boxes, it is rebranded by another person, all the way till it gets to to the end consumer. So digital, I'm just using this as an example to show that there are tremendous amount of opportunities in digital transformation technologies in all walks. Education, healthcare, agriculture, of course finance is one of the biggest ones that's out there, right? So the question that I ask, I'm going to ask it again, what problem do you want to solve? It's massively important that you think through that as you go through your education, as you do these various experiments, and you learn you learn about it. So specifically in Jamaica, the three main opportunity areas, or maybe four, I don't remember how many I put here, but economic growth and job creation. AI can create entire new industries and job roles, such as data analysts, AI engineers, tech entrepreneurs. Being on the AI task force, we have around approximately 17 of us. There's folks from academia, right? Our own Dr. Thorpe Prof. Thorpe is part of our team. We have educators from the University of the West Indies. We have AI engineers and AI entrepreneurs in the room. We have people from the government. So it's a mix, and all of us are discussing all the opportunities. And of course, one of the first things is what can we use these digital technologies in Jamaica to help with job creation? And there's a fair amount of this robust discussion around that, but I'll just leave it at a very high level that we can create a lot of new industries once we start to open our mind as to various possibilities in using tech to aid us in what we're doing. It's not going to replace us. The MC said it. It is not those that are going to be replaced. It's the persons who don't use it that will be potentially replaced. I'm not out there, any doom and gloom around this kind of thing. So the next area, of course, I mentioned education and research. AI can transform Jamaica's education system by providing personalized learning experiences, improving research capabilities, and encouraging innovation in universities. Again, I know the team here, they're doing work. I don't want to call up our president who joined us recently to come and talk about any of that. I'm sure he will when he has his chance. But a tremendous amount of innovation is taking place around how are we leveraging, and I'll put the bigger umbrella term, digital transformation technologies around moving our organizations forward, right? Improving efficiency in key sectors, tourism and public sector. Just yesterday, I don't know who saw it, but the Ministry of Finance, through its tax administration department, just announced to the public that they are now entering into the second phase of you having the ability to pay your entire motor vehicle registration online. Because they did a pilot last 3 or 4 months, I think it was, and it massively successful. And so now, instead of having to go join that line up at the tax office, you can now go online and do everything end to end. Huge change. And we have a lot more opportunity to digitally enable a lot of things in government with some of these solutions. So again, what my question is, what's the question that I always ask? What problem do you want to solve? Right? So that's the thing. We're not here to sit down and say, what do you want to be when you grow up? My question to you is, what problem do you want to solve? Are there challenges? Yes, there are challenges, and I'm going to just name out 4 of the main challenges. Infrastructure gaps. There is complaints that, well, we don't have high-speed internet everywhere. How are we fixing that? Again, I'm not here as a minister talking about what's happening, but on the ground, there's a fair amount of investment taking place in what they call a broadband project, connecting a lot of the communities nationally on high-speed internet, and that's taking place. So is the infrastructure gap real? Yes, it's real, right? Next, there's a skills gap. So if you're starting a business or starting a new course and you're looking for people to teach it or looking for people to come in the business, there's a little struggle. We have to go out and find those folks, which right here, which is kind of why Blue Mountain Project is doing this, and kind of why the Microsoft tools that some of these guys will talk about are here to help. This is the training. There's a tremendous amount of free training. Grab it with 2 hands and take it. Just jump in. That's what I had to do as I moved through school and moved through my work experience. Ethical concerns exist. I just finished reading this book called Nexus by Yuval Noah Harari, and he went into deep, very deep talk about the ethical concerns. When you are not using the AI properly, and it makes its own decisions, and you don't understand where those decisions came from and why did it do this. It's important that we have a good understanding of all that. And in our AI task force report to the government, we had a whole section on ethical concerns, the opportunities and challenges to fix that. Government and policy is always a challenge. But I'm not going to lay on this, because the next slide, I will, for the very first time, I will high level. I know the screen is small, I can't see it. Our task force did in fact present our National Artificial Intelligence Policy recommendations to the government. And as I said, showing it for the first time, at least I'm showing the table of contents right here. And in the table of contents, we have a whole section on ethical considerations, the global best practices. We did a complete SWOT analysis on the country, all our strengths, weaknesses, and opportunities and threats with the use of AI in Jamaica. All that is in the document. And then we had recommendations. The recommendations covered 9 sections. 1, AI for innovation and economic growth. In each section, we have the challenges, we have the opportunities, and we have the recommendations. Every section as that is consistent. 2nd, education and workforce, had some recommendations for that. Public awareness and sensitization, we made some recommendations as to how we're going to take that to the market. AI infrastructure and technology. So again, the challenges, we're also trying to make sure that we touch on all the challenges that are here, right? International cooperation. There's a tremendous amount going on in the world. There are people way more advanced than us, and we have to figure out how to partner with them and how that we can provide things that they need and they can provide things that we need. Legal and regulatory framework, well, we're handing this to the government, and so they are going to use our recommendations to create the national AI policy. And then ethical foundations of AI, spoke about that already. The cohesive AI framework, we made a suggestion as to what that framework would look like. And then, of course, we had our recommended action plan. So to reduce a lot of the risk, the big offering here, and I won't get into the Microsoft tools, but the next slide, just at just very high level, talks about a tremendous amount of the Microsoft-generated AI tools that we can all leverage to reduce a lot of those challenges that are there. I won't get into those discussions. Enough team, the entire Project Blue Mountain teams here from Microsoft, you can talk about that. How I am using it right now, some of the tools that I use, of course, Copilot, along with some of my regular, whether it's Word or PowerPoint. And yes, did I use a little bit of AI to help me with my outline? Of course, because you have to kind of use that, and then in doing that, you have to now make it your own. So you get some instruction, you create a layout using the tools, but then you create your own based upon your lived experience. So I end with another question. And my last question is, how will you get involved to take Jamaica to be a digitally enabled society? What are some of the things that you have in your mind? So I end my presentation right here, and if anyone has any questions at all, I'll stand up here for a few extra minutes. Thank you. I went super fast because I wanted to squeeze back the time down because we started about almost an hour late. So, questions? Any questions for me at all? Just shout or go to the mic. Yes, a hand over there.
So, when I go up there talking, you guys can set up. Hi.
Sure. He's a photographer for the headshots. We need to announce that too.
Is the mic on?
I'll tell you.
I think you have to turn it on.
Students are going to take photos with
Anyone coming up to help? No? All right, I think someone is coming towards you.
Oh, thank you. Hello? Oh.
Hi, it works.
So fantastic presentation. I'd like to ask specifically about what you think about the intersection of technology and agriculture.
All right, somehow I'm hearing echo. You're asked
Echo?
specifically what?
Why don't I just step up?
No, the mic is working, but
Okay.
because the speakers are pointing that way,
got it.
I'm not hearing it properly.
So
Yes.
I'd love to learn a little bit more about what you think about the intersection of agriculture and technology. Because as you know, food security in Jamaica is one of the things that are top of mind, especially with climate warming. So any more thoughts around that?
So luckily, I stood beside the Minister of Agriculture yesterday as he did a presentation at the International Coffee Day and National Cocoa Day. So there is more discussion about the use of a wide range of digital transformation tools within government in the agricultural sector. I'm not able to list specifically some of the things, but we can exchange information and I can get him to send me his speech because he had a lot of details in there. The part that I am working on specifically, so I have a small project with some partners, and we call it Verified and True. And our Verified and True platform uses a blockchain-based technology to track any commodity. So yesterday we spoke about coffee and cocoa, because that was the focus of the day, but it's to track any commodity from the origin to the source. More importantly, within that technology that we are trying to build, we're just starting a project now to build it, is the ability for the end consumer, because in the scenario that I created, a consumer in Japan walks up, picks up a bag of coffee that says Jamaican Blue Mountain, they scan the code, it says, not Jamaican, pick up another one, this is Jamaican, it's from, it tells you the exact coffee estate it's from, it tells you the sustainable practices that they use, it explains the deforestation policies, it explains so that consumer is able to see all of that, and most importantly, they're also able to recognize the farmers. And so from that app, they're able to either, we haven't finalized on this yet, but the idea and concept is to recognize the farmer in some way, shape, or form. Give them a tip or something. So at the end of the quarter, end of the month, that farmer gets recognized, or farming company gets recognized that, wow, these guys' coffee are amazing, these guys' cocoa, these guys' turmeric, whatever it is. So that's just one example of from my project. But there are other things that are happening within agriculture and technology that, that Minister Green has been talking about over and over. Thank you, but we can talk. Yes, next question. I think you need to turn on that mic. You might need to turn on that mic there. I don't know if any of nobody's moving down
Morning.
there. Morning.
I'm Natalie Rose. I know that the United Nations, one of the strategy for the 2024 is to have digital transformation in most of the countries. My question to you is that, is there any form of strategy that is going on now in Jamaica for those persons in the rural area to have that digital transformation happening?
So there's been a tremendous amount of discussion, again, umbrella overarching around digital transformation. So, can I move this? So let me step out here, and I'm going to do a shameless plug. Anybody says shameless plug? Anybody recognize it? The National Identification System. Most or almost all digital transformation technologies and tools, once we're going to put our identification online or anything, we have to prove that you are you. Your name was Miss Rose? Right. So I need to make sure that when I go onto your app and I click a button and it says that it is you, it is really you. So one of the first and the biggest technology policy decisions right now is the implementation of a national identification system. The system has been discussed by successive administrations for over 50 years. And for whatever reason, there has been stops and starts, I don't know. I was recently appointed by the Prime Minister on the NERA board. NERA is a National Identification and Registration Authority with responsibility to implement the National Identification System. So I would say that that is one of the main foundational tools that are there to bring more of Jamaica into the digital enabled society. Because as I say, without a national ID or without I'm able to verify that you are you and I can transfer money to you and we can transfer business, you have to have verification of your identification. So that's one foundational thing. In order to support that, the organization needs the NERA project, Office of the Prime Minister, is in fact converting up to, starting with the project, I think it's up to 14 post offices all over Jamaica into digital support centers where you will be able to go in and actually get your start the process to get your national identification. More will come out in the media as the NERA organization unfolds. And just recently, 2 weeks ago, the Jamaica Business Development, JBDC, Jamaica Business Development Corporation, hosted a Digital Jamaica event. I mean, they had over 1,000 people register for the event. It was at Pegasus. They had about 700 people in the room. So people from all walks of life all over Jamaica came to the event. The European Union has funded a project that they're going to be training just under 3,000 people who put up their hand and said that they're interested to come and learn, and they don't have to pay a thing. They just have to register. So those are some of the things that are happening right now, and there'll be a lot more happening. Yes.
Yeah. So, hey, Chris Almando.
Hey, what's going on, sir?
Hello, everyone.
President of the Jamaica JTDA. Sir, what's going on?
Thank you. Hello, everyone. I just wanted to respond to, I think it was Miss Rose, and you touched on it. So I just going to add a little more to it. So remember that digital transformation, although it's used loosely, it really means more than just digitizing paper, right? And so the Digital Jamaica that Chris mentioned was meant to educate and empower small businesses, whether rural or in Kingston, across Jamaica, to help them with the knowledge first, so they understand what is required, so they understand the gap. And then it's going to be looking at digitization, and then digitalization, and then digital transformation. So that's something that you can check on. Check out jbdc.net. I think that's the website. I hope I got that right. Or you can Google Digital Jamaica, and you'll see more information on that. So if you are entrepreneurial, or you have entrepreneurial mind, that's something that you'd want to plug into.
So this is one of our trainers, so he can tell us some more there. So come and talk to him afterwards. On the slides, I've also given some recommendations. I've mentioned some of these books in the presentation. I'm giving some recommendations for these books. Very, very, very important. So the one that I got the whole concept of my massively transformative purpose came from Exponential Organization 2.0. It's important to read a book by Kai-Fu Lee, AI Superpowers, because it balances the whole concept of what we learned from the North American market versus what's happening in the Asian market. And of course, just released, two that were released in the last 2 months, Work Hurts Well, The Singularity is Nearer, When We Merge with AI. And when I say this, people get bent out of shape, right? And I said, but we're already becoming cyborgs. You know why? I bet you nobody in here can put up their hand and say that they don't have a phone on them right now. So we're already supplementing ourselves with technology every single minute of the day and don't even realize it. So we're kind of becoming cyborgs already. Admit it or not, we are merging ourselves with the digital transformation tools.
And I wanted to say, Chris, just in closing, that the JTDA, Jamaica Technology, Digital and Alliance, was really meant to help with this similar conversation: empower, influence, and access. So we cater for tech students and digital students, professionals and IT companies. So feel free to join an association to get that kind of networking to even help you with your digital transformation effort. All right, I'll leave it right there.
Thanks, Sir Cox. Thank you very much.
So there was a question here.
Another question. Thank you.
Good afternoon. So my question is around, so with talking to our students here about digital transformation and giving us this information, what's the plan to make this kind of stuff accessible to students on a wider scale? Because...
Which stuff specifically?
So...
Because, by the way, accessible to every single solitary soul for free. So that's a start, but which stuff specifically you're asking about?
So in relation to tech students, different technologies, such as advancements in AI, because many times when it comes to working on AI-based projects, we're sometimes limited by the access to different models, whether it be by pricing ranges, because usually because of economic differences, we're not able to access them at certain rates that other students in different countries may be able to do. So my question is around how are we, what's the plan necessarily to get students on a wider scale access to both the education as it pertains to current industry standards in these kinds of topics, and also to the technologies that would be involved?
So I'm going to leave the Microsoft team to speak specifically about that, because I think they have a fair amount of programs over the course of the next 3 days here that they'll talk about that you can get for free. And some of them, of course, with partnerships with the various institutions that are here. But I would leave that to them to have a discussion about, because I think they are way better, more expertise in that to answer that question than I have. Any other questions? I think the team wants to get the program back close to as possible. So if there are no other questions, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very, 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 very much. And I wish you all an amazing day. Thank you.
Mr. Record, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I can't thank you enough. Yeah. So,
thank you for having me, Microsoft. Thank you, UTech. As I said, this is my home. Was my home here for 4 years. Thank you very much.
So guys, yes, round of applause. Come on. All right, good morning. How's everybody doing this morning? Yeah? Can everybody stand up, please? Yeah, there we go. Get some life. All right. Mr. Brown, morning. All right. Does anybody know why we're here? Can I say just one hand? Why are we here? Mr. Record said it. But can somebody articulate it? Okay. No, not you, David. All right. What we're doing here, and I want everybody to hear this. You are the people, the ones that are going to make this digital transformation happen. Now, that's a long term, so I'm going to break it down. What we're doing here is to actually bring Microsoft to Jamaica, such that there is an engineering facility here in Jamaica that hires Jamaicans. That's why we're here. And what does that do? If Microsoft is here, who else comes here? Everybody. So today, what I need, not want, what I need from all of you is to open your minds and open your hearts. Because this is a fundamental shift in how you perceive reality. And if you don't believe me, you can ask the students from UTech who were in Redmond, Washington, for internships a few months ago. That's it. Does anybody have any questions? Good. It means that you all get it. Enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you, Androsky. Thank you. So, very good. I hope you all took what he said in, right? Our tagline is Caribbean Talent, Global Impact. That's exactly who you are. That's exactly what you will be. And we're thankful for you. While Chris was going over his presentation and he was talking about what makes you tick, what's your why, I actually started looking back at my mailbox and I looked up my statement purpose that I wrote 12 years ago to myself of why I'm doing technology, why I want to be in technology. And I got emotional because I'm doing exactly the thing that I said I would be doing. I'm proud of myself because of that. So I encourage you all, with the information that he shared, write down your why tonight, today. Do that. The reason why I love Jamaica isn't because it's another beautiful island with beautiful people. I'm going to be very honest with you all. I hit a really hard spot in my life about 4 years ago. I was down. I had no joy. I had no hope. I felt like I had lost my why. I cried every day for 3 months straight. And randomly, I decided to hop on a plane to Jamaica because I was like, I need something. I need something. And I came to this island and I saw the beauty in the people, in the future, in the joy. I saw the development happening. I saw the hustle. I saw the hunger. And I was like, oh yeah, they got it right here. They know what's up. I promise you, after 2020, December 2020, I've been smiling since. And I always say Jamaica restored me. And that's my why. So thank you for giving me my smile back. I really do appreciate you. With that being said, I do want to let you all know that we have gotten a photographer here for you all to take headshots. I think if you all have read the agenda, he's in the back. If you can wave your hand, hello, hello, in the back, he's hopping around. We're doing a lot with professional development. There's going to be a LinkedIn workshop later today. Headshots are very important, very key. Look pretty, look fine. So he'll take them in the back for you in this room over yonder. Also, there are light refreshments. So we are about to go on a 15-minute break. Oh, we already started. So I'm not going to take up too much of your time. I want you all to think about what the keynote speaker said this morning. Start thinking about your why, your purpose, because that's what's going to help drive you. The mornings that you feel like you don't want to do anything, your why will drive you. Your purpose will drive you. When you want to give up, go back to your why. Go back to your passion. Go back to that statement purpose that you have for your life. All right? So I'll give you all about 8 more minutes. Get your refreshments, get your photos taken, and then we'll head into our next portion of the day. Thank you.
We get it. You don't really want your kids watching videos, but it can have certain advantages.
Shut up. Get it out, man.
What did? All right, everyone, please be seated. We're about to get started with our next portion. Please be seated. We're about to get started with our next portion. Thank you. So the next portion we're going to have is an executive roundtable. I'm going to introduce you all to our wonderful moderator. I always call him David Dean. But he is Dean David White. Give him a round of applause, UTech. Woo! So a little bit about David. He studied in Jamaica, Canada, and China. Very, very, very impressive. And a very long flight, if I must say, to China. 16 hours for me. He represented Jamaica all across the world, which is quite phenomenal to have such a cross-cultural experience. He's been 30 years in the computer industry, so information and communications technology. He's been a software engineer and has held multiple technical roles within his tenure. He used to also work in the banking industry, insurance, and healthcare. That's the thing about technology. It touches every single industry. So personally, I'm studying cosmetic science and technology and cosmetics because it touches everything. So it's touched insurance, banking, and healthcare for him. He spent the last 15 years working here at UTech. He is currently the head of school computing at UTech, and he just completed his PhD Woo! That's a huge achievement. With that, I'll yield the floor to Dr. David White, Dean of UTech. Thank you.
Thank you, Tish. All right. Let's give a round of applause for Tish. Right. She was awesome before, and Jamaica made her even more awesome. All right. Welcome again, everyone. And thank you for those who are here in the audience and for those who are watching us online and across the world. Thanks for tuning in. So we're going to have, for the next 40 minutes, a panel discussion on Jamaica's Technology Hub Foundation. And, okay, thank you. We're going to have, for the next 40 minutes or so, a panel discussion on Jamaica's Technology Hub, the foundation, now and beyond. And I am just quickly going to introduce our panelists. I'm going to ask them some questions. And I also want to apologize for our president, Dr. Kevin Brown, who might have to slip out because he has a hard stop at 11:30. So let me introduce my esteemed panel. First, we have to my left, Dr. Kevin Brown. He's the president of UTech, right, and a past student of the school. All right, right beside Dr. Brown is Professor Lincoln Evans from Northern Caribbean University, NCU. Let's hear it for. All right. And for Dr. Evans. And to my immediate right is from the great UWI, the head of the School of Computing, Dr. Fukum, Daniel Fukum. And then to his right is our own Dean of the Faculty of Engineering and Computing and former head of the Jamaica Computer Society, now JTDA, Professor Sean Top. All right, thank you, gentlemen, for joining me. And we want to look on establishing Jamaica as a technology hub. Where are we now? What are some things we need to do? And how do we move forward? And so I'll start with the current landscape. Let me start with Dr. Brown. How do you describe the current state of the computer science education and tech talent in Jamaica? And what is your vision for us moving forward?
Thank you, David. It's really good to be at another Microsoft Day, and it's good to see all the students, staff, faculty, and members of the Microsoft team here. Thank you so much to Microsoft once again for continuing to support and promote computing in Jamaica. It's good to be here also with colleagues from NCU and the University of the West Indies. Clearly, we are expanding our partnership as well. With respect to computing, I mean, I'm sure Professor Thorpe will have his views on it, but my more general observations is that from a university perspective, the universities have been pivoting for some time to ensure that the curriculum is keeping up with where the technology is going. So the University of Technology, for example, have introduced new degree programs around artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, and so on, right? But as we try to keep up with the pedagogy, right, and to ensure the education is aligned with technological growth, the question I have is industry keeping up as well, right? And so the broader challenge, which I guess you would have heard from the keynote speech this morning through Chris Reckford, is ensuring that Jamaica is technology ready, especially when it comes on to computing. Our job at the university and at the universities is to produce a future-proof workforce, right? But then once we produce them, the economy has to be there to absorb them. The economy has to be there to provide those dream jobs that they want. And so what we heard earlier, that Microsoft wants to set up a base here and employ you is what needs to happen in the wider landscape, David. That's where Jamaica has to go. And you can only do that if you have the foundations for that to happen. What are the foundations? The foundation has to be a highly educated workforce, a STEM workforce that will give Microsoft and these technology companies the confidence that we have people who they can employ, who will excel and do well at these companies. That's what other countries have done to attract this type of investment. So we have to invest. This is now me speaking to the government and the private sector. We have to invest in UTech, NCU, and UE. We have to ensure that these universities, our universities, have the right infrastructure and that we can attract top talent to teach you as well in terms of the academic staff. So there are many challenges that still are outstanding. We at UTech are trying our best within the limited finances that we have to upgrade our facilities, upgrade our computing infrastructure, but the challenges still remain. And I hope that with the work that Chris Reckford is doing through the National Artificial Intelligence Workforce and all the digital transformation work that's coming through the government, we will see the monies behind it to develop the infrastructure required. Once we create that highly educated workforce to a critical mass and we can attract these big companies like Microsoft, we will have an economy that is truly knowledge-based, right? Because it will be a STEM workforce driving that economy. We can now pay higher wages, etc. That's the dream. Jamaica is not going to develop through tourism. So we must celebrate what we achieve with tourism, but it's not going to create growth. And we need to understand that. If it was tourism, Jamaica's growth would not be anemic. It would be in the double digits. It's not there. Despite tourism being such a growth aspect of our environment, so-called, it's growth without real GDP movement. It has to be through a knowledge-based society. So I hope the message is clear to the government, David, because that's what we need. And it can't be rhetorical. It has to be backed up by cash and determination that we're going to do it. Right? So those are my thoughts.
Right, thank you, President Brown. And I heard Microsoft saying how pleased they were for the 3 UTech interns that went to Microsoft headquarters in Redmond, Washington this summer. Right? And we're looking for that to continue. But I'll move to Professor Evans. Professor Evans, Professor Lincoln Edwards, NCU is not going to be left out at all. In fact, NCU made history a few years ago when they took home the Microsoft Imagine Cup. I remember the euphoria and how well the NCU students did. What would you say is the current state of computer science education in Jamaica? And what's your vision? How can we, partner to improve the state of that education?
Thank you very much for that question, and let me just say good morning to all who are present, and thank UTech and Microsoft for the invitation to be here. A number of institutions in Jamaica, as was mentioned before, are offering good programs in computer science, in computer education, but we need to expand it from the early childhood level all the way up. And we need to make, as Dr. Brown said, we need to be serious about making investments at that level, because when we do that, that's how it's going to pay off. Our students, Jamaicans, are not short of talent in any area. Jamaicans are just amazing, talented people. For example, the learning management system that we currently use at NCU was developed by our students at NCU.
Wow.
And that system is now being used by Hong Kong College. In Hong Kong, we sold it to them. A college in Grenada is using it. Our sister institution, University of the Southern Caribbean, is using it. And internal institutions like Microsoft and even the Jamaica Defense Force. So what we need is investment in research and development to unearth those kinds of talents and to support nascent businesses when they begin to make sure that we can grow And then we need to provide internships and partnerships so that the theoretical knowledge can find expression in practical work in these surroundings. So there's just so much people, the young people are creative, they are ready to work, they have ideas, but we need these incubators, these accelerators, a place where they can go and just play with their ideas and make sure that it comes to fruition. So the universities represented here, along with others, have a tremendous role, but we must be supported. So I join with President Brown in appealing to the powers that be to put more money into tech education so that the requisite skills can be developed, and that Jamaica, because Vision 2030 envisions Jamaica as a tech hub for the Caribbean. Let's make it a reality. Empower the universities to make it a reality. So, government, we are ready to go to work. Just put the investment in us and we will deliver. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Edwards. Dr. Edwards. All right. Well, I'll move to Dr. Focom from UWI. Dr. Edwards spoke about research. You know, how do we align education with industry needs, and what's the current state, and where are we headed, Dr. Focom?
Okay. So I think we can align education with industry. Well, first of all, what we try to do, and I think Dr. Brown already said this, you know, we're trying to educate students in a way that they are, it's future-proof. And the way we do that, because we, like at UWI, we only have students for 3 years. And so, you know, we have to, you know, leave them with principles such that, you know, because the technology will change over their careers, you know, but those principles have much longer shelf lives. And so, you know, we focus on a lot of the principles. We do use current technologies in our program, but that is, you know, as a vehicle to teaching students about, you know, the principles. And in fact, a number of our courses have, you know, principles in their names. So we emphasize a lot more on principles because, you know, those change slower. And if you understand the principles well, you're able to adapt as the technology changes.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, thank you, Dr. Focom. And Prof. Tom, Dr. Focom spoke about using current technologies. How can we strengthen industry and academia partnerships?
All right, thank you very much, Mr. White, and a pleasant good morning to all my colleagues on the panel, and my President Brown, and members in the audience, both in person and online. It is on this very platform that the Prime Minister, just a few months ago, declared STEM Island, and we are back here again, continuing the conversation consistent with that fact. The evidence of Microsoft being here at UTech for the last 3 years, with this ongoing effort of Microsoft Day, in itself is significant to the relationship between the academia and the industry, just significant to that. In terms of the strengthening, in terms of the relationship between the academia, not limited to UTech, and not limited to those of us on the platform from the different institutions, but generally across the country, is the fact that I'm seeing a strong need for many companies, because you see, the nature of companies keep changing. I mean, you know, you have the large companies, you know, some of them going out of business. You have new, smaller companies. You have startups, right? So many of the graduates from the institutions want to start their own businesses. One of the calls to government, for example, is to support better tax incentives to induce more companies coming into the space, because we have a mandate from government to produce over 6,000 engineers as a part of the ongoing need to build the workforce. And at a larger scale, you know, in our own provision to build that skilled workforce by 2030, we are anticipating that we're going to need about 24,000, 6,000 per year, I should tell you. That was the request. And hence, we may not have enough local companies to support the outcomes of the graduates into jobs. So we need a lot more multinationals, which is starting to emerge on island. But I will also argue that many of the graduates leaving the institution have an opportunity to start up companies, and if they get the necessary tax incentives through the state, it will be an enabler to support those kind of outcomes, such that those startups will be a pipeline for others in the local ecosystem to be able to also get jobs ongoing. So that is the kind of relationship that we need to see at a larger scale happening in the country and in the local ecosystem to support those outcomes.
Thank you, Professor Thorpe. Awesome. But, you know, I was listening to Professor Thorpe, and I'm thinking, UWI, last time I heard, graduates 100? 100, yeah, graduates in computing over the years. UTech, I think, is closer to 200, and NCU, I think, is a little smaller, right? So when you add it up, we're having less than 1,000 graduates in computing, computer science, animation, tech networking each year. How can we strengthen, Dr. Foucom, the number of graduates, and how can we also retain that talent? You know, Microsoft wants to set up a hub here, right? But I also saw something that said probably 70% of all tertiary graduates in Jamaica over time migrate. There's 80%, yeah. How do we retain the talent?
Okay, so I think one of the things, we need more resources to increase output, right? And resources at the tertiary level, so that's in terms of staff and qualified staff. I think that was a point that Dr. Brown touched on. We need infrastructure. And then, so that can help, if you have more of that at the tertiary level, then you can have more output. Another thing that you need is right input, and that's with students coming in, right? So you want, I know there's been a lot of public discussion about math and English at CSEC. We need to have an, improved performance in math and English at that level so that students are qualified when they get to university. And then the other thing Dr. Brown already touched on was you need an economy that can absorb these students. So in that, you need the jobs to be there. And in addition to the jobs, you want to pay right prices for that talent, and then you also want to have good problems for that talent to solve, because even if you're paying that talent well, if they're not solving the right kinds of problems, they'll look around, it's like, I can be solving something over there that's using this exciting technology, and I'm going to go. So it's many people working together to retain that talent.
All right, thank you. I see President Brown wants to come in.
Yeah, I just wanted to, I think we're going to repeat ourselves, but I don't mind, because the message has to be clear. If we're going to get to where we want to get to, it cannot be just rhetoric. And it has to be a commitment at all levels, from government to private sector to a range of stakeholders that are going to commit to this goal of producing this STEM workforce that we require. Dr. Thorpe, Professor Thorpe spoke about the need for close to 6,000 engineers, right, across all the disciplines. Now, for any of us as university leaders, to achieve that, you're going to have to improve the infrastructure, right? We take in only a percentage of students who apply, so there is room to grow. There are more students who want to come in than we can accept. But the challenge is, do we have the infrastructure to take them into UTech or UE or NCU and give them the same quality education? Now, we're a public university, wholly owned by the government of Jamaica. And so we receive a subvention. We also charge tuition. But the subvention we receive from the government is not enough. We're underfunded and have been for many years. In addition to the underfunding, we need now a specific capital fund directed at the institutions to say, okay, since Jamaica is now going to be a STEM island, since we want to be a tech hub in 2030, here is a body of funds for you to build out your infrastructure, to grow and to provide a quality education. That is the commitment that we require. The talent in Jamaica is not in short supply, as you heard. It's the infrastructure and the opportunities. The infrastructure at the universities and education institutions, and then the employment opportunities to stay here and do well, right? Now, we will always have migration, but as long as we're producing a critical mass and we have the jobs in the local economy, people will stay in Jamaica, right? And it's not just any job, as my colleague said from UWI. It has to be good problems, right? It has to be technically challenging problems. So we're waiting for Microsoft to come, because I think if companies like Microsoft come and be an example, others will follow as well.
Thank you. I'm going to ask Dr. Edwards to...
I just wanted to add to what President Brown said by saying that as we look at this expansion, we have to make sure that the rural areas are a part of this. Because if you don't do that, what you're going to have is migration from the rural areas into urban, and that creates a whole new set of problems that could derail any kind of expansion. So, you know, I appreciate what Microsoft is doing here in bringing persons. People have to be compensated, but also we need to expand collaboration. One of the hats I also wear is I'm the co-chair of the Canada Caribbean Initiative. And so this involves the universities, many universities in the Caribbean and Canada. And what I've said to them is that we want as many Canadian universities to be part of this initiative because it opens opportunities for collaboration. And if researchers in the Caribbean can find partners overseas to collaborate closely and funding is available, they will stay in the Caribbean. It is when there is not that opportunity that they tend to migrate and so, but we have to provide opportunities for them to stay in the Caribbean, use their expertise to benefit while bringing technologies and other services from the first world countries like Canada. So there are all of these ways that we can pull together to make the dream come true.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you. I'll ask Dr. Forcom. Doc, you know, looking at the rural to urban migration and also retaining the talent, the infrastructure, how do you see, or what policies do you think are needed and investment needs? Professor Top spoke about that. What investment needs are there, and what extra investment is needed? What governmental policy changes do you think should be implemented now to drive further development of our technology hub? Okay, so I think we need better high-speed internet across the country, particularly in rural areas. That is going to be something, and that's, I think, something where government can certainly help. That can also facilitate people working remotely. Last week, for example, we had a graduate of the department who lives in Tobago who is working remotely with companies in North America. Tobago is, you know, more rural than Trinidad, but he's able to do this because he has, you know, high-speed internet. So that's one thing. And then we've also talked, and we've said it, but I'll repeat it. We need, you know, resources, you know, in capital, human resources at the tertiary level, right? And then earlier on, we need better emphasis in mathematics, English education, right? Getting students ready for tertiary studies in computing. I think another thing that we need to do is have, especially when you think of tech, changes in how we teach IT, even at primary and secondary levels. So there's greater emphasis on problem solving, right? So yes, you know what these cables are and these ports are, but you know, learn about problem solving. There is a curriculum out there, CS Unplugged. It has, you know, good exercises that, you know, kids, in fact, I used it this summer, can learn about binary trees and so on, right? So they can already learn about these concepts. I mean, they won't
get them in the same way that the university student would. But, we can make these kinds of changes, through policy driven, say, by the Ministry of Education. Another thing, is just appreciation as well for IP. And this is something government can do. So how, inventors are aware, people in tech are aware of IP, training as well for judges and lawyers so they are able to, deal with and resolve IP disputes when they will arise. That's an important thing. And then last point, I think, is just having government also come to tertiary institutions and say, well, here are some problems, can you help us solve them? And put some grant money to it, right? So not just say this is a problem, but, put some seed money in there and say, can you solve this problem? And let's see.
Right. Thank you. Professor Thorpe, as we wrap up, my last round, how do we ensure sustainability of our technology hub?
How do we ensure
sustainability? Yes. How is this move, this push? Microsoft coming to Jamaica, students pursuing computing training. How do we make it sustainable?
So here's the simple answer to that. Microsoft being here as an example demonstrates that UTech is a technology park for which the vibrant ecosystem necessary to drive that pipeline of talent to support those outcomes can be. I mean, I was in Redmond, Seattle a couple of years back with Microsoft on one of their visits, and the advocate by Microsoft then, putting it back out to them now, is that if they can set up a hub in Jamaica where they can produce up to 500 data scientists coming from out of this hub, they are prepared to put many more in terms of infrastructure and incubators into the local ecosystem. So bear in mind that UTech has its own incubator, UE has, NCU has, and there are different institutions that are having emergent incubator systems to drive these outcomes of the pipeline and the sustainability that we speak of. I think we have to encourage within the university communities and the general business communities, including entities like the JTDA that is here, to have more incubation of projects, not limited to students in universities, but even prospective students who want to get into the tech. They may not necessarily have the right qualifications, but by virtue of putting that ecosystem in place through the technology parks in particular, I think we have the opportunity for that. And technology park doesn't mean that we have to build big fancy spaces. It just means that we have people, we have specialized laboratories, and you have the right type of talent that is supervising and instructing students, the stakeholders who want to build out those products. Because we need to be creators, not just users. Sustainability is driven by being creators. And when you create those products, you can actually export technology. That will in turn help to generate the kind of net revenue the country needs as a part of supporting that long-term sustainability. So that is my 2 cents on it. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Professor Thorpe. And we're cutting just very quickly. What does success look like? Dr. Brown and Dr. Edwards, Professor Edwards. What does success look like? Microsoft actually set up a university in India, and they actually are in Africa, helping building out with universities there, building out the curriculum. What does success look like? And what would you say as we wrap up to our students from UWI, NCU, UTech?
Well, before I answer that, I just wanted to add to what Professor Thorpe said around sustainability. This is the third Microsoft Day, right? Sustainability is the fact that we keep having things like Microsoft Day, and we have to, you have to show that we're in this for the long term. Transforming Jamaica in terms of technology is an endurance sport. It's going to be a mixture of sprints, but you're going to also have the marathon of showing that we're going to turn up year after year, with the examples like Microsoft Day, and of course, Microsoft each year increasing their involvement. This year we have other universities. We have a pledge from Microsoft that they want to set up a base here, and we keep growing. So sustainability has to be an endurance sport. So I want to thank again Microsoft for everything they're doing and keep doing. I think the Blue Mountain team as well. Success for us, the thing is, the criteria is laid out in things like Vision 2030. We're going to be a tech hub. Prime Minister says we're going to be a STEM island. Success has to be achieving said goals, right? And 2030 became a key timeline for us. We're not there yet. We have about 5 years or so to go. But already we're being warned by the Planning Institute of Jamaica that we're off course for several of the 2030 ambitions that we had. So the question is, when will we achieve success? Because we know that success is going to be an environment, whether in schools or otherwise, that reflects a technological framework. Success is going to be laws and all the policies and procedures required to support artificial intelligence, et cetera, et cetera. But when are we going to do it? Where's the financial commitment to achieve it? And once we get those questions answered, we're good. Because here's the challenge. Elections are around the corner. If you speak to Joe Public, they'll tell you that the top priorities for them is rising crime, the high cost of living, etc. Education, the adoption of artificial intelligence, and all the good stuff that the keynote speaker, Chris Record, spoke about this morning are not in the top priorities. Neither for Joe Public and potentially for politicians, right? So how do we prioritize these activities? How do we ensure that the stakeholders out there are putting the money and the political will behind us achieving these goals? If we don't, the challenge is not even what success looks like, David. It's what does failure look like and the implications. If Jamaica does not move now, we will be left behind. My colleagues keep telling me about Industrial Revolution 4.0, 5.0. Jamaica is not there. We're about 2.0, 3.0. Even our university is not there technologically. The infrastructure is not there. So we're going to have to sprint very quickly to catch up with everybody else, and then endure for the long term, sustain it, fund it, to really see the benefits. So you want examples? Singapore, smaller than the parish of St. Thomas. Smaller than the parish of St. Thomas. But most of you know Singapore. Their success is well known. We have the examples. How do you achieve it? Government commitment that this is where Singapore is going. And then government money, private sector money. Singapore has 2 universities that are globally ranked. Globally ranked. And I know my UE friend is going to say UE is globally ranked. Singapore is in the top 50. Why is UE not there? Why is UTech not there? How is it that a small island, smaller than the parish of St. Thomas, is ahead of Jamaica? So we know what success looks like. What we want is commitment and funding. If we have it, we will achieve it.
Wow, the passion, the passion. Can we hear it? The passion. NCU, CM, UWI, UTech. And finally, I'm getting the wrap-up signal.
Yes.
Dr. Edwards.
Let me just say, in terms of sustainability, we need to constantly assess what it is we are doing so that we can make improvements and grow. Also, we need to have that collaboration between businesses and academia so that persons in business can sit on the committees in academia to make sure that we in academia are providing what the business community need. We need to have conferences. So November 27th is when we will host our conference at NCU, the SysCon conference. And finally, let me just say this that in terms of measuring success, success can be measured when the investments are made and the GDP of the country increases. When the technology starts to impact agriculture so that there is an improvement in the output, and when people's lives can be improved because of the investment in technology. These are just some of the areas that we can measure success and improvement. Thank
What
you.
an awesome way to wrap up. When persons' lives start to improve and Jamaica's GDP has drastically improved. Can we give a big round of applause for our panelists, Dr. Kevin Brown, Professor Edward, Dr. Kevin Brown from UTEC, Professor Edwards from NCU, Dr. Focum from UWI, and Professor Shantop from UTEC. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. All right. And I'll turn over to our moderator.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you so much. I absolutely love the conversation that they were having. This roundtable was quite magnificent. I love what Dr. Focum said about bringing internet connectivity to rural areas. I'm a broadband girl, so I do that now, even in my day job, work on broadband initiatives. So how can we bring internet to rural communities? I've done it in North Carolina. I'm doing it now in New Jersey, so it's a magnificent thing. With that being said, we are now starting our 5-minute break. And with that break, we're going to start setting up for our next session. I'm going to tell you a little bit about our next speaker during that 5-minute break and while we set up. And I do want to ask all of the students that are part of this conversation to come in. It's going to be held on the floor, not on the stage, because our speaker wants a more intimate conversation. All right? So he really wants to connect with you all. Now, I've had the pleasure of meeting Pierre just actually like a few moments ago, okay? If I'm honest, you know, Microsoft's a huge company. I live in DC now, he lives in LA, so I don't really talk to him or meet him, right? But what I have gleaned from him, just in a few moments of talking with him, is he's an amazing visionary. He's so phenomenal of how he looks at the world, how he connects things together, and he's also in gaming. I told him about the story of when I was in New York and I went to our Microsoft store, and they're still building it out, and I was able to go upstairs and check out some floors that hasn't been released to the public yet. And I saw the evolution of Xbox, and I said, man, this is pretty epic. All of the different styles, the first original Xbox that was ever created, super dope. And to see how people really, really love Halo, confession, I haven't played it yet. I'm gonna learn to play it. I'm gonna look at some tutorials online to play it. Have y'all ever played Halo? Woo, okay, we got some fans. I know PUBG is very popular here. I know there's at least one fan in here that loves PUBG. So to tell you all a little bit more about Pierre Henson, he is the head of studio at Halo, all right, the VP, all right. He is a 25-year veteran in the gaming industry. He has spent the last 6 years at 343 Industries. He joined the team as the executive producer of publishing, where he was responsible for all Halo legacy products, including remastering the Halo the Master Chief Collection up to Halo 5 Guardians. Today, he is the VP and studio head of 343, leading the development of new installments to the Halo franchise. Prior to 343 Industries, Pierre held positions at Sega, Electronic Arts, THQ, Atari, Square Enix, and PlayStation. Sorry, I grew up playing the PlayStation. And he has also worked on a range of notable franchises such as FIFA, NHL, hockey, MotoGP, and cars in multiple markets, including Japan, UK, and US. His hobbies include reading, playing chess, very strategic, and cheering on Liverpool FC. So I do want to welcome Pierre to the stage for this next conversation. And also, if we can get the chairs arranged for the intimate conversation. Thank you.
Hi. Sorry for causing the chaos. I'm not a guy who can, I haven't got the clout that the esteemed faculty has, and stages don't do it for me that much. I really do appreciate that you guys moved to chairs and just moved together. This is my second year back I'm here. Somebody just told me about Manchester United. Child, please, I'm smiling. Yeah, let's talk about a portion of Microsoft which is different. Xbox is different, Halo is different, but our success would be impossible without Microsoft and the umbrella of Microsoft. But it is important that we can show a little bit a different facet from what most of people consider to be Microsoft. So, and then why am I talking?
All right. Thank you so much, Pierre. Thank you for coming again this year. So, I guess we can start off with some... Oh, yes. I'm Sean Grant, computer science student at University of Technology, and also a previous intern at Microsoft. Yeah, we met Pierre in Redmond, Washington, where we got a tour of the Halo studio.
Yeah, I'm Darren. I'm also a computer science student here at UTech, and I interned with Microsoft last year under Xbox, not Halo, but Xbox. So, and I also met Pierre at 343 Halo Studio, and he showed us around and gave us some solid advice. So, here again.
Yeah, we had some great conversation. Yeah. So, let's ask some questions. All right, Pierre, so let's talk about your journey to Microsoft. So can you share the journey and any key milestones that brought you to this point in your career?
So somebody who was here last year, sorry, you have to hear it again. By the way, nice Argentina jersey, I like it, Messi. Yeah, so born in Germany to a Nigerian father and a German mother. Moved from Germany to London, got an opportunity to work as a language tester for a company you might be familiar with called Sega. Had a chance to make a very successful soccer game, which really annoyed EA. And I think it's not legal to kill competition in Europe, so they hired me. So then I had 7 amazing years at EA Sports. Was a gameplay producer on FIFA. I think I was the first European SKU producer on Madden. But then I felt like I got pigeonholed into the sport thing because this is my background. I played semi-pro soccer in Germany, but I needed to diversify. So I went and worked on different titles. Like one of them was THQ Cars. This is video game to the movie. They also had the MotoGP franchise, which I had the chance to be the product manager and the creative manager for 2 installations. Had a great opportunity to work as the VP of product development for Atari, a very treasured gaming company and brand, but it was in a lot of trouble, so it was hard work. Skipped into Square Enix, worked on PlayStation for 3 years, which was amazing, and it makes for really good interview questions when you join Xbox. So I had a chance to join Xbox. So you asked what were the key moments for me? Definitely Worldwide Soccer. That was the game which I had a chance to put on Sega Saturn. None of you guys were born. FIFA, obviously, and Halo. But Halo specifically MCC, the Master Chief Collection, which I always still to the date consider the Church of Halo because it encompasses the old and the new, the Bungie titles and the 343 titles. So anyone who doesn't play Halo, go and do your homework. If you want to get engaged with Halo, MCC is the starting point, and Halo Infinite is our latest offering.
All right, thank you for that. I like the shirt, by the way.
Atriox. Right. So for anyone who doesn't know, he's a bad guy.
All right, so what made you choose Microsoft? Because you've worked at a bunch of companies. Why Microsoft?
So I was thinking about the entire time, how do I land the message which I want to land without sounding like I'm lecturing? You students, you have lectures every day, and in a good way. Everything is about competition. I didn't choose Microsoft. Microsoft didn't choose me. It was an opportunity. So in my career, I planned a lot, I moved a lot, but none of that would happen with a big portion of luck and the willingness to compete, like absolutely relentlessly to compete. And I think that was established early in my age when if you're with my complexion and live in Germany, you relentlessly compete pretty much every day. And that translated into my job. So understand when the moment of opportunity comes and then just double down.
Thank you. Were there any pivotal moments throughout your life that made you say, yeah, this is what I want to do? Or did you just stumble into it?
Just told you, planning. No, it's actually a really good question. As I said at the beginning, I wanted to play semi-pro or pro soccer. From the age of 3, my mom turned me around and just sent me out. There was a soccer pitch behind the house. And she didn't see me again until I blew my knee out when I was 16. And I needed to get a real job. So talking about opportunity and talking about those moments where you have to double down. The opportunity I had joining Sega was a silly conversation with a recruiter. She asked me, what do you want to do for a living? And I was like, no idea. I can do video games because I played video games, sport or languages. And the next thing I find myself as a language tester for Sega, playing broken games in Japanese or in English and made sure that they get translated correctly into German. So you really cannot plan those moments other than just lay the foundations and be clear what you are and then just define yourself through your work.
Okay, thank you. I'll hand over to Darren.
So my question is, how did your previous experiences or life experiences prepare you for leading a major game studio like 343 Industries?
That's a good question. I think there are two driving pieces in there. One, when I played soccer, I was, the captain of the team from the age of 6 to the age of 16 in each division. So I learned how to rely on others and work as a team, but also learn foundational leadership pieces where how to motivate people, how to appreciate people, how to push and have difficult conversation. So that's on one side. On the other side, I had earlier on a conversation with a lady from Cuba, Ms. Bustamante. I think something which unites most of us is the circumstances which we are growing up with or come from are significantly impacting our view and our hunger for success. So I was born behind the Iron Curtain. Nobody here knows what that is. The lady from Cuba knows that. When I fly to Africa and talk to African students, it's the same hunger for success than I feel here and I felt in the former communist countries. That is something which makes every single person in this room unique because you want to change the circumstances. And then, of course, there are different motivations. Some people want to drive a Mercedes, want to have a big house. They will figure this out. But then there are other people who just really realize, hey, there's something in my head which I want to get out of my head. I want to express myself, and I want to have the opportunity to express myself. When I'm prepared to work twice as hard and knuckle down and make sacrifices because I have that hunger. This is something which is your true opportunity.
Okay, thank you. So on your journey here, during your career, what were some of the key challenges that you faced, and how did you overcome them, or do you have any advice for anyone facing something similar?
This is like an interview, like it's for a job. So, sir, I start with, I moved from London to Orlando, Florida, from Orlando, Florida to Vancouver, British Columbia, Vancouver, British Columbia to London, London to Phoenix, Phoenix to LA, LA to San Diego, San Diego to LA, LA to Seattle. My son was born in Arizona, my daughter was born in LA. That's challenging because you make a conscious decision to really sacrifice things. On the flip side, on a more professional level, I have the privilege to be head of a franchise which is in 2 years, 25 years old. And you could make an argument needs to step up and needs to fulfill its potential. It's a massive, massive challenge, simply because it is multifaceted. It is people, it is processes, it is content, it is pretty much a number of things which all play together, and you're trying to path through those things. I think the key really there is, if I come here in 3 years again, and when somebody asks who here is playing Halo, and there's more than one person raised their hand, I did my job. Because it is not like I need to strike the balance between how can we engage and keep the Halo fans who are playing the game engaged and value the game and the experiences, but more importantly, how can we attract new players in? And it always goes back down to a very simple question, is do we meet our players where they are or where they're going to be, instead of do we meet our players where they have been? It has a lot to do with how you consume games. There's a lot to do with how you interact with entertainment. I think, show of hands, pretty much everyone here has a cell phone. So when I grew up, there was a non-thing, but you were clamoring to get a games console or a PC. So that's what I mean with the consumption habits change, entertainment habits change. So yeah, these are the difficult challenges. I don't want to bore you with that stuff.
Okay, so for someone seeking success in the gaming industry, is there like a key trait or a habit that you would identify as crucial to that?
Don't suck. No, seriously. It's a good question. I like, and I think your faculty is going to cover the years right now, it is hard to put people into boxes. So you can say, this is a designer, this is an artist, this is an engineer. Especially in my profession as a producer, Jesus, I couldn't write a line of code to save my day, nor can I draw a tree, but I can lead people, I can influence and project manage people, that kind of stuff. I think what you need to find out is very quickly, what do you enjoy when you engage with the medium of gaming? So there's what I would say 85% of the people consume games the same way that they consume Coca-Cola or Pepsi. And you don't think twice how Pepsi is being made or how Coca-Cola is being made. For the remaining 15% is they are intrigued to look behind the curtain. So what we've seen in our business a lot is, we call this forgers. There are people out there who create in our code experiences akin to the spirit of what we think is a Halo game. And they did this purely because not only do they enjoy consuming and engaging with the game, they're also trying to create content. So early on, a gentleman asked me, how can he get his son to get to that stage? I mean, Unreal is an engine which is freely available and you can play around with. There are tons of editors out there, especially going back to the Microsoft piece on the event of AI. The number of AI tools are astonishing, and they're developing at a pace which is unbelievable. This morning, the studio head from In Exile sent me a clip with a fake podcast where 2 AI voices had a conversation about who I am. It took him 3 minutes to do that. So do you understand? When the faculty tells you, you are at the cusp of the digitalization of Jamaica or their biggest change which is happening right now, they're not lying. They know exactly what they're talking about. Because I just talked about a tool which simulated something about me. You guys will develop tools which make look that tool like child's play. You will engage at a rate with artificial intelligence which is unbelievable. And wow, one of the top leading companies of artificial intelligence development is here and has a Microsoft Day. So I'm already jealous, I swear.
I'll hand back over to Sean for our next batch of questions.
All right, thank you. So, Pierre, we know how you got here, like how you got to your position, right? But what would you say is the driving force that keeps you there? How do you stay passionate about what you do?
You're kidding me, yeah? I have a bad day. Ask the dean how his bad day looks like and what he has to do in order to get through this. Do you know what my bad day looks like? I switch on a TV, I switch on an Xbox, pick up a controller, and shoot aliens in the face. So the moment where I don't play games anymore, I'm done. I'm doing this for 27 years. I haven't worked a day in my life. They pay me to make video games. My worst day is a brilliant day for the steel worker in the factory, for the farmer plowing a field. So perspective is everything. Like we had this conversation yesterday. True story, true story. The person who drove me to the hotel from the airport had last Saturday his 40th birthday. The man had never left the island. And he explained to me the reasons, like the visa conversations are a nightmare, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And I sat on a table with two youngins who worked for 3 months at arguably the most valuable company in the world, in the United States. You couldn't describe privilege in any other way. You guys are privileged. The reason why the faculty is talking to you, the reason why Androvsky is talking to you is they are worried that you don't take advantage of their privilege and that you throw it away. The reason why I'm here 2 years in a row is Peter Walker makes me. No, Peter Walker is my mentor. But he, like I asked him in preparation for this trip, what is the message I want him, what he wants me to land? You are in a privileged position to do all the stuff what I did with multiple moving back around and blah, 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 from your island. So I let that sink in. So your path, and we had the interns there, I showed him a picture or a clip of Usain Bolt. You might know this guy. He's not that bad. He was pretty fast. And then I said, this is what your island produced. And he made it a point to bring business back to the island. So this is your capability. And that was the same message to the intern. And then I was stupid enough to ask him, so who of you wants to work in the United States? And every single hand went up, and I was like, oh my God, I'm wasting my time.
Thank you. So, was there any project that you would say was pivotal in your career or that you really enjoyed working on?
It was MCC. I mean, I worked on FIFA, playing football. That's not fair. It's not fair. MCC really solidified my, MCC means Master Chief Collection. My brand, that I fix things and broken toys are my thing. It was a title which fell over at launch and was struggling. And kudos to 343. Having gotten a crash course, I played Halo 3, I knew Halo before, I liked Halo. It wasn't anything other than the 50 other games which I play. But getting a crash course in everything Halo, and have feeling the passion of the fans, but more importantly, having the privilege to work with a team which were as crazy as I am, as driven as I am, and they had a fraction of your hunger. So it was great. That was a pivotal moment for my career. We have the anniversary in November, and yeah, there's a whole bunch of people going to get gifts from me.
All right, so, I mean, you kind of answered this somewhat, but is there any specific advice you'd give to us as students who are looking to break into gaming, like the gaming industry, given that Jamaica doesn't really have a gaming industry?
Vietnam didn't have a gaming industry. It's one of the biggest outsourcing places for gaming. I think the advice, the traditional way of thinking how I'm gonna break into games is, I have an idea, I can make FIFA even better, blah, 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 make a game. 99.9% of you will fail. I repeat this, not because your idea is bad, not because you're not talented enough. It is the conventional way of how people think they're gonna break into gaming. What you understand, what you need to understand, making games is no longer a hobby, it's a business, and there's a craft attached to it. Making games in the United States is a very, very expensive business. So I think making games in Jamaica might not be that expensive compared to the United States. And that making games doesn't mean in that particular moment in time, you gonna realize your creative idea inside the game. It could be as much as you going to build the levels for the next Call of Duty, or you create the textures for the next God of War. And that means you work as a co-dev development partner. So if you look around, there's a number of those small development studios all over the world, which taking advantage of the notion that big games require a lot of people. So we're working with partners in Holland, we're working with partners in the United Kingdom, we're working with partners in Asia. And they are not making their own game. But what they do is they're creating the foundation for their own game to be made, because they generate enough revenue and foundational income that they can afford to make games and can hone their craft of making games. So the advice I give you is there are multiple ways of being successful in this business, and it's not starting with, I made the next God of War. If this is your aspiration, that's great, but the path has become way more detailed than it was in the past.
Okay, thank you. So basically, it's not just about making games, but also making tools so others can make games.
I just spent 15 minutes exchanging with my lead engineer on the concept of tools and how we're going to use tools going forward in a world where AI is generating so much content so fast.
Thank you.
So what's your vision for Jamaica specifically in the gaming industry? Do you see a future where Jamaica would be relevant as a hub for gaming, talent, and innovation?
It's a little bit hypocritical to ask a German African to have a vision for Jamaica, but one of the gentlemen early on was very passionate and talked about Singapore. There's absolutely no reason why Jamaica cannot as Singapore is. Jamaica is strategically positioned an hour and a half away from the United States, which is one of the biggest consumer market in the world. Gaming is a huge thing in the United States as an entertainment product. You have UTech, where they give you the foundation to compete in that space. I really don't want to connect the dots for you. You should be, at that point, very much in a position. A slightly related version, the same way that Project Blue Mountain exists in Jamaica. So we want to make sure that I have time. That Project Blue Mountain exists in Jamaica. I'm working on a project called New Mombasa in Kenya, where there's a version of UTech, which we work closely together with, and Microsoft, that brings it back to why we are here, has a development center in Nairobi, out of which we are building these relationships where we want to establish a foothold in Africa, where this is what I just described to you with regards to code development, where people will work and create content for us for Halo, and we work with them and coach them. So the goal there is that we create an entity which can generate content for us, we pay them for it, and then hopefully 2 years later they leave us and start their own companies in Kenya. So how is the connection to Jamaica? I can see a world where graduates from UTech who have a similar curriculum which the graduates in Kenya can choose if they wanted to work from Jamaica in Africa, or if they wanted to work from Jamaica with a partner in the United States or anywhere else in the world. That would be a major win for me, because that's a graduation pipeline where people then can find employment and can actually live their dreams. I think the biggest future market in the world is the continent of Africa. 50% of the population is 18 years and younger. The big equalizer is the cell phone. 95% of the content there is consumed on a cell phone. It would be unfortunate if we as Halo don't see this as an opportunity for us for future markets, and it would be unfortunate if you, as hopefully soon to be graduates of UTech, don't see the opportunity, if you want to make games, that this is a place where you could make games. So the future of Jamaica is what Jamaicans make. You still run ridiculously fast. You have amazing music. You have amazing artists. The food is nearly as good as Nigerian. And it's a beautiful, beautiful place.
Thank you. Kind of answered the question already, but I was wondering if there's anything in particular that inspired your faith in Jamaican talent in particular?
Proof is in the pudding. For me, the reason why I'm here is because, yes, everyone who sits here looks like me. I have for 27 years mentored and coached people who don't look like me. So for me, coming to Jamaica is an obligation. It's not because you have extraordinary talent or have shown me any extraordinary talent. I would have to lie. I haven't seen any of the stuff that you make. But I believe that we share not only the color of our skin, but we also share the same kind of insatiable hunger of success.
Okay, thank you. I'll pass back to Sean.
Okay. So you joined a studio that was kind of already existing, right? The Halo franchise already existed. So how do you balance maintaining the legacy of the franchise while attracting new players?
Next question. Half joking. He asked me a similar question before, and I said, no, I cannot answer. I answered the first one, the first portion of the question. It's really important to understand that I'm standing on the shoulder of giants, people who were before me. Like, I didn't create the franchise. I didn't come up with the idea. But one thing is true for all of these different phases, the Bungie phase and the 343 phase of Halo. It starts and ends with the players, with the fans. So, and then you trace back and see, hey, in my professional opinion, what has Halo always created, or why does Halo always create this special moment where people were drawn to it? And then you go, okay, we always innovated. So any kind of the old Halo games released something which had a technology or an innovation, a gameplay innovation in there which was unseen. We also told stories which resonated with people. We're living in a very cynical world, so everyone seems to be a reluctant hero. Master Chief is a pretty straightforward hero. I save humanity, so knock yourself out if you have a problem with that. But then over the years, I think what is really the essence, and this is something which I start to answer the second portion of your question. Staying closely connected to our fans and staying closely connected to what they think and how they think about our franchise. It's actually funny. There is no Manchester United fan here. If you're a Liverpool fan, you know how this feels because Liverpool has become a really good football team with the exact same recipe. They connected closely with their fans and produced excellent on the pitch.
Thank you. What does leadership look like at Halo? And what characteristics would you say make you fit to lead such a big studio?
If I'm fit to be the leader of the studio is to be decided. It's year 2. I go by my basic principles. So I spoke earlier on about my background is from soccer. I believe very, very deeply I'm only as good as my leadership team is. So simply, I have subject matter experts which I'm trying to develop into leaders so that they can carry their ambitions and their leadership into the studio. So that's just really high level, and it's a very political answer. So on the flip side, I have 3 core principles. Principle number 1, everyone is a rock star until they give me a reason to believe otherwise. Principle number 2, I want people to make mistakes. Like I deeply believe we learn from mistakes better than by not making them, because it also shows you take a risk and you show ambitions. As long as you make these mistakes the same mistakes no more than twice, I think you're in a good space. And the third one is the most controversial. So I have to rephrase this a little bit. Before I used to say, the third one is, all of you exhibit every day in your life that you're fully functional individuals who can engage with challenges and problems and solve them, some of them even bigger than what you face at work. Why would that change at work? Why wouldn't you bring that same attitude, the same stick-to-itness, the same drive, the same courage to work? So these are the 3 principles.
Thank you. So you kind of mentioned this briefly earlier, but what would you say the future of gaming will look like as it relates to AI?
So, newsflash, AI is in gaming forever. So anyone who knows what an NPC is knows that this is AI. So I go, with regards to LLMs and ML, that's cooking. So imagine, I use Halo as an example. So most of you are not familiar. Halo has an actually character which is considered AI. The name is Cortana. And Master Chief and Cortana are a team. Imagine a world where you start playing a Halo game and there is no front end. And front end, I hope you guys know what a front end is. Yeah? There's no front end. And imagine a world where you converse with an entity which has a language model in whatever language you want to, and a depth of conversation where you think you have a conversation with another human on the subject matter of what you're about to experience. You engage in, most likely, shooting aliens. And then imagine for a second that while you play, machine learning evaluates every step of the way your input, your behavior, your talent, and shapes the experience which you're about to have against your now. So what I mean with that is, like, if people play 4X games, Civilization, there's this notion of just one more turn, because you're so stuck into the game. So imagine that's perpetual. Imagine you just cleared this world of aliens, or you have achieved the objective, but you are so engaged because that's the next phase is already lined up according to the skill level you have, just a little bit above, according to the success you have achieved, just a little bit above or lower, depending on where you are on the journey. Now that's dope. So I'm just saying, this is, I haven't been, I'm not the youngest, but I think this is the key chapter in my career, which I'm starting right now, not only because of Halo, because the industry is changing and the way we're engaging with our content is changing, and that's exciting as hell.
All right, well, I think it's safe to say we have a lot of exciting things to look forward in gaming.
We can take questions from the crowd now. So anybody who needs a mic? Okay.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I would imagine that the journey has not always been roses. Throughout your development as a lead entrepreneur, what implications did moving from city to city have on your relationships just coming up?
I'm together with my wife 30 years. We are married 22 years. We have 2 kids, and she hasn't left me yet. So I was lucky. I was just lucky. I could have run into any other partner, and I got the right partner. She's incredibly patient. She is arguably one of my biggest cheerleaders, and she believes in me. So talking about those moments when you're really down, it's important to have a counterpart which can help you through this. This is the most personal stuff I ever said. I'm in trouble. I have to fly home, so she's going to see this.
All right, sir. So,
He's cheating. Okay, keep on going.
So with the industry coming to a more mature state as it relates to requirements and the state in which they're pushing games and the state in which they need their workers and developers to be, what advice or what things are going to start being in play for Jamaicans as it relates to bridging that gap between where we are now and what are the current skills needed in the industry?
There aren't any silver bullets. So that means you graduating from UTech is a starting point of a conversation. You still have to prove yourself. Don't forget, you compete, and I mean compete, with graduates from whatever, take your pick, UCLA, Stanford, whatever. Don't lose your hunger. This sounds really stupid because what is my hunger? I had breakfast this morning. No, don't lose your ability to evaluate yourself at all the time and go, what do I need to do to be there? Whatever you consider to be there. So identify what is a benchmark against which you want to develop yourself, and then measure how much progress you have made. The reason why I'm saying this is the industry is not only changing, it's also the graduate programs are changing. Where before it was a window of about 5 or 10 years where it gave you a competitive advantage of graduating in computer science or graduating in design or gameplay design. Now, most universities have those programs. So you're just having to continue to strive to be the best you can be within that program. And you have to learn how to compete. This is what fundamentally sets you apart from most of the graduates which I just mentioned.
All right, so hello. I am Tajay Yulet from the Northern Caribbean University, and I want to say that it is an incredible honor meeting you, because it's an honor meeting someone that is ahead of such an iconic franchise. I can say for myself, especially because for me, gaming is more than a pastime. For me, it's a bit of a passion. But my question for you today is, where do you see the future of what are your thoughts on cloud gaming, and what do you think the future of it is? Because from my personal experience, I can say that it is cost prohibitive to keep up with modern like spec requirements and keep up with modern hardware. And for me, cloud gaming, like before I could afford a system to run like modern games, I would have to use the cloud because, you know, like the cloud runs on anything,
I
right?
get it.
Right. So what are your thoughts on that?
So that's a hardball question. I'm on so many levels in trouble right now. I think you highlighted a couple of very, very important points. The majority of the population on the planet doesn't have the high-end hardware. More importantly, where gaming lives, which is in your age groups, in your consumption habits, it is cost prohibitive for you to buy yourself a PC rig which can handle this, or a console which costs thousands of dollars, etc. But here's the beauty. And that's my lead engineer will laugh right now because he goes, physics are physics. So you will never ever be able to break physics. One day you will find out what he means with that. He's a really smart person. But it is something to be said for Microsoft wanting to take a leadership, or Xbox taking a leadership position in that space. On the way I see our leadership position similar to what other companies have in the VR space. We will continue to make this more cost effective. We will continue to innovate, and we will continue to make it more useful and engaging than it is right now. So that's the commitment from Microsoft, and then the market will follow. It's the same in VR. Like, I cannot find myself sitting with 5 of my friends in a room. We all have masks on, and we play Madden. I'm sorry, it's not going to happen. But there's a moment in time in the not too distant future where their experience is going to be an experience without the challenges of form factor, hardware, etc. So to answer your question on cloud gaming, there's something to be said that we continue to invest in it. It is philosophically fundamentally important for multiplayer gaming, for multiplayer experiences. The biggest challenges are the first-person shooters in terms of lag and delay. The package transfer, I could go into details which you learn every day about. But what I've learned in the past, whatever seemingly has been an impossibility or a big opportunity, the impossibility turned into a big opportunity when whoever cracked it was making a very good living of that. So the point here is, yes, it is difficult. Yes, it is not really in the fidelity of like a LAN game, as an example. But we said the same things about AI. So that was my most diplomatic. Did you see that? Jesus.
All right, so good afternoon. So I hear many say that video games are the highest form of art because
Did I say the highest form of art?
one of the most complex forms of
Complex
art.
forms of art, okay.
Because
Picasso is pretty high up there as well, so.
Yeah, just because it employs so many professionals across, various industries and expertises like, animation, character design, computer science, computer graphics. And I'm wondering, as the head of production, just how do you manage all of that? And do you find yourself veering to a specific side, like, oh, the voice acting needs to be amazing because you're trying to still tell a story. The servers need to be as robust as possible because the multiplayer, the VFX, the actual feeling of how the character moves within the environment. And of course, you'd want all of that to be the best as possible, but do you find yourself trying to zero in on something specific?
The question earlier on was about my leadership, and I get to your point. I didn't become head of Halo because I'm one of our most talented designers or artists or engineers. I became the head of Halo with a mandate to assemble the most talented artists, designers, animators, engineers, and create an environment where they can thrive and where they can be successful and where they do this with a motivation which is more than just I have a 9-to-5 job. So to answer your question, every aspect which you just touched, I expect my subject matter experts and my leaders to lead. Like my art director, if you guys have Twitch, watch on Sunday, there's a plug, sorry. Watch on Sunday at between 4 and 6, the Halo stream, and you can see what my art director is capable of. The same for voice talent, for the engineers, for our designers. I think when you find your spot within the art form of making video games, your next aspiration is to have the seniority to lead a team and to give the vision for that team. But me, myself, I built the runways for them to take off in the planes. I am no longer flying the planes. My job is building these runways where people can do exactly what you described, express themselves in arguably one of the more complex art forms out there.
Hello. Just like Taj, it's an honor meeting you. My name is Adrian Tennant.
Adrian.
So the question I have for you today is, do you believe like the new technologies being featured in Unreal Engine like Lumen and ray tracing, do you believe that it's becoming an overly expected feature in games, and do you believe that it's hindering the development process? Like developers aren't really getting the chance to put their heart and love into the game because they have to be focusing on the latest graphics. So what plans do you have like to keep innovative thinking happening in the gaming industry? Because you know, recently we've been getting some games, a lot of people aren't happy about them. How will you ensure that gamers are satisfied with your final product?
So, whoa, there's a bunch of stuff in there which can get me fired tomorrow. Let me start with the easy stuff, okay? When I started making games, 30 frames a second was the pinnacle. Having polys instead of sprites was the pinnacle. That lasted exactly like 3 years or 4 years, and then it was over. So when we talk about ray tracing, etc., like my dismissive notion of me goes like, yes, this is expected, this is what happens now, it's going to be replaced with something else visual. Development never stops, you're on cutting edge. With the notion of Unreal, I don't work for Epic, so I'm not going to comment on that. There was another piece in there which scared me, so I forgot, so I hope I answered the majority of it.
Yeah, how will you ensure that?
Yeah, definitely not. I will not tell you how I ensured it.
Right.
That's not going to happen. Not in Jamaica at UTech, I'm sorry.
All right, that's fine.
My boss's boss will ask me that question, and I have to give him an answer. And then he will take the answer and tell Phil, and Phil goes, yeah, we shouldn't fire this lunatic, he knows what he's doing. So I'm not going to tell you this.
Yes, thank you very much.
I think we're out of time.
You're out of time. You're out of time.
All right. So thank you, everyone. Thanks for those questions. And Pierre, I want to thank you for coming here today, taking time to do this. Really appreciate it.
Pleasure. Thank you very much, everyone.
All right.
Pierre, did you want to eat? Thank you so much, Pierre. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, so to help catch up on time, everyone, we are asking, you all received a raffle ticket this morning, correct? Different colors? Yes. So my ask and our ask is that if you all could get together in groups with those same colored raffle tickets so we can serve you in the back of the room your lunch. You will have more time with Pierre. He will be having lunch with you all, but in order to move things along, if you will, we are asking that you use your raffle tickets. So if you have orange, orange group together, red groups together, purple groups together, and then go to the back, and you'll see on the signs the color coordinated tables. Good? Thank you. Also, if you want to take your headshots during lunch, you are free to do so in the room in the back. If you want to take your headshots, we'll also be here tomorrow. So just today and tomorrow if you want to take your headshots. Please, if you haven't gotten your food, we do urge you to get your food so it doesn't get cold. Please, please, please get your food. Use your raffle tickets to help get your food. Thank you so much. All right, everyone. We have 6 more minutes left. So please wrap up so we can get started with our lovely next section. right, good afternoon, everyone. Please be seated so we can get started with our second half of the day. I'm super duper excited for this second portion. We better have some real talk, candid conversations with the interns. So I'm so excited to hear what they have to say. I want the tea. What's been really happening, all right? So before we get started with that conversation, I have the pleasure and the wonderful honor of introducing the moderator for this second portion. Her name is Shonique Thomas. So as they make their way to the stage, I'm going to give the breakdown or bio of her, so please listen accordingly. So Shonique is a global talent acquisition professional at Microsoft, where she collaborates with engineering leaders to drive innovation and foster inclusive talent strategies. Her empathetic leadership style fuels her passion for cultivating communities and championing diversity, equity, and inclusion, as we also know as DE&I, efforts within Microsoft and beyond. As a key member of the Blacks at Microsoft Worldwide Leadership Team, Shonique plays a vital role in nurturing a robust network of Black leaders at Microsoft. Additionally, she co-leads the public relations workstream for Microsoft's Project Blue Mountain team, so you all see here, where she is dedicated to accelerating Jamaica's digital transformation. Shonique holds a bachelor's degree in marketing and mass communications from the University of Florida and an MBA, so Master's of Business Administration in Human Resources Management, which she hails from Nova Southeastern University. Her educational journey began in Kingston, Jamaica, where she attended Campion College. Beyond her professional endeavors, Shonique is a writer, speaker, mentor, a vicarious reader with a keen interest in fashion, travel, sports, and emerging technologies. Her multifaceted interests reflect her dynamic approach to life and work. Without further ado, I would love to welcome Shonique and the wonderful interns who she will allow to give them a deeper introduction, if you will. So please receive them at this time. Woo! Yay! This is, no, just two. There's one in your chair.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Shonique Thomas. Won't get into the introduction again. As you just heard, our lovely host did a brief intro of myself. So I'm really excited for today's conversation. Definitely have been looking forward to it. So today I'm here with 6 of my interns this summer. They had the opportunity to intern at Microsoft, and so they're gonna share with you a little bit about their experience, what the application and interview process was like, what they learned, and most importantly, the relationship and friendship that they have built together. And so we're gonna start with some very brief intro. I'm gonna start to the right of me. So name, major, what university you represent, what high school you went to, what internship did you complete, and then give us one word to describe yourself.
Hello everyone, Mark O'Brien here. I go to the University of the West Indies, Mona. I'm currently a final year software engineering major. Went to St. Jago High School, and one word that I always use to describe myself is I'm very persistent. I don't give up very easily. When I see something that I want, I don't give up and I go for it indefinitely. So, yeah.
Hi everyone, I'm Arbel Daly. I go to the University of the West Indies studying electronics and computer science. And I was a student of Jamaica College. And one word to describe me would likely be energetic.
Hi everyone, Nathan Smith. I am a student of UWI, finalizing year of Bachelor of Science of Software Engineering and an econ minor. I went to the Campion College, and one word to describe myself would be optimist.
Okay, so I am Darren Brown. I am a computer science major at UTech. What's the other thing?
What high school?
I went to Campion College, and I interned at Microsoft as an Xbox intern on the Game Pass services team. And one word to describe me would be creative, because I believe in applying creativity to everything you do, including, coding. So, yeah.
Hi everyone, my name is Alicia Rowe. I'm a computer science major. I went to the Convent of Mercy Academy Alpha. Am I missing anything? Just one word? Okay, so one word to describe me would be jovial, probably.
All right, hi everyone. I'm Sean Grant. I'm a student at University of Technology. I also went to Campion College. Yeah, Masidahan. I was a software engineering intern on the Microsoft Viva team. And one word to describe me, passionate.
Okay, so now that we're all familiar with each other, let's get into it. So I think the question that's probably on a lot of your peers' mind is, how did you land this opportunity? Some of you guys, your faces are very familiar to me because I met you last year at the Microsoft Day. We actually have 2 of our hackathon winners from last year here with us. Can we get a little clap? Okay. Yeah, so a lot of your peers, persons who I've interacted with throughout today, there's been a lot of curiosity about how did you go about applying for this Microsoft internship? How did you learn about the internship? And so I want to start with you, Michael. What was that experience like for you? How did you learn about the opportunity? What kind of informed your decision to apply? What was your interview experience like? Give us a little bit of the journey that led up to the internship offer.
Hey again, everyone. Just a bit of a backstory. I was a technical program manager intern. The way I found out about the internship was actually Mr. Daniel Folcom, who sent a link to everyone who was doing a net-centric course at the time. So I saw the opportunity and I was like, this sounds good. Just went there and said, hey, I'm thinking about applying for this. Initially, I was applying for the SWE internship. I applied and like a week passed and I was like, yo, I'm not hearing nothing. And I was like, I'm getting to Microsoft by the hook or the crook. And so I went back on the site and I applied for the TPM internship as well. And I applied in maybe December, and I didn't hear back until maybe February. So I almost forgot about the whole thing, and then I just came in from a class one day and I thought it was like an auto rejection. And then I opened the email and then they say, yo, you have an interview. And initially I thought it was a SWE one, and then I read it properly. And then it was a TPM. But my interview experience was pretty straightforward. I actually was preparing lead code type questions, but my interview never turned out to be exactly that. It was more of situational, behavioral, and I'm talking about my projects that was on my resume, why I chose to use certain tech stacks for my projects, and just asking me about myself, what would I do in certain situations. And I think what really put me over the edge was how genuine my responses were. I took the time out to think before I responded. And one of my projects that really stood out to them was I was building this app for my hall that I live on the UWI Mona. So I was working with all these stakeholders, and they said, yo, for a second-year student, it's really impressive that you're managing stakeholders and stuff like that. So I think that's what really set me apart in terms of my interview. And here I am sitting in front of you guys today. So yeah.
Michael, what I loved about what you shared is that you did not, so I have, one of my mentors always tells me, never rejection, only redirection. And so I love the fact that even though you didn't land the internship that you were originally after, like you said, you're persistent, and the ultimate goal was, I am having this experience at Microsoft. And so you put yourself back out there, you went after the TPM internship, and now look at where you are. So that's what really resonated with me about what you shared. Sean, I want to get you into this conversation because I had the opportunity to sit in on your final intern project presentation. And the thing that made an impression on me was your skip level manager was on that call. And he said that he knew from the moment he interviewed you that not only did he want you at Microsoft, but he wanted you on his team. And I have sat in on a lot of different presentations, and I've never heard a manager speak with such conviction. You hadn't even showed up to day one of the internship, and already he was like, I want him on my team. So I want to know, what was your experience like, and what is it that you feel like you demonstrated in your interview that made such an impression on this engineering leader where he's like, no, we're getting Sean at Microsoft?
Okay, that's a good question. So during my interview, it was more like a conversation. I did 2 interviews. So one was more technical and one was more conversational. So I didn't have to write code, but I did have to talk through technical problems and explain how I would build things. So I think during that conversation, my, skip manager just means my manager's manager. It's a Microsoft term. And he was the one interviewing me. So I think during that conversation, I really showed my technical knowledge as well as my personal skills with people. A lot of my projects were done in teams. I was able to show that I'm capable of collaboration and just working well with people. And also, I think I showed a lot of passion based on my resume and how I spoke during the interview. So I think that's something that they really look for in a candidate. So, yeah.
Thank you. So, Alicia, we're coming to you. So, what I want to ask is, last year, I learned a very, very interesting fact, that there is actually more women than men enrolled in the UTech computer science program. So let me repeat. There are more women than men enrolled in the UTech computer science program. But as you can see on this stage, there is only one young lady sitting amongst us. So first of all, a round of applause for Alicia. Yes, yes. She has been holding it down. So what I want to ask you, Alicia, the fact that there is actually more women than men in the program, but obviously you can see that there's more men on the stage, what that tells me is that, and this is something that women candidates struggle with, we self-eliminate a lot. Imposter syndrome, I'm sure you guys probably have heard that term, where you question whether you're deserving of an opportunity or whether you should be there. So I want to ask you, what gave you the confidence to apply, right? So you learned about the opportunity. What gave you the confidence to apply? What was your interview experience like?
Okay, that's a good question, and I didn't know that fact. So what gave me the confidence to apply? Generally, I'm a pretty confident person, but seeing an application go, or the offer to apply for Microsoft, that can put a lot of fear into people. So I'd rather give my advice, and that is to just apply. And that goes for any job, not just at Microsoft. If you see a job and you think you're interested and you want to give it a try, I think you should just go ahead and do it because you don't know what's going to happen. And that's what I did with Microsoft as well, because obviously I was scared. I didn't know if I was going to get in, but I just applied, I went for it. And I also implore the women here who are in SCIT, please apply for the program. We want to see you in your numbers. We want to see more women on the stage. So please, please, please apply.
Yes. I think what I got from what you just shared, and it's something that I tell myself all the time, is sometimes in life you have to do things scared. You know, I'm sure maybe even for some of you sitting on this stage, being a part of this conversation, it might be a little bit scary. Maybe public speaking is not your thing, but never allow yourself to miss an opportunity because you were scared. So do things scared. So I really want to hear from Nathan, because when we were preparing for our session today, one of the things that you felt was really, really important that we talk about was imposter syndrome, and about being confident, and how that confidence can actually help you to realize your goals. So Alicia touched on it a little bit, and so would love to hear your perspective on imposter syndrome. Have you experienced it? Did you experience it in your internship? If you did, how did you cope? You know, what were your strategies?
Thank you, Shanique. That's a very good question. Imposter syndrome, I mean, I think a lot of us in this field probably suffer from it. We don't want to particularly acknowledge it. I think, to speak about my internship experience, one thing pops into mind. So, as Shanique said, she sat in Sean's intern presentation. So we all have to do presentations. For mine, I had to present in front of very senior people, and I had to present in front of my organization's corporate vice president of Windows Servicing and Delivery. Thank you for watching, Windows Servicing and Delivery out in Redmond. And when I got told that I had to present in front of a CVP, it was like, why me? Like, what did I do out of all these other interns? Why do I have to present in front of a CVP? And I mean, I was scared. I was terrified, actually. And one thing that stuck out to me, I messaged my father. I came home from work, and I told him, hey, I have this presentation at the end of the internship. I have to go present in front of a CVP. And he's like, oh, that's great. I mean, you know, being recognized. I'm like, but that's terrifying. I'm intimidated. And he said to me, acknowledge that you're intimidated. Being intimidated is your past. It's whether you choose to continue to be intimidated or you move forward. And I found that really inspiring. So, I mean, I think in terms of imposter syndrome, yes, it's there, and yes, it's something that we have to deal with, but at the end of the day, you have to make a decision whether to be stuck in that or you move forward and you press forward. So I think for anyone that suffers from imposter syndrome, and I mean, I say all this, I still suffer from it too, but you still have to press on. So that's what I'd say. If you're suffering from it, you just have to press on, and you have to believe in yourself. Belief would have, if I didn't believe in myself, I wouldn't be here today. So, you know, you have to believe in yourself at the end of the day.
So I remember, you know, once everyone got their internship offers and, you know, we had our first connection, one of my favorite analogies that one of my mentors told me, he said, working at Microsoft is like working on a team and everybody is LeBron James, or insert your GOAT, Michael Jordan, well, whoever your GOAT is. We can have that conversation later. And so everyone around you is really brilliant. And so the way that I took it is, well, I'm brilliant too. And I deserve to be here too. And I really want you guys to know that, like, we did not have a separate interview process for any of the interns that we had this summer. So you guys were interviewing with candidates from literally across the globe, and you got that offer because you deserve and because you performed and you demonstrated that you were capable and you were deserving of the opportunity. And I got to see, I caught the recording of Nathan's presentation, and I could not tell he was terrified. So the advice that your dad gave you about keep swimming and keep pushing, you definitely made him proud. So something that I want to talk about, Darren, and I would love to get your perspective on this, and I think Nathan kind of opened the conversation. I want to talk about mentorship and what role did mentorship play in your internship experience? Something that was really, really important to myself and the Project Blue Mountain team is that we not only get you to the point of getting an offer, but we wanted to continue supporting you throughout your journey. And we know that this was going to be a huge adjustment for so many of you, working at a company like Microsoft, but then also culturally, being in a new location. And so we really wanted to be a support system. And so I was curious, what has your experience been like over the summer with mentorship, with your mentors? Did that have an impact on your internship journey and experience?
Yes, so even before I started working at Microsoft, during the application process, I reached out to some members on the PBM team, or rather, I was reached out to, and they were already providing me with some advice as to how to bring forward my skills and, impress the interviewers so I can actually land the offer. So that's where I think my mentorship started. But PBM also gave me a mentor from the PBM team that also worked in Xbox because I was in that organization. And we would meet like every 2 weeks or every week. And with that support, I was able to kind of settle in much more easily because I could ask him where he's coming from, what he's doing, and how to adjust and kind of fit in with the environment. It really helped a lot. And even beyond that, Microsoft provided me with a mentor, a technical mentor that was on my team and that was familiar with the project that I was working on. So when I would have a technical issue that I couldn't overcome, I could reach out to him, or if I just needed some explanation of, what's going on here in the code base, I could reach out to him. And this is not a case where they just tell you, oh, this is the answer, or this is what you need to fix. Their mentorship is aimed to bring forward your skills as well. So he would say, he would point me in the right direction. So how would you check for this error, or, how would you identify this? And as I kind of follow that train of thought, it brings forward the skills that I already have in debugging and identifying problem-solving issues. So that technical help really, it brought forward what I didn't even know I was capable of. And it allowed me to complete the internship, technically in a very successful way. They were impressed at the end. So even after I left, after the 3 months were up and I left Microsoft, I reached back out to that mentor that I had at Microsoft, and I said, that was a really valuable experience for me. I learned a lot about the company culture. I learned how to be a better engineer. So I would like if we could continue this mentor-mentee relationship beyond the internship, and he was happy to do that. So we meet on a kind of irregular basis, but we meet now and then, and I will ask him how do I progress further? I have a series of questions. How do I prepare for future engineering projects that I may be working on? And they're all there for me. So there's a lot of support that was involved. So never be afraid to accept that. And support isn't there to undermine you or say, oh, you're not good enough. It's there to bring out what's there in you or the skills that you just don't know how to apply in the right way yet. Yeah.
I love that. I love the fact that you re-engage your mentor, and now you guys have a more ongoing relationship. And I think what you said about not being afraid to accept help and ask for help, that's very big in our culture at Microsoft. It's all about how do we leverage each other, understanding that we're a team and everybody has different strengths and everybody adds different value. So how do you leverage the support that's around you so that you can be successful? So thank you. Orville. So, Orville, what I wanted to ask you, because I did not realize how young you were until I saw your resume. And then I'm like, wait, hold on. You're in your second year at UE, right? And you had such an impressive resume. You have done so much even before your Microsoft internship opportunity. And so something that I wanna ask you about, because this is very much a part of our Microsoft fabric, is about being a continuous learner. About you guys hear the term growth mindset. I'm sure you heard that daily during your internship. And so I want to talk to you about what initiative have you taken to basically further your own learning and your own growth and development? Because to be honest, where you are in your academic career, it's very rare when internship opportunities get extended to persons that junior, but obviously you were able to prove that you were ready in your interview experience. And so I'm curious about what is your attitude towards learning?
Thank you, Shanique. So this attitude mostly comes from high school, where I was offered a lot of resources at Jamaica College. For example, in my last 2 years of high school was when I first got into robotics. And since then, I've been an active participant. Not many schools have robotics, and so I've started to try to get robotics in other schools or getting new students involved in robotics. For example, now I'm the coach for the natural robotics team, stuff like that. And the thing is, when you have these resources very young, you get this insatiable hunger to want to continue doing things like this. When you realize that, hey, I had this kind of thing when I was younger, this person doesn't. I should probably offer my help to them. So for example, before doing my interview, I also had mentors, Gavin Samuel and Shumba Brown. Both of them are from Jamaica College. Again, having these resources allowed me to have opportunities or have other people who are able to help me in those regards. And then, because I had all these different people, I was able to see that, hey, you can still apply even though technically the requirements say you might not be applicable. But a rejection is the most they can do. They can't blacklist you, So I did apply regardless. Because I have all these other resources when I was younger and want to have all that to other people now. Even during the interview, I didn't have a technical interview, but I was mostly just talking about the things that I want to do, things that I've done. It was mostly what are you passionate about? And as much as it would be that, he's passionate about coding because he's going to become a software engineering intern, a lot of it was activism, volunteerism, youth ambassador programs, and robotics. I still have to be, have a lot of technical prowess and stuff like that. So if I was supposed to summarize everything, I'd say it's having resources when I was younger, based on the high school that I went to, and keeping that same college man attitude coming forward. And if anyone wants to have that same attitude, they really just need to look at opportunities available and be like, hey, I am worth the chance to apply, I can do it. Think that just keep telling yourself all these different affirmations and be like, I'm gonna apply, no one is gonna stop me, I'm gonna do it, stuff like that.
Thanks, Orville. I think what I loved is you're talking about leveraging your resources. And we all have resources, whether it's the people in our lives, whether our alumni network from our high school institutions here at UTech, UA, NCU, all of those things are resources. And so leveraging that is very important. So something that I wanna go to Alicia, because this is something that many of I think you guys heard Tish talk about that too, you know, being a black woman in tech, right? We are a walking unicorn. There is not many of us, and I'm very curious that what was your experience like? You get to Microsoft, you're excited to be here at this company, but you look to the left, you look to the right, you look up, you look below, and you don't see very many people who look like you, and then add the fact that you're also Caribbean. So I'm curious, like, what was your experience like, and how were you able to thrive? Because you had a very interesting internship experience. I tell her she got the Microsoft Crash Course 101. Yeah, that's another conversation, but I'm curious, like, how did you navigate that? Looking around and you're not really seeing yourself represented in the spaces that you're occupying.
So it was different, for sure. But I realized that Microsoft has a lot of resources that you can use to find people who you can lean on. For example, before even finding other black women in tech, we have our black groups. Yeah. We have our own little Caribbean group that we had to create. Yeah. And then going further than that, at Microsoft, there was actually, in the black group, the Black at Microsoft group, sorry, we actually had a lot of women who are from all over the world. I met a lot of people from Nigeria, and we became friends. We also had some other Jamaicans who go to school overseas. Big up Sarah and Destiny. Always have to big them up because we were the only 3 girls from the Caribbean in our little group, and it was very, very hard. And then just networking, that's another big thing that I had to learn to do. I was able to meet one of my mentors. Her name was Yvette, and Yvette is Jamaican. So finding somebody who is in a senior role at Microsoft and keeping that relationship with her, that really helped me to, you know, go through my full Microsoft experience, which was different than everyone else's. I kind of leaned on her and leaned on my friends to just know that I deserve to be here and I'm not the only one who's going through this. So yeah, that's what I did, leaned on my friends and mentors.
So what I'm hearing is the power of relationships. And so I always say that at Microsoft, in order to be successful, I call it the 3 R's. Results, you gotta deliver in your role, relationships, and it's not just who you know, it's who knows you, and then resilience, because this place, whew, you know, you have to be resilient, you have to have grit in order to persevere, and so I'm happy to hear that you discovered throughout your internship experience the power of relationships and maintaining those relationships. And so I want to talk a little bit let's talk about mental health, yeah? I'm going to open this one up to anyone who feels comfortable. You know, obviously this is a huge adjustment, not just, you know, the internship itself, but being in this whole new place. And so how did you ensure that you were protecting your mental health? And like, what were some of the things that contributed to you feeling supported? And I'll open this up to anyone who wants to go.
Okay, I'll take it. So first, we had a visa sponsor, and they actually provided us with the resource if we wanted it to have a virtual therapist. And I took advantage of that because why not? And my therapist, she was helping me to understand that, you know, I belong at Microsoft, and whatever imposter syndrome I was feeling was literally just a feeling. It wasn't real. There was also Shanique. She was a huge, huge, huge part of me just realizing that I belong here, and whatever I'm going through is not the end, but it's just something that I have to pass through, and she was successful in getting me through it. There was also, you know, Microsoft actually does provide us with those resources as well through our mentors, and I also had an intern coach, and they were all just there for you. Everybody, all the employees, everybody you meet at Microsoft just wants to see you succeed. And if you have a problem, they are willing to help. It doesn't matter what the problem is. You go to them and you say, hey, I'm going through this, or I'm experiencing this. What can I do? Or where can I look for resources? And they're willing to help, no questions asked. So that's helped me a lot.
Okay, so for me, I was headhunted by Alicia as soon as I got the internship on LinkedIn. And so that was fun to realize that I had an entire cohort of other Caribbean students who were there to support me during the entire ride. And then I also picked corporate housing, which meant that I did not have to pay for housing. I was in a hotel with other Microsoft interns. And so I got to interact with a lot of other people who were having the same types of project. Every project is unique, but they all were like sweet interns, TPM, finance interns, like all these different people who were working at Microsoft. So we took the same shuttle to Microsoft, we came back, stuff like that. And then one of the other things that happened is that Microsoft is a 9 to 5 in theory. So for me, one of the things is that my manager, my mentor, everyone was like, hey, do you want to like work on this today? Do you want to work on that today? Do you want to work on something else the other day? Like all different things. I just had to keep them updated. And so I technically worked from like 11 to 3, but like that part doesn't matter. But like, so overall, it was that there were so many different people who were happy to help in any way, shape, or form. My manager was like really helpful in that, hey, what do you think about this? And then the discussion was basically I led the discussion, and it was that this is what I want to do, this is what I feel like, what do you think? And then you'd reply, yes, that sounds good, and then we'd have more conversations like that. So it was never about like, hey, your task is this. They just give you like the overall project, and like, how do you want to tackle it? And then you get the chance to explore, make mistakes, learn all these different things. And you always have other people to help you. So your manager, your mentor, your Caribbean cohort, and anyone else who you can message on the entire Microsoft ecosystem, because I had a problem with my project, and so what I did was I just went onto Copilot and searched up who knows blank. And as soon as I found someone, I was like, yeah, and emailed them. And within an hour, they're like, oh, you're an intern? Yeah, sure. And they were happy to have video calls, continuous chat to ensure that my project was going at the rate that it needed to.
I love that. So, Orville, what I'm hearing is you experienced a flexible work culture, and your manager had a great deal of trust in you, so you were empowered to get your work done at a time that was most convenient to you being productive. Yeah? Okay, all right, that's what I think I'm hearing, because I don't know about the little 11 to 3 thing. All right, Michael, go ahead.
Yeah, so actually when it comes on to mental health, I think we're in a space where it's easy to ignore your mental health and not understand the impact that it can have on you. I didn't feel like I managed my mental health as well as I could have. So it's kind of a contrast between the others. So there's a lot of pressures that are with it too. You know, you got the opportunity that so many other students wish they could have gotten. How can I come here and make the most of it and not waste this opportunity? So you're thinking about return offers. How can I come here and not just spend 3 months and go back home and have to look for a job again and stuff like that? So there is a level of pressure when it comes on to that, and I feel like I focused a lot on just doing the best as I can when it comes on to the work, and I feel like I did that. But actually, like during my period when I was overseas, I actually lost 2 relatives, and like I felt like I kind of pushed it under the rug to kind of suppress my feelings because I was so focused on what I had to do, and I never realized how hard it hit me until I came home and like they weren't there. And you know, you miss funerals, you miss all these things, and I felt like I could have done better in terms of managing my mental health. And I say all that to say, not for a sub story, but I say to take your mental health seriously and understand that it's a major part of how well you do in anything that you do.
Wow. So I talk to them every day, and this is the first time I'm hearing that. So give me a minute. First of all, I would never have been able to tell if you didn't share. So I feel like we have that in common. You know, I think we are really good as a community at still showing up even when we're not our best. But I want you to know that you always have a safe space with us to feel all the feels. And at the end of the day, you know, Microsoft, these things it's a job, and what's most important is the people in our lives, right? And so I'm glad that you're able to reflect now, and hopefully going forward, you know that you have community and you have people here for you to help you navigate these times. But I wouldn't have been able to tell if you didn't share, so you did a really good job at showing up and showing up well. So thank you. I appreciate you for being vulnerable and for sharing that with us. So I wanted to take the conversation in a little bit of a different direction, and then we'll open it up to audience Q&A. And Sean, we'll start with you. We've heard a lot of the positive things about the Microsoft experience, right? The community, the relationships, the mentorship, the support, the resources, all of the things that went well. And so I'm curious about, you know, what were some of the challenges that you faced at Microsoft? You know, it is it can be a very high stressing environment. And I think you guys also experience an added pressure of being the first, right? Because you might have felt in moments that if I don't show up well or if I don't perform well, they may never come back to UTech and UE. So the pressure of being the first, you know, and so I'm very curious about some of the challenges that you faced, and what did you learn and how did you overcome?
Okay, so yeah, like Shanique just said, there was a lot of pressure on us, like being the first from the Caribbean. So our performance in that internship would directly affect like future opportunities for Jamaica, right? So we had to go and put our best foot forward. So that was kind of stressful, you know, especially for my project where I was working with persons from India, which meant that my 12 a.m. was their 12 p.m. So there were nights where I had to like stay up late to have meetings with these people and like get the project going. So that was kind of stressful, but like they said, you know, you still have to show up even though you don't want to, but, well, don't want to, but you know, you still have to put out that effort, and at the end of the day, they will see that you made the effort to do all of those things, even though you didn't really have to. Because I had persons on my team saying, hey, you don't really have to like go to these late meetings, you know, just let someone else handle it. But I made it clear that, you know, I wanted to be there. I wanted to be able to contribute as best as I could. So yeah, I'd say that there are just some sacrifices you might have to make, but don't let it get the better of you, right? There's always persons there that can support.
Okay, so my entire internship experience, well, the first part at least, was something to navigate, because when I got there, about a month into my 3-month internship, my manager and her manager were let go, unfortunately. So without a manager, as an intern, you really don't know what to do, especially as it being your first time at this company in the country. It was very hard. I was very concerned about what would happen next. And I was sitting there for about a week, just kind of not doing anything, but not doing anything to contribute to my project. I had to take the time to just like ignore the fact that I don't have a manager and take advantage of the fact that I'm still at Microsoft, and I used that time to just kind of learn about Power BI. I've never used it before. I'm not into data usually, so it was my first time using Power BI. It was my first time for everything really, and without a manager, I was just lost. And then a week after, after learning Power BI, trying to master it, which they said I did, and there's still so much more to learn, I got a new manager, and with him, we kind of came up with a project I could do together, and I ended up completing the project in time and being able to present and having it be something that was useful, something that the business could use to make, informative decisions as to what they should do next. So it was hard, and I was, forced to kind of find something to do for myself, and that's when I took advantage as well of the resources, the people around me. I went around asking people, what do you do? What can I do to help you? I mean, nobody gave me anything to do because they were all busy as well. So, I just kept doing that until I got my manager and learning Power BI and taking advantage of the fact that I'm here. I'm going to learn as much as I can. And that's what, for the future interns sitting in front of me, that's what I implore you to do. Even if you do have a manager straight through, just take advantage of the fact that you're at Microsoft and you can learn. And there are lots and lots of resources for you to use up. So just take advantage of that.
So with Alicia's experience, that's a very common Microsoft experience where one of our core values as a company is adaptability, and that's because things change, it changes fast, and it changes often. And so she experienced a lot of change in her internship within the first 2 weeks, and so you had to master the art of the pivot. And it was a little rocky in the beginning, but we figured it out. I think what she did a really good job at was, I always say that we all have different job titles at Microsoft, but ultimately we're all hired to be problem solvers. And so she started to say, okay, I don't have a project right now, I don't have a manager right now, but let me start talking to some people and see if I can help them solve their problems. That is you showing your value. So what are you working on? What are some of the headaches with this task or this project? How can I help? Nobody's gonna turn away someone who's coming to them saying, how can I help? How can I make your job easier? And so that's what she did really, really well. And we'll go to Nathan. And then I have one more question and then audience Q&A.
Right, so talking about challenges, first 5.5 weeks of the internship went smooth, butter, right? I felt like I was making great progress, and my manager and my mentor told me I was making great progress. And then, because it's summer, a lot of people take vacation in summer. And so, at around the 6-week mark, my manager went on vacation. All right, cool. I feel like, a manager, motivates you, so I had to kind of motivate myself in his absence. All right, cool. Week 7, my technical mentor also goes on vacation. And then it's like, ooh, I don't have my manager to motivate me. I don't have my mentor who I work on a project with to motivate me. How am I going to motivate myself? And I somehow did it, right? But all that to say, and I'll be talking in circles back to, you gotta believe in yourself, right? So you just gotta motivate yourself as well at the end of the day. So, even though they were gone on vacation, to be fair though, they did say, oh, if you have any problems, you can just I'm a Teams message away, but you don't want to message someone when they're on vacation, right? So
I wish my coworkers felt that way.
Yeah, I had to motivate myself. But then they came back, and then everything was rosy again. So, it worked out in the end.
Yeah, I agree with you wholeheartedly. I remember my first week at Microsoft, my calendar was literally empty, and I'm like, how does this work? where are the tasks, where are the assignments, where's the meeting, I didn't know what to do. And so you really have to be a self-starter. You have to have that entrepreneurial mindset. This goes back to, we hire people who are problem solvers and who can figure things out. And so your manager and your mentor, they're like, Nathan, 5.5 weeks, you're fully ramped up, you got it. We're going on vacation. Message us if you need us, but don't actually message us. And so these are, I think what I loved about the internship experience that you guys had, it's actually very different from when I interned. I felt like my internship experience was very insulated, but I think like Microsoft really puts you guys into a real environment and treat you like a actual full-time employee. And so I think the really cool thing about, this is something that I learned recently. One of my engineering colleagues told me that every product and every solution that Microsoft has been touched by intern hands. So whether it's Xbox, whether it's a game, Microsoft Office, Copilot, every product and every solution that we have on the market right now, an intern played a role in some way. So the projects that you get to work on are real world projects, and I feel like that's very, very exciting. And so my final question is, all of you guys either went the software engineer or the TPM internship path. Those are probably the two opportunities that we get the greatest volume of applicants. And so Darren, I wanna, from you, you didn't do a TPM internship, but how would you describe a software engineering experience? Like your internship experience as a software engineer? And where do you think are some of the distinctions? And then we'll go to Michael, and then we'll go to audience.
All right, so I was fortunate to be on a very supportive team, and a team that valued mental health and being productive at the same time. So we would have daily stand-ups. So every morning at 9, 10 a.m., not sure, 9, 10 a.m. we would meet online because I have team members that work from different states as well. So our only option to meet together was online. So we would just go through what we've been working on, what we've completed. And as an intern, I want to touch on the mental aspect and the challenges with this, because when I'm in that meeting with people that are 10, 15 years more experienced than me, and they're pushing code every day, and I'm still trying to figure out something, and then it gets to me and I just have 1 or 2 updates, and these guys are like, oh, I deployed this, launched that. I'm like, but the important thing that I learned during my internship was to take advantage of the support that you have, because no matter how skilled you think you are, you're going to be in an environment that's new to you, working on a project that you're not familiar with. If you don't feel within yourself that you should reach out and ask the right questions, communicate with your team members, you will experience more challenge than you have to. Because that's not the purpose of an internship as a software engineer. They want to evaluate, how well you work with the team, how well you're able to arrive at the solution for a problem, and if the means to that solution is getting help, then get the help you need, Aside from that, you have to be adaptable. So I had to work with C#, and I've only worked with one project prior to that in school for a course. So I had to kind of learn that on the job. And fortunately, Microsoft has a bunch of resources, especially for C# because, they invented it. So I would just go through the courses in my free time, and then as I learn, I just implement what I learn as soon as possible so that it can stick, And my main goal was to just get up to speed with the project, learn as much as possible, and complete the project to my best ability. And I think that's what, as a software engineering intern, you should focus on overall, rather than the external stresses that may be in your mind, looking like you're the best, or, there's another challenge of being in a new country, I've never been to somewhere that cold. So when I was there for the first month or so, I was so uncomfortable because, you know, I'm talking and I see the smoke thing, but you know, you get used to it over time. I did get used to it, didn't think I would. And everything will just fall into place once you know how to, you know, manage your priorities and take the time you need to recover and like take care of yourself, because that's something my team also valued. And I was feeling like, no, I should finish the project as soon as possible so that I look, you know, amazing. But you know, even these people with so much years of experience, they would be like, okay, you know, they would send a message to the team if they're not feeling well. I'll be offline for a few hours. And I'm like, you know, should I do that? But, you know, but yeah, you should do that because you're also a part of the team. They're treating you exactly as they would treat you if you were to return as a full-time engineer, right? So don't feel alienated, just, you know, adjust as best as you can and don't put too much pressure on yourself, really. Yeah.
And Michael, what was your, what would you say, especially because you originally applied for a SWEET internship, so what do you think are some of the key distinctions? Like, what if there is someone in the audience right now who's trying to decide, am I more a technical program manager? Am I more an engineer? Like, what would be some advice that you might offer them to help them think through that?
The way I see a TPM, which is exactly a technical program manager, you still have to have some technical prowess or understanding. I see it of more of a combination of more of a SWE and a PM role where, for example, me, my project, I came in the early stages, so I was basically, in a way, almost inventing my project from scratch. So you start the specification for a particular product, and then as a TPM, you're going to be working with the engineers to then go ahead and implement that product. You, as a TPM, you can decide how involved you want to get. I feel like I would be the type of person, again, I always had that aspiration to do the SWE. I would want to be more involved when it comes down to the implementation aspect. So it's really and truly a combination of both, but what a TPM is, by definition, is just turning the business goals into technical solutions.
Yeah.
So they give you a problem that they have, and you say, how can I go and implement this? What is a solution that we can use or have that we can then go ahead and solve that problem with? So still need technical and business acumen, but I think it's just a mix of both, and you get even more of an experience, and it can be more stressful as well. So, yeah, Alicia is a TPM as well. I don't know what's her perspective on it. So,
actually, I'm gonna borrow that. Turning business problems into technical solutions. Okay, I like that.
So my project was different from Michael's. I think he wanted to be more involved.
There's also different type of TPMs depending on the team that you were on, a very technical team, yeah.
Yeah, so my team wasn't as technical. It was more, well, for my second manager, it was more sales, on the side of sales. So I was just in a lot of meetings, or watching my manager be in a lot of meetings, and a lot of it was just numbers, and I had no clue what those numbers were. I was just there like, hey, you know what? I'm here. So my project really involved working with the numbers, the data, and kind of organizing it in a way that the higher ups could read it and see what's going on and know what to do, use that information to know what to do next for the business. So in that sense, I was more on the business side of things than the technical side. But as Michael said, you can decide to go more technical or more business, or just like get a merge of both. And that can lead to a more well-rounded internship experience.
Yeah, I love that. So we're gonna go to the audience now. Is there oh great, there's microphones. Do we have any questions from our audience? Please, you can, and when you, so name, major, and what university do you represent? And then you can go ahead and ask your question. You can ask a question specifically of anyone on the panel, or it can be an open question to anyone. Oh, you got your questions written down. Okay, we're prepared. Okay.
1, 2, 1, 2. Okay, so good afternoon again, everyone. My name is Kayla Calvert. I am a student at the University of the West Indies. My major is software engineering, but I also minor in math. You know, you guys spoke a lot about life at Microsoft, but I was wondering if you could touch on how you guys got to Microsoft. You know, there are a plethora of YouTube videos that we all probably watched on, oh, how do I prepare for my Microsoft interview? But I just wanted to know from like a more personal standpoint, what did you guys do to, you know, get into Microsoft? What were some of the things you guys did, techniques that you guys used to get into Microsoft? And also, how did it help you land your internship?
Okay, so I'll give some general guidance, and then I'll pass whichever of you guys want to go next. So I think like something that they all have in common is that they have a solid resume, right? And so one of the things that I always advise students is when you think about your experience, think about it holistically. I think sometimes when we think about experience, we think about just a job that we held, but experience can be anything. Maybe you are the president of a school organization or a school club, and in that role you are adding value, you're having impact, there are things that you can speak to. Maybe you worked on a school project, maybe you were the leader of the school project. So I always tell students to think about, I actually tell adults the same thing too. Think about, well, you guys are adults, but you know what I mean, non-students. Think about your experience holistically, because anything that you can speak to and that you can convey your impact and the value is experience. And also LinkedIn. You're gonna hear from my lovely friends over there. They're gonna walk us through a resume and LinkedIn workshop. But if you don't have a LinkedIn profile, I don't take you serious as a job seeker, right? That is your opportunity to brand yourself. It's an opportunity for you to introduce or kind of preview who you are and what you're about. So I think those are some of the, like I'm in HR, so from an HR standpoint, those are some key elements to ensure that you have before you apply. So I'll let them give you some tips about like the actual application process, but solid resume, no more than 2 pages. Depending on where you are, you might want to take off some of the high school stuff, and then ensure that you have a LinkedIn profile and that your LinkedIn profile is updated. Any of you guys want to offer some, Sean? Okay.
Yeah, so like Shanique said, you want to make sure that your resume is good, because that's the first step to getting in before you even get to an interview. And secondly, you need to learn how to answer questions, because your interviewer, they don't care that you worked on this or you were a part of XYZ. They want to know what your impact was specifically. So learn how to answer questions as it relates to what I did, right? So talk about how you specifically contributed to different things, as well as show leadership if you can, or involvement in clubs and volunteering and so on. Well, for software engineering, be good at coding. Yeah, you need to be good at coding. They're not hiring you to code. Well, that is a part of the job, but it's really problem solving, right? So you could know 100 different languages, but do you really know how to solve problems with those technologies? So that's what you should focus on.
Sean, what are some resources? I'm asking you, what are some resources that they can go practice how to get better at coding? Like, what do you do to get better at coding?
Okay, so resources to get better at coding, lead code, but I would say don't focus entirely on lead code. It doesn't really, it's more for preparing for an interview, but for coding in general, make projects, right? Don't just watch tutorials and build the same calculator app everybody else built, right? Use the tutorials, but put your own spin on it. Make something new, make something that is you, like show your skill in those projects. Oh, yes, GitHub is very important. So if you want to be a software engineer, you need a GitHub profile. The GitHub is basically your LinkedIn, but for code. And yeah, they want to see like how you structure your projects. They want to know that you can write clean code. So make sure you have a properly formatted GitHub with like decent projects on there. Your school projects, make sure you put those on GitHub also. Yeah.
So yeah, I agree with everything Sean said. I would emphasize that a lot of people see experience requirements and they're like, oh, I'm just in like third, second year, I don't have that much work experience. But the projects you build in school count as experience. The projects you built when you were just trying to like play with some technology, that's experience. So if you have a GitHub, a good GitHub, you upload your projects there, that's gonna be a good plus for you when you're doing the actual interview because, you know, they'll see that you can actually implement a solution. It doesn't matter which context you did it in, but the important thing is to be, everything you list on your resume as a project or an experience, yeah, be able to speak about that in detail. Know what you did. If it was like you were on a team, know what you did to contribute to that project and what the result of that was. Know how you handled relationships with your teammates and be able to articulate that well enough. You can do mock interviews with your peers or somebody, you know, that will give the time. Just be able to bring a holistic like image of what you bring to the company. So it doesn't have to be specifically, oh, I have a bunch of projects or I have a 4.0 GPA. It could be all of those things at once. It could be, you know, a little bit of each, but as long as you can show that you're a great addition to the company, you know, there are multiple ways to do that. I would say as well to practice lead code. That's actually quite important because all of us that interviewed for software engineering internships did not have the same process. So for me, it was a bit more standardized. I did a behavioral interview and a technical interview. Not two separate, but like I had two interviews and both of them had a behavioral section and a technical section. The behavioral section is where you would like speak about how you talk, what you contributed to projects, how you work with a team, that stuff. The technical section might be lead code where they ask you a certain coding problem and you have to solve that using algorithms and data structures, which are also important to know. Know algorithms and data structures very well because you don't know when one specific algorithm might become handy in the interview and, you know, you impress them. So it may also be a system design question. So they might ask you about how to design a certain app. How would you go about that? What technologies you would use? So be familiar with the process of making software. So like designing it, implementing it, what technologies you would use, how you would divide the resources, stuff like that. And there's tons of free resources online. There's books, there's cracking the coding interview for lead code, there's YouTube channels like Neat Code, a bunch of other stuff. You don't have to like buy a course or pay somebody to tutor you or anything. You can learn all this stuff on your own. So, yeah, I'll give somebody else more time.
One more thing I would say is get a mentor. Grab a PBM member. They're walking around wearing a black and white shirt and ask them to be your mentor. Mentorship is very important, I think, to help you with the preparation and the confidence building. So if you don't have a mentor, I encourage you to get one. Do we have any more questions? So we're going to take one more question, and then we will, we can interact after the event. Any more? No more questions? Oh, Enoch. Is it working? No? Try the other. Maybe try the other one. It was off. You know, engineers cannot solve simple problems.
We're built for lead code problems. But so I just wanted to ask you guys, with your experience, how did you handle dependencies? Because as an intern, sometimes it can seem a bit like difficult to deal with certain problems that are dependent on another member or person in your team or such like that. So how did you navigate through that and like show?
So if I'm understanding, how do you handle dependencies? And by that you mean when, like if you're working on a project, but you're depending on someone to like complete a task or complete a step. Anyone wants to take that? How do you, so this sounds like how do you effectively collaborate? And maybe the other person, you're waiting on them to do their part for you to do your part. How do you navigate that?
I'll take it. So if you're working in a team, the most important thing to do is just communicate. So if you're waiting on like a specific feature to be done and someone is supposed to be doing it and you're just waiting for that, tell your manager or whoever the stakeholder is that this is the deliverable that's blocking me right now. They won't, you know, they'll give you the time, they'll understand. As long as you communicate, that's how you avoid them being frustrated in the end. So if you don't say anything, you just sit down and say, hey, you're not done with this. But if they know that you're waiting on something and if there's a deadline involved, they can push it back. It's not the end of the world. Just let them know, you know? Yeah.
For me, I worked on a new intern project, which meant that I needed to write documentation, all that kind of stuff. And one of the aspects of my project was to use one of the new AI features available. However, from I was there in June where it was promised, it was not delivered. I still don't think it's delivered, but speaking with my manager and my mentor, they said, okay, we still need a proof of concept, meaning that I need to have something available. So I used the next closest alternative, which is a 2-year-old version of the AI, question mark. So I used that just to prove that, hey, this can work, so that after my internship, the FTEs that come after me are able to use the newer version of the AI with all documentation I created. So once you create documentation to tell the next generation of people that, hey, this is what I've tried, this is what I've done, this is what I was missing at the time, if you ever get it, you should definitely add it. And so it's really easy when you communicate with your manager and mentors about it.
Okay, so I just want to add to like the note about like communicating with people. So we use Teams for communication across Microsoft, and you're literally given access to everyone in the company. So like literally from the CEO down to you, you have access to all of those people, right? Don't message the CEO, by the way, but you have the access. So if you're having, say, like a problem with TypeScript or C#, just message the person that made it, right? Like, you have so much access to people, so don't ever just try to figure out stuff on your own. You just message people, yeah.
This isn't necessarily for Enoch's question, but just advice in general, guys. So many people would reach out to me on LinkedIn and say, what is the exact question you were asked at minute 20 in your interview? One thing that I want to emphasize, because someone in here will get an interview at some point, I believe. So, is to be genuine. Don't try to find the robotic answer on what you think you should say. When they ask you a question, guys, stop and think. And even if you don't know, say, yo, I don't know what it is. I'm willing to learn. And you just have to be genuine. Like, the robotic, they're gonna sense it. They're gonna pick it up instantly. And that's not somebody that you would want to work with, someone who just tries to, because you're basically taking the interviewer for an idiot, basically. Because you're coming with the robotic answer and expecting them not to pick it out. But right answers are right answers, but be genuine. So yeah, thank you.
Just to add to Michael, sorry, Shani.
Okay, go ahead.
Just to
This
add
is
to
the
what
last
Michael
thought.
said.
Alicia, you will close us out.
Okay. Just to add to what Michael said about not wanting to give the robotic answer, everybody's interview process is different. I don't know if mine was different from Michael's as TPM, but I did 3 interviews, 1 behavioral, 1 traditional, and 1 where they asked me some program manager questions. I have 0 experience in program management, by the way. So when they asked me how I could, put out fires using AI, I was stuck. I didn't know what to answer that, and I was honest. I mean, I started a thought with her, and she saw that I didn't know where I was going with the thoughts, and she kind of guided me. So even though you might not have the perfect answer, once you give them an idea of where you're going with the answer, that's actually what they're looking for. They're looking for somebody who knows how to at least try to solve a problem. And at the end of that interview session, she actually gave me the answer. So you don't have to have the perfect answer, the correct answer. And if you don't know, you can literally just say, I don't know, but I'm willing to learn. Or you can ask for a hint. Yeah. It's up to you. You can literally just talk to them like you're talking to anybody else. That's it.
Yeah, they're really assessing how well you collaborate, so it's really important that you interact and have these conversations. So we are going to close out so that we can transition into the next part of the program. But Enoch, stay, and Roger, stand. So we have our interns here, but there's actually more in the audience. And so I just want to give them a round of applause before we move into all of you guys. Stand up. Well, thank you guys so much. Thank you for your attention, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the evening.
Thank you all so much. And what's your name? Michael. I love what Michael said, right? When he said on the job, if he doesn't know something, it's absolutely okay. Absolutely okay. Say, I don't know, but I'll go out and find information. I say that with my customers all the time. I don't know. I'll find that information for you and I'll follow up. So that is excellent feedback. So as we transition and prepare to a transition for the next portion, I would like to do something with you all, okay? It's a little out of the box, but I like to dance. Do you all like to dance? Do you all like to dance? Yes or no? Are you just studious? Nobody dances. Everyone stays in their books day and night. Well, I like one of the artists named TJ, particularly his song called Drift. Is anyone familiar with that dance, Drift? Who's gonna teach us how to do the drift dance? I'll come down because this is how serious this is. Who knows how to do it? I'm looking for her. Who? Hey, 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 hey. Is everyone saying you're the dancer? Come on, come on. Teach me. Teach me. Who, you know how to do it? My girl, we met yesterday. Anyone else? You know. Y'all know how to do it? You don't want me coming to you. Y'all know how to do it? You know? No. Oh, we got someone. Come on, guys. We got more people? Okay, girls. Girls taking over tech and drift. Well, I don't know where the man at. All right, y'all can go on my TikTok. I ain't gonna put y'all on TikTok for real.
Camera, action, film. When we outside, lock down your building. Let me turn up in your.
No, I promise you I'm not gonna play myself like that. Hey. Are you all right? What's your name? Down the line. I'll be getting my girl though.
Anthony Allen.
Taja John. Thank you. So, yeah, DJ, hold on. DJ, pull up. DJ, pull up. All right, so I'm gonna watch and learn first, and then I'm gonna join. Play it loud, I like to hear it in my chest. Better get it, girl. That's all I got. All right, thank you all. Woo! Oh wait, hold on, my dancers, my tiny dancers. Thank you so much. Collect. Take an item. All right, so we're getting ready for the resume and LinkedIn optimization portion. Oh, one more dancer? No, we got time. Okay, so going once, going twice. Or Luigi dances. Or Shane dances.
Oh, no.
Oh!
We're giving swag to people who are just...
Okay. Where'd I go? Yes, right. One. That is.
Regular or Microsoft?
Oh, it says Microsoft. Okay. So we know.
She got it. Yeah,
Oh man. Any song? High Flame? I'm gonna go tell them. You guys should be dancing too. That's all I'm saying. She said any song. I said, okay. All I had was your, and I barely did that. We giving out swag. You know what we should do is swag surf. Show them some Southern trap. Look,
So take a sip out of the magnum charge. Chicks it now no yard. So the movie make my mash up in a dog in a dolly Sunday. The Barbie them a go hard. So catch it dance be a big go so charge. Yo flames we here. One flames. Yo Zimmy, Frank White. A one caca. One caca. In your prodigy. Yo give me. Look how this there. Yo caca. So take a sip out of the magnum charge. Chicks it now. Yo flames we here. One flames. Yo Zimmy, Frank White. A one caca. One caca. In your prodigy. Yo give me.
Hey.
So take a sip out of the magnum charge. Chicks it now no yard. So the movie make my mash up in a dog in a dolly Sunday. The Barbie them a go hard. So catch it dance, they go so charge.
Okay, Michael.
I'm go so hot. I mean I know just a dance and you not be ask me for the rum beat. Girl inna the party I go on like she a bad Barbie, the shoes they cheat. So catch your face here. So go so charge. Watch out face up. But anyways, give me a me it up. I never do it but me knock it up. All of the dolly them a kick it up. She nah for you make you happy up. So get your bums, give me if you man a punk. Me buy a cup of ear and buy a cup of tongue ring. Doctor Miami I go fat up you something. Yeah, I'm a go so hot. Me been a tell you say hot. I mean you know I know just a dance and you nah fi ask me for the rum beat. So get your face here.
All right, thank you all for entertaining me. I was supposed to entertain y'all, but I can't keep up, so I'm a show my own right. So we have 2 minutes left with the break, so if you do want to get up and stretch a little bit, I know you guys been sitting for a long time. We had lunch earlier, so you went from lunch, sitting, to sitting even longer. So this is a great time to stretch your legs, maybe get a quick refreshment. But in 2 minutes, I would like for you all to be back seated for our last-ish, second to last session of the day, all right? Thank you all.
Get settled on stage and we'll just introduce you. We'll introduce you while you sit down and settle.
All right, as we move into our next session, I'm going to go ahead and start introducing our lovely speakers. So starting with Ali. Ali is a security and compliance sales specialist at Microsoft with over 12 years of prior experience in HR and talent acquisition. She also leverages her extensive HR background as a career coach, helping others navigate their personal journeys. Ali is passionate about giving back and co-founded the Art of Giving Foundation, a nonprofit dedicated to creating opportunities for foster children. A champion of D&I, she's a dedicated ally to the communities she supports, particularly through her work with Project Blue Mountain, where she feels a deep connection to Jamaica. Alongside her husband, she manages 2 small businesses, Braden's Crayons and Always Golfing Club, while balancing her most cherished role, being a mother to her 3 sons. Welcome, Ali. Woo! Next up, we have Danielle. Danielle Pinnock is a sales manager on the Microsoft advertising team. She is a dynamic speaker and a leader with a passion for diversity, equity, and inclusion and storytelling. Her career spans media, nonprofit, and technology marked by significant roles in sales, operations, and strategy. She's also a social entrepreneur, founding the Star Boutique Incorporated, and co-owning the Cup of Brew Coffee. Recognized with several awards, Danielle's speeches on empowerment and diversity inspire change and offer practical success strategies. Her global philanthropy includes work in Kenya and Jamaica, her home country, reflecting her commitment to making a positive impact. Welcome, Danielle. Woo! Woo! Last but not least is Nicole Ralph. Nicole is a senior cloud solution architect on the modern work and security team within our financial services industry, also known as FSI. She focuses on building and scaling a fit-to-purpose framework for helping customers adopt and measure the value of their M365 Copilot, which is Microsoft's generative AI tool. She has over 15 years of professional services experience. Nicole has excelled in optimizing change leadership and risk mitigation on various projects for clients in the insurance and financial services industry. Nicole holds a bachelor's in accounting from Howard University, the real HU. You know, I'll support you. As well as a master's degree in labor and industrial relations from Cornell University. She is a process certified and celebrated for forging strong, trusted relationships with customers. She's a passionate supporter of diversity initiatives, works with youth developmental programs through her nonprofit dance organization, and serves as a board member for the Jamaica Howard University Affinity Network at her beloved alma mater. Additionally, she co-leads public relations for Project Blue Mountain. Welcome, Nicole. With that being said, I'm going to yield the floor to these lovely ladies where they will discuss LinkedIn optimization and resume. Thank you.
Thank you, Tish. Hi, everyone. Thank you for being here, making it this long. I might be a little biased, but I do feel like this is one of the best parts of the day. So we're going to give you, some tips, just some information. But like Tish said, my name is Ali. I currently am a sales specialist. I am focused in cybersecurity and compliance, but I am a seasoned HR, professional, where before my role, I was a recruiter at Microsoft. I've also been a recruiter in university recruiting before, so I know where you're at, what you're looking for. So, one of the most important things with this is, you're looking to come here, you gotta have a resume. So does everybody here have a resume? Who has a resume? Raise your hand. Okay. So what would you say a resume is? No one's going to raise their hand. How would you define a resume? Who's going to be brave? Boom. Yeah. Is it on? No? Yeah, I was going to say, do you have a loud voice?
Can you hear me? Yeah, I would say that your resume sums up your proficiencies, everything that you are versed in, things that you are interested in, then you should put that on yours.
Okay. Anybody else want to add? I think we have it on the slide over here. So a resume is a formal document that just summarizes your qualifications, your professional background, skills, achievement, experiences. So what I want to kind of go over is what you should have on your resume, a resume structure, because I've been in your seat before and I'm unsure of what I should put on my resume. What's important, what's not important, what does a university recruiter want to see? So the first thing I would absolutely say, and I think is the most important, is your contact information. So you're going to want to put your name on there, you're going to want to put your email address, your LinkedIn profile. If, depending on what you're applying for, if you have some type of portfolio, you could always add that link in there. Make sure the information is right. I cannot tell you how many times I've tried to email a candidate when I was a recruiter and it would get flipped back because they did not enter the correct information. So please make sure your information is accurate. Another one is a summary. So, when you're in this stage of your career, you might not necessarily have a whole lot of experience, and that's okay. But just write about what you've done or, what you're looking to do. You might have seen it as an objective statement or a professional summary. It's kind of all the same thing. You can definitely use Copilot or one of our, great technologies to use that, and I know Nicole is going to go into that in a little bit. You're also going to want to make sure you put your work experience. Now, you guys can think out of the box, right? It doesn't necessarily need to be work where you're, getting paid. It could be projects that you've led in your class. It could be, maybe you've held a position in a nonprofit or with your church, organized projects. Like, think of those different things that you can put on there that is going to, shine, show the things that you've done. And I know a couple of the interns said it, and I was so happy when they were saying, you're going to do something, you're going to show the impact and the results. So keep that in mind when you're writing your resume. Education, obviously super important. You're going to write where you're at school. You can write anticipated graduation date if that's not something, you weren't sure what you wanted to write. Or if you're taking any certs or you're studying, you can write anticipated date, December 2024. So make sure you have those, especially when you're applying to, the engineering positions or whatever that is where you would need that. And skills and qualifications. So those are the main things. I believe we're going to send out this deck after.
Yes.
And also hold questions to the end because we're going to kind of trickle into everything if anybody was thinking. One thing that I will absolutely say is, as a recruiter at Microsoft, we literally would look at resumes for 30 seconds. And there were sometimes it wouldn't be even that long because there are thousands of people who apply for one position. So make sure that your resume is visually clean. Like, we don't need to see a whole lot of things on there. We want to see the things that are the most important. And I should have said this, but going back to the professional summary, I want to read a professional summary and be so excited that I want to keep reading your resume. Like, I want you to grab my attention to that. So kind of keep that in mind when, you're doing your resume and you're adding the things that are the most important. So when you're applying for a job, look at the job description. These are things that I use all the time. Well, I shouldn't say all the time, but when I just switched to my job in December, when I was looking online, I altered my resume to what the job description said. They're literally doing it for you. So, keep that, look at that. And another little tip, save job descriptions, because if you get the job, then you could copy and paste the job description on your resume for when you're, moving forward. You want to focus on your achievements and share your duties, bullets, not paragraphs, okay? Make sure your resume is the appropriate length. I don't think resume should be longer than 2 pages. I don't think a university student should be longer than 2 pages. So really make sure that you have the right information on there, the one that is going to be the most relevant to the job that you are applying for. And most importantly, edit. Edit your resume. Have people look at it. Make sure if it's a former job, you're using past tense. I see it all the time of people like writing that they're still there currently. Have other people look at it and get feedback on it, because all recruiters are different. You could ask 5 recruiters the same question, you're probably gonna get 5 different but similar answers. So have your friends look over it, faculty, family, maybe someone that you meet here, and just make sure it is, like the little silly edits, are correct. So I really think those are the most important things that you guys will need when, sending your resume in and, applying to Microsoft and to other jobs. So I'm going to flip over to Danielle to go about LinkedIn.
I just want to add one point.
Sorry, I'm sorry, go.
Absolutely important for your grammar. Absolutely important. I know recruiters that will throw out resumes just because of grammatical errors. And I know, as harsh as that may sound, this is a representation of you before you meet or are engaged for an interview. So make sure to lead with that.
Agreed. And +1 to Ali's thought on short. We may or may not use bots sometimes. So if you have something juicy on the 2nd, 3rd, or 4th page, a recruiter might miss that and you might miss your opportunity. So I try to say 1 page, but if you can get it to 2, solid. So we don't need to know everything on the resume. But hi again, everybody. So I am Danielle. Been at Microsoft for 9.5 years in our Microsoft advertising org. And I'm going to kind of transition into our LinkedIn portion for the day. So hopefully I get a few more hands like how we got hands for the resumes. But who's familiar with what LinkedIn is?
Who's not familiar?
For those of you familiar with LinkedIn, do you actually have a profile? There's one thing to know about something, but to participate. Do you have a LinkedIn profile? A lot of hands came down. There we go. All right, there we go. Of the folks with a profile, do you feel like you're 100% secure with how it is? You're fully optimizing your profile? Put your hands up. Good.
Don't be ashamed.
We got some honest people, but the reality is I think a lot of us create our pages, but we don't really know how to optimize it. And for those who are not familiar with LinkedIn, I will share, and we have it on a slide. LinkedIn is essentially a social platform that brings together professionals across multiple industries. And when I say bring together, most of us use LinkedIn as a form of finding a job or finding talent for a position. But I will say over the years, it has definitely evolved in terms of being able to make yourself a subject matter expert, be more knowledgeable about your industry, and really make yourself shine. So just think of what Ali shared as kind of the traditional sense of how do you bring together all the things that are good about you from a professional standpoint. With LinkedIn, it's that, and you're also bringing in your personal as well, right? So ultimately, you want the end user to see who you are holistically as a person. So what we'll do for the next few minutes is I'll go through and I'll just kind of share high level the breakdown each part of your LinkedIn profile to make sure that everybody walks away either A, having a profile and knowing how to set it up, or B, being able to optimize the profile that you already have. So like we said, we're gonna send out this deck after, but for the sake of today, I'm being vulnerable and sharing a screenshot of mine. Thank goodness the slide is small, but I'll share my LinkedIn to go through. So I'll be quick. The first section is really the about me. Well, before that, who are you? You need a profile photo. Now, when you think of this, fun fact, LinkedIn is actually a Microsoft company. So Microsoft owns LinkedIn. So we're all kind of shared colleagues. And before coming here, I was talking to one of my colleagues on the LinkedIn side, and she said, people who have a profile picture are 12 times more likely to get engagement on LinkedIn.
So if you don't have a picture, you just heard about it, you set up something real quick, get a picture up. We have an amazing photographer here that can give you a nice professional looking photo. You want to make sure it's bright. You're the only one in the picture. You know, don't hold with your dog or not your school group. You know, we can't identify who you are, right? So you want to make sure you have a clear professional picture that shows who you are, right? So mine, I'm laughing. You can be jovial, but you definitely want to make sure you start off with that if you want to get any kind of engagement. Now, as we move further down on the profile, going from your profile photo, it's really, about me and who you are. So this headline is supposed to be short. So when people talk about this, you want 120 characters or less. So this is where you talk about like a summary of who you are professionally and personally. If you're looking for jobs, it's very important to include certain keywords in your headline because everything is technology. Everything has bots and algorithms on the back end, right? So if you're looking for a job, I'm not right now, so I don't have that on there. But you would want to put things like your industry on there. You would want to put certain keywords and disciplines within your headline to make sure that it gets the visibility that you want, but you want to have it written in like a consent, inviting way for the person to read more, which, speaking of more, that's where you finally go into your summary and about me. So think of this as your elevator pitch. Has anyone heard of an elevator pitch before? So we'll tell you. So your elevator pitch is essentially if you were to be in an elevator with somebody, so the few seconds that the ride happens, how can you, in a succinct manner, summarize everything that you're about? So essentially it wants to be something that is reflective of what you've done, who you are, and a little bit aspirational of what you want to do. And with this, you want to make sure you have 40 words or more, right? So if the headline is a short snippet, you kind of break down that snippet in your About Me section. And like I said, yes, it's a professional networking site, but people are looking to see who you are holistically. So if you're participating in sports or teams, you want to make sure you talk about that. If you have passions that lie outside of your industry, all of that needs to be included in the About Me. Cool?
Question.
Yeah.
What about including if they're looking for a position?
Oh, we have a whole slide on that, but yes. So there's two, and I'll touch on that point. So there's two ways that you can leverage and optimize your profile, right? So everybody, I think, in the professional setting or wants to be in the professional setting should have a profile. As you're looking for opportunities, you can call that out, right? You may have interest in different types of jobs, different disciplines. I would say specific to this group, you might be living in a particular country and be willing to relocate, right? Those are things that you want to make sure comes across in your headline, in your About Me. So as recruiters are looking, they're not going to be like, oh, Kingston, Jamaica, next. They're going to be like, oh, willing to, relocate to the U.S. or, Latin America is an option or, So it really makes you a little bit more of a viable candidate up front. So good call out, Nicole. So moving on, and I'll be quick with these two sections. This is the obvious part. Your work experience is something that you want to make sure that you have. And then schooling is what you want to make sure you have. I think the one thing to come across here is everything you talked about in your resume needs to be reflected in this LinkedIn profile. In addition, if you're entrepreneurial, I'm thinking that word has come up quite a few times today, right? If you have a little business that you started with your friends or you have a side hustle that you're doing, you want to put that on there as well. If you're volunteering for any nonprofits, there's a whole section in LinkedIn that you want to have that information there. And I think as you're entering the work world, it's expected that you probably don't have this long working history, but if you can summarize all the things that you've been doing and the clubs that you've been a part of and the leadership roles that you've played in those teams, you want to make sure that you have it added in your work experience and your education. And education also includes different certifications, right? So not just I'm in this school and this is my major and this is my expected graduation date or I graduated at this date. If you've done any online courses that were free, put that on there. At the end of this slide in the takeaway, you'll see LinkedIn Learning is a great place for you to gather more information. So you want to make sure that, when we think of education, it's everything, both self-taught and what you learned in the formal setting.
And your Azure certifications that I know some of you have,
yes.
include that.
And that's crucial too, right? Because on the resume piece for what Ali was saying, if you know you're applying to a certain company, so if you're applying to Microsoft and you already have a specific Microsoft certification, you want to make sure that shines, right? So if it's usually in the back and the bottom, you need to put that up in the top part in your objective. So, you know, everything always comes together, and that's the note about optimizing your resume based on who you're applying to. Okay. Well, no, we'll save the questions for the last. The last part I will say a lot of people don't utilize is this reference and recommendations. And I stress to students to do this, because if you know that you don't have the work experience to kind of speak on your behalf, what can your peers say? What can your professors and your teachers say about you? So encourage people to do it. I think even in the working world, it's a best practice where every quarter, every few months, you send this out to your colleagues to get an external perspective about your strengths, so that way you can share it publicly as well. Because it's one thing to toot your own horn, but if a recruiter can see that, hey, these other people have quite positive things to say about this person, let me give them a call, right? They're not just saying that they're great. So make sure that all of you utilize that. Now, this next slide, I'm gonna not go into details with everything, but I wanna make sure that you guys are keen on optimizing. All right, so we can go to the next slide. It's a build, so you can go all the way. So essentially with LinkedIn over time, it has progressed, right? So we all know that most people use it to find a job or to find employees. But the reality is you might be quite happy in your job. You may have just secured a position, and it doesn't mean that your LinkedIn profile goes dark and it goes away. There's so many areas that you can use to improve. So from a D&I standpoint, you can start to add your pronouns on there, right? Identify as she, her, all those things can go into there as well. Pronunciation, some of us have creative names, right? And we want to make it easier for people to know how to address us. So that's the thing that you can do to further optimize your profile. Banners, so we talked about it earlier around, you want people to know that I am looking for work. So they actually have a banner that you can apply on your picture where it says #open for work. So that was like, right? So that's something I would say you absolutely want to include. And then I would put that in my headline, right? I'm an expert in XYZ, #open to work in XYZ discipline, right? That way the algorithm can pick up your profile. And then the other areas here are essentially just following people, individuals, industries, and different groups, because this is how you set yourself up as a subject matter expert. This is how you hear about what other people in your industry are talking about. There's another statistic that says the more that you comment on other people's posts, the more engagement you get on your own profile. So just like how on social media, on TikTok and Instagram, we're swiping and we're liking and we're resharing and we're posting, keep that same energy and bring it over to LinkedIn and watch how your own attention grows on the platform. So so #open to work, everybody put that. Now, I'll end on this before going to Nicole, because I'm very much a homework, what are we gonna do next? So DJ or slide man, we can go to the last slide. So here's 3 things that anyone, whether you have a profile or not, can literally go home and do today, or go to the library or do it here on your phone if you feel like it. The first one is to update your profile picture. If it's been a while, if you don't look like that anymore, if it's blurry, if there's no picture there, if you got your whole crew in there, update it. If you need a picture, again, go see the photographer that we have, but that's something every one of us can go and do. Add a picture or refresh your picture. The second part is you want to make sure you're showcasing your skills. So quite a bit I talked about, keywords and algorithms. So if there's things over time that you've learned and you've developed, you want to add that on there. And skills is actually a new feature on LinkedIn that most people, if you set up your profile a couple years ago, this was not a thing. So I would invite you to go back and add skills into your profile, and then rewrite that summary. And Nicole might give us some tips on how to perfect our summary or about me. But ultimately, I think these 3 things is what I want every single person, whether you are a student, whether you're a professor or colleague, all of my Microsoft peers, for us to really take away to make sure that we're fully getting the benefits that LinkedIn has to offer. And I will hand it over to Nicole.
Thank you, Danielle. I'm good. Awesome. So, I'm Nicole Ralph. Hi, everyone. Senior Cloud Solution Architect for Microsoft. And I support our M365 Copilot deployment for our FSI customers. Have any of you heard of ChatGPT, Copilot? Show of hands. How many of you use it in your day-to-day? How many of you have used it to optimize your profile in the things that we were just talking about? Resumes and LinkedIn. All right.
Okay, shout out to the 4 of you.
So, it is imperative that you utilize Copilot for optimizing your profile. And the reason for that is this technology helps you to create effectiveness in your voice. It also helps you check for grammar errors. It even helps you to make more of a compelling story in your About Me or in your summary. You can even have it give you different creative ways of giving information and summary about yourself. But before we get into that, do you know how to access Copilot? All right. So I know you had a show of hands of who uses it, but for those who do not, copilot.microsoft.com. It is available to you and free, okay? Free to use. And you have a certain limitation on the amount of times you can prompt the bot within the Copilot site. However, you can put in your own prompts and also have prompts be generated for you from Copilot, like suggested prompts. So, one of the prompts that I do recommend you use, if you have not done so already, is include engineering job bullet points, right? What are some engineering job bullet points that you may recommend Copilot if this is a job that I'm looking for or an internship that I'm looking for? And it will provide you a list of tips, right? Some of the tips that we just walked through. One of them, the key one that I would mention is the STAR method, right? The situation, task, action, and result. Make sure that your resume is inclusive of that. So we'll give you the tips, but most importantly, what it includes is examples. Examples. It will literally give you, okay, I designed and implemented a new automated testing system, right? Yielding to 20% efficiency. Now, if you did not do that, do not include that. However, it gives you these tips that you can include within your resume, tweak it a little bit, because saying what you've done is great, but you also need to make sure that you include the impact. How many people did it save time? Did it save money? Did it save resources, right? You want to make sure that you include that in your descriptions, both on LinkedIn as well as your resume. You can even include an attachment of your resume as well and ask it to provide you suggestions to refine it, right? What are some ways that I can consolidate? What are some ways that I can tweak this? Does this land well for this position? As Danielle mentioned before, or I believe it was Ali, sorry, you were saying about the job description and including points in the job description. You could even prompt Copilot to give you recommendations to include in your resume based on these job descriptions, and pull that into your story, tweak it, ask it to add points of what you have actually done, and it will continue to refine it. And what I love also about Copilot is it provides you links to where they're pulling the data and the resources. So even if you're seeing these updates come through and you're like, I actually want to go to the website to see where they're pulling this information from and maybe be able to get a deeper dive because maybe, trust, right? You want to go to the website, you can go to that website and look further into where they're pulling the resources in order to give you the response that you've prompted. All right? So, are you all going to now use Copilot or any of your ChatGPT tools to enhance your resume and your LinkedIn profile? I need a resounding yes. All right. So there should be no grammar errors. Yes, you can still consult mommy, daddy, friend, and teachers. Yes, absolutely. But Copilot is essentially your aid that is right there by your side throughout the day, right? And I will caution you, obviously, there are some protocols for it for school that I know universities are running to make sure that, you're utilizing these tools to not take over the place of you actually studying and doing the work. So be careful, right, how you use it in your subjects. But pertaining to your LinkedIn and your resume, absolutely, go to town, utilize it. You could even have it in a creative voice, right, if you want to add a little bit of your personality to your profile. So, key things to take away: strong action verbs, Quantifying your achievements, technical skills, ensure to utilize Copilot to help you pull those out. If you're struggling or you're feeling like you're stuck on ways to describe your skill sets and what you've done, prompt it, put that in there. How would this action be more compelling for a job in X, Y, and Z industry for this space? It will help you, and you can continue to reiterate on that. Tailor to the job description, which I mentioned before, and provide contextual details. All right? And with that, oh wait, one last point. If you're needing help with resume templates, if you want to zhuzh up your resume a little bit, there is an option for you to go to create.microsoft.com, and they have resume templates on there for you for free in Word document that you can go in and edit. It allows you to bring a little bit of your personality to the interviews, and it is set up in a way that it will go through with the algorithms, right? Because we know a lot of times when you apply for these jobs, the algorithms are a very key component. So you need to make sure that the words in the description are in certain places. So I highly recommend you. I know you already have resumes, but go there. Go to create.microsoft.com and see if there's something that you can do to optimize what you already have to make it more creative. All right? And with that, we'll go into questions.
For any of us on anything.
Yes.
Or life at Microsoft.
And we can also come to the audience if it's easier for you guys.
Yeah.
Also, I just wanted to make a note that you can have multiple versions of your resume.
Yes, good call.
Yeah, so I have before I switched and pivoted careers, I had about 3 or 4. So don't feel like you need to just have one and that is it. You can have multiple versions of your resume and save them, keep them, because you're not, you never know when you're going to use one. And then, update them as they go. But please have a couple different versions of your resume.
Good call out.
Yeah, plus one to that. No questions? Any questions?
You must have questions. We come into the audience to come get your questions. Want to go?
Yeah, we can come closer.
All right, come. We'll come closer.
Not to put you guys on the spot, but to put you guys on the spot.
So I have a question. You said must have multiple versions of your resume. I want to see if the students really understood what that meant. So can anyone explain how you could have multiple versions of resume? It's not just changing your job titles on a resume and say I have 3 different resumes. So
yeah,
who want to explain?
Yeah.
So let's get them to explain.
Yeah. So I would say, you want us to explain or them? Does anyone understand what we mean, or should we get clarity? Sir.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dejon Wright, a student of Northern Caribbean University. I'm in my 3rd year doing my bachelor's degree in information technology. And I believe what he was mentioning was, I don't remember which one of you it was, made mention of tailoring your resume in terms of the strengths to what you're applying for. So I believe your question, to answer your question, is different versions of your resume based on what you're applying for.
Yes, that's a great example. And I think for me, I have, let's call it the master resume. So everything I've ever done ever is on that. And that's probably like 3-4 pages, which I would never ever submit to anybody's job, right? But I use that as kind of the foundation to build for the jobs that I'm doing, right? Or some of us who you might have varied backgrounds. So yes, I work in tech, yes, I'm in sales, but before that, I was in the ad industry, like heavy. I was in entertainment, I was in nonprofit. So if I ever decide that I wanna go to do a nonprofit job, yeah, there's certain things that I'll put on that resume, or I'll have a version of that. And then I think, for me, I have a Microsoft specific resume. I've been at the company for 10 years. So if I'm looking to move internally, my resume that I submit only has my 10-year Microsoft experience. So it's really up to you what your versions are, but the reality is, and what we're trying to drive across, is that it has to be relevant for the job that you're applying, because ultimately that's what's gonna get you, in the door. So if you have 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 versions, that's your business. If you're just starting and you have one, but maybe there's only a few things that you tweak here and there, that's a great way to start. But just know that you can't go cookie cutter for all of these positions because every company and every role is slightly looking for something a little bit different. So you want to make sure that you're aligned to that. And that's where Ali's point about looking at the job description. Like people send me their resumes all the time. I'm like, where's the job description? I'm like, they said this, you have it worded like this, change it to this. Again, if a algorithm is looking at it and not a human who can understand this means that, you want to make sure some of those exact words are listed and kind of sprinkled throughout your resume.
Any other questions?
Hi. Hi, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Rachel. I'm from UTech. It's in the second year of the CNS program. It's a pleasure to see you guys again. So my question is, although we know that you had said that 2 pages is about the maximum, absolute maximum, when do you think at any point you have too much information that may or may not be relevant?
When you think that you probably have too much information is when you have too much information. Seriously. You want to, especially for where you are at in your career, you're not going to have that much information. So that's probably the point. Please don't make it more than 2 pages. I feel like 1.5 at this point, it's still kind of a lot because we don't need to know every little thing. We just want to know the most important things, how they're relevant to the job and the impact and everything that kind of went in short bullets. That's it.
I think the impact part is crucial, right? Because so many of us, and it might sound weird because we're telling you to put certain things from the job description in there, but some resumes start to now read like a job description. So you have to understand that with certain positions, there's a natural expectation. So like, for example, if you're an executive assistant, you don't need to put responsible for managing calls and scheduling meetings, and we know that, right? But what was the impact, right? Successfully managed a large volume desk for an executive that maximized his time by XYZ%. In this role, I accomplished creating a system that works for him to manage calls. I automated his, and he's like, okay, well, damn, girl, okay. That reads better than answered calls and sent emails, and right? So there's a way that you can, for me, mine is a little sentence and 2 bullets of here's an accomplishment that I had in that role. So you don't have to overthink it because some things we already expect.
And use Copilot.
Yes,
Write
please.
your words in there, get your ideas out. Because I know sometimes consolidating your ideas can be tough. Write it all out and then say, please consolidate this into 4 impacting bullets. Yeah. Boom. Right? And make sure to include impact and percentages of, make sure that you prompt the language, but it is a natural language response. And that is essentially what you can utilize that for, right? To cut that down. Yes, absolutely.
Any more? Oh, that was a stretch. Oh, right here.
All right. Coming to you.
Thank you. My name is Leon Gale. I'm a second year at UA, and I do electronics engineering. The question that I had to ask was, how often do you think persons should post on LinkedIn, especially since we're students who might not have as many outgoing events that we can attend? And what is the importance, or like how many connections would you assume is necessary?
I could chime in first. You should be engaging and active on LinkedIn at least every day. So maybe you're not posting every day, but you're reading things, you're liking, you're commenting, you're sharing. So kind of look at it as a source of you getting inspiration and kind of information as well. But I mean, realistically, you want to be posting on there at least weekly, something, right? So if you're not actively looking for a position, or you can't talk about, here's a win that I did at work today, and here's an article that I shared, here's a project that I worked on with my team. Yeah, there's things that are transient, whether it's teamwork. You could do a post about teamwork, right? We don't have to go into all the details, but realistically, a couple days a week, you want to be on there. in real life, most people probably said it, and maybe once a month you can go on there. But if you can just, for me, if I can just like start and end my week by going on to LinkedIn, that's a practice that I have to kind of put into my day. But I don't know how often you all use it.
So I post probably a little more. I have a good amount of followers. Sounds so cheesy, guys, on LinkedIn. So I do post a little more. So since I'm in, right? So I'm in cybersecurity at Cybersecurity Month. So I literally have a notification on my calendar that says post for Cybersecurity Month. Just because I want to be active. I know I spoke to a young lady over here and I said, you asked a question about applying and I said, I have this YouTube video that I made with a peer 2 years ago and she said, I already watched it, I saw it, it was really helpful. So, use LinkedIn, and I'm not sure if you found that on LinkedIn or where you did, but like post, you can meet other people on LinkedIn from the other things that you post. So, just post, be professional, right? But, post about teamwork, projects, that you were here. Good idea, right? Just different things like that, so. There, yeah, that's everyone's homework.
Everyone's post is attending the summit, and I would also say you could have reposted her post if you found it on LinkedIn, and write your thoughts about what she spoke about and how it impacted you and how it changed how you thought and approached interviews. You could even have at Allie. Thank you for this. This was a great statement. I really gained a lot out of it. Now she may or may not see in her notifications, but she may. And she may go and like your repost. Others may, and now you're also helping your community, right? So now others are learning about it. So those are things, it doesn't have to necessarily be an activity that you're doing. You can be inspired by other posts that you mentioned. Yes. And
I know the young lady in the red had a question.
Okay. Coming to you.
I didn't want to say that my hashtag is recruiter bestie because that's embarrassing. That was like 2 years ago.
Good afternoon. So my name is Tatiana Morrison and I am a third-year student. Oh, I'm sorry. So I'm a third-year student at the Northern Caribbean University studying computer information systems. So my question is, you all did kind of mention things that you want to see and some things that you don't want to see, such as the long resumes and the something else, I don't remember. But what are some things that you don't absolutely want to see on a LinkedIn profile or on a resume?
On your LinkedIn, I don't want to see anything about politics or anything remotely close to that. Stay far away from that. I know that's something that I'm not interested in seeing. I could see that on Facebook or somewhere else. I don't know if you have anything.
Yeah, I'll say from a LinkedIn post, well, it's not what I don't want to see, is how I don't want to be engaged with, right?
Good.
So I think what happens is, your page is yours to do, and I do think that you should probably give it a little pause when you think of things where it's like politics and religion and like certain things that could be, problematic. That said, it's your space to do what you want and the result would be what the result will be. That said, I think when you're engaging with folks, because I think LinkedIn has made it very easy for us to come across people who are miles away, right? Satya Nadella, who is the CEO of Microsoft, is on LinkedIn. So if I wanted to, he's just a few keystrokes away from me sending a message. So I think what I don't like to see is people just unprofessionally reaching out to leaders, reaching out to recruiters, and not necessarily putting their best foot forward, right? These people are important, they have a lot of time. How can you make sure that if you're gonna be that bold and if you're gonna have the audacity, and I support audacity, right?
Absolutely.
But make sure that you're doing it in a way that is beneficial to that person or gives them pause. Because imagine if they're getting thousands and thousands and thousands of messages a day, and then here you come, wasting time. So I think when people are bombarding, I have one person who started following me on Instagram and was like, well, you didn't respond to me, or like, will comment on something else and be like, well, I sent you my resume, and like, so
don't do that.
That is a big no-no for me.
Don't
so
troll.
Like, definitely reach out and be like, hey, it was so good. I saw you at Microsoft Day. All y'all, I'm gonna accept, and I'm gonna talk to all of you guys, right? Because we met. But I think a problem that, people fall into, because it's so easy to reach out to people, when you start to bombard and it becomes harassing, that's where it now becomes unprofessional. So I would just make sure that we find the balance between being persistent but not becoming a pestilence.
And I would say just ensure your message to whoever it is that you want to connect with is thoughtful. Even if you ask for 5 minutes of their time, you're really inspired by their story of inspiration, how they were able to get to where they are. You see yourself reach, one day being in that same position. You'd love to get 5 minutes of their time. people are inspired by that, right? Just by asking that bold question. And now it's okay if they don't respond, right? That's fine too.
Don't then get mad and be like,
Don't
yo, I
yeah.
messaged you last week.
Don't do that, but just ensure that you're also connecting to their message, their story, engaging with them, and also following. Follow people who you want to continue to see feed and news and updates come from. LinkedIn is a source of your news, right, which you watch on the news. And it's also a source of you being able to build your brand, you being able to network, you being able to expand your reach. Utilize it as such.
Just one more thing to add. When you are reaching out to someone, I know we keep saying be thoughtful, but please don't say, hey, can you help me find a job? If I had $1 for every time somebody said that to me, I literally wouldn't be here right now, because it's constant. Be very, read their story, look at some of their posts. I get so many messages all the time, and I will respond to people who, because I literally don't have enough time to respond to everybody. But if there is some very thoughtful message, or maybe you went to my college or something like that, I'm going to make sure I make time. But if you're just asking me to find you a job, and especially now that I'm not in recruiting anymore, and people are like, hey, can you get me a job? Can you connect me? Clearly you did not see that for the last year I haven't worked as a recruiter. So just be really mindful, because I can tell you a lot of me checking my LinkedIn is on my personal time, where that runs in with my family, and I don't want to waste that on messages that aren't meaningful.
I think there is a way to, because someone did this recently, there's a way to ask for someone to help you find a job within your company. And it's, literally someone sent me this message, and they just explain themselves, what they know, here's my background, I'm looking for opportunities in this, this, and this, I've done it. Do you know anyone that you can put me in position? And I knew, I was like, oh, wait. And I connected them with 3 people, because they were very specific on what it is that they wanted to do, what their capabilities are, what the industry is. And I was like, oh, okay, it's not me, but I know somebody. So there's a way to do it. But yeah, to Ali's point, just like, hey, I love Microsoft. Like, can you, oh, I love this one. I love Microsoft. Can you give HR my resume? We're a multi-billion-dollar global, there probably are hundreds of HR teams, right? So just a fun fact, it's not a small shop where I can like knock on the door to HR and say, hey, I met this lady, she's lovely, right? There's like a whole process that's at play.
We have a question here. Name.
Hello, good afternoon again. My name is Nicholas Joyce. I am a final year student at the University of the West Indies, Mona, studying computer science. My question is, would it be a good idea to add projects that you have already worked on in your portfolio, maybe on an MVC, on like GitHub? Would that be a good idea to add those to your LinkedIn profile?
1000%.
Even if you have not fully implemented all of the works and projects that you have been working on?
Yeah, you can make notes of that, right? So you could even have a link where you're saying ongoing projects, or what I'm currently working on, right? And then you could have people go there. And we didn't go into it on here, but there is a section on LinkedIn where you can upload files. If you have an active website or links that you want to share within each project, you can absolutely do that. And I think it's fair to call out that this is work that's still in progress.
Thank you very much.
And then behind you, Nicole.
Great question.
Good afternoon again, everyone. My name is Kayla Calvert. I'm a finalizing student at the University of the West Indies. My major is software engineering, my minor is math. Just a quick question. What would you say, or when would you say it's too late to be posting on LinkedIn? Like a specific experience that you had is too late. Maybe it was a few months ago. You already posted something that happened a week ago. You don't want to post something that's probably too far beyond.
I posted something that happened 4 years ago. And it's probably one of my more highly engaged posts that I had, right? Because it was something that we did as a team project. I stumbled across it, I had this inspirational moment, and I felt the need to write about it on LinkedIn, and it got so much engagement. So I think what's more important about the post is the intention and the meaning behind it, and how is that going to land, not necessarily just the recency of what happened, right? So if a lot of you are stuck because you're like, well, nothing recently happened, I don't know what to talk about. Think about a time where, something impactful happened, like when you came to Microsoft Day, and then you can, talk about that on your LinkedIn. But I think for me personally, the timing, it doesn't really have, there's no too late to post something.
Any other questions? or comments? Did anything resonate with you? Are you going to take something away? You want to share anything that you want to take away? All right.
Hello everyone, my name is Tasia Johnson and I major in computer information systems. Something that I want to share is that I actually found a mentor off LinkedIn. So you have something called, it's something where UX designers connect, and I was a part of the meeting and somebody saw me and they connect with me, and then we start talking over LinkedIn, and now he's actually my mentor for UX and also UI design. So I really did appreciate that. Yeah.
See? Excellent example.
Love that.
Look at that. That's a story of resilience, reaching out and getting what you need in order to get further. So wonderful. Any more of those? Any other realizations by utilizing these tools? All right. Oh, we want to know what's the name of the mentorship program. What was the name of the mentorship program that you found on LinkedIn?
His name is Ball.
Yeah.
Yes, he's an individual. Yeah. Huh? His name? Ball.
Yeah, all right. All right, friends. And don't provide any personal information on LinkedIn. You have scammers everywhere, okay? So please do not provide any of your personal details on any of these platforms.
Nicole's right here, so.
All right, be mindful. Very demure. Anything else?
I was trying to like make eye contact.
All right, so we have, oh, go ahead.
We're going to do a break after to give everybody just some time to stretch their legs.
But please don't go far. We have a final session, a goal accelerator. So we talked about all of these amazing things, how to build your resume, optimize your profile, utilizing our tools. Now, how are you going to reach for your goals, right? This is going to be a great session led by Nicole McLaren Campbell. I think you all will gain a lot out of what she has to share. It'll be interactive, it'll be fun. So please don't go far. All right.
Also, we'll be here the next couple days, so if anybody has any like specific, personal, I don't know, questions or needs advice on something, just let us know. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you all. Thank you, ladies. Amazing session. I love the tips. I'm going to incorporate. I got my job through LinkedIn, so it's a huge platform. So I'm going to give you guys a couple of minutes to stretch your legs like they said. We have one final session, and then we'll wrap it up. All right? another intimate conversation. So I do ask that all students go ahead and start turning your chairs in to create a circle. If you would help me create that, we'll do this here in the middle so we can get ready for our last and final speaker of the day. So help me, help you, help you, help me, help we be, okay? As we get ready for our last and final speaker to come in. All right, we're about to get started in a couple of minutes. Thank you so much for your patience. For the students in the bleachers, we would love for you to join us down here for this lovely conversation. Please and thank you, come down and join us. Oh, a word from our Luigi.
Can you guys hear us in the back? Those in the background, forward. Fill out the space now, fill out the space, make it.
Fill out the space now.
Can't hear you, come here, come here. Come here, come here, I can't hear you, come here, come here.
Sweet on them.
Come on, make the guests feel special. Don't make the place feel so empty. Do me a favor.
Who? Me?
No.
Oh.
That matter.
Gold, et cetera. So I don't.
Okay, I got you.
My lovely gentlemen, do you mind joining us in the circle, please? Come over. Come now. Oh, we need the presents there. Come on. Hi. Yes, I do remember you and your pretty face. I remember you. I'm so proud of you. You guys have done such a phenomenal job. Keep shining.
I'm sorry, I actually have to dip out right
You
now.
have to leave.
She's a Leo. That's why we've been bonding all day. She's a Leo. August 10th.
Sorry, my daughter is August 4th, and my mom is August 13th. I have a daughter that is 12 years old. Oh, God, look at her. So I'm not
All right. Yes. My lovely students up there on the balcony area, we invite you to join us down here, please. Don't be shy. Come on. Come down. This is an intimate session. Oh, got it. Okay. So if you would like to be a part of our session, you are welcome to come. But if you're waiting for something else, you're free to stay. But if you'd like to join in, please come. Thanks. So we'll get started now with a wonderful session about accelerating your goals. You guys learned a lot today. I know it's been a jam-packed day, but this session is meant for you, all right? Meant for you to take all that you've learned and put it to action in your lives, personal, professionally. So with that, and with further ado, allow me to introduce Nicole McLaren Campbell. Nicole is an entrepreneur, an educator, speaker, and goal acceleration strategist, and the founder of both AIM Educational Services and Goal Accelerator, which we'll be speaking to today. Known for revolutionizing college preparation, Nicole has helped students gain admissions to prestigious institutions like Oxford, Cambridge, and Ivy League institutions. Her passion for education and goal achievement is grounded in her academic journey through St. Andrew High School for Girls. Any St. Andrews in the house here? Oh, Phillips Academy, Andover, Princeton University, and the University of London. Through AIM and Goal Accelerator, Nicole has developed proven systems for accelerating goals, helping individuals design strategies that lead to extraordinary results. She also founded the AIM Higher Foundation, which provides scholarships and mentorship for empower underserved students. Nicole's expertise is on building and implementing systems that fast-track personal and professional goals, inspiring students to achieve success through structured and strategic approaches. With that, we welcome Nicole McLaren Campbell.
Hi, everybody. Okay, so, well, as you know in life, you have to be able to adapt and change according to the circumstance. So I want to, since we have the opportunity to have a more intimate kind of conversation, and some of this talk today was going to involve Q&A, but since we have a chance to have a more intimate conversation, then let's just use the chance. And I sprained my ankle about 3.5, oh no, as longer, maybe 4 weeks ago. And so I say a chair, so I am also very happy. So, how has the day been? Good. Huh? Informative, what else? Helpful, what else? Interesting, okay, good. And of course, I always have the challenge. I don't know how come I always come in last. I do a lot of the speeches that I do, I'm like the last speaker. When everybody are dead for sleep. And I'm like, why me, Jesus? But I accept the assignment. I'm the closer, yes. You know, some things just sound good in theory, but in real life it's just hard. Yeah, that's what this is. Okay, great, yeah, I'm the closer. Okay, let me get my phone, because I have, my plan today was always to do more workshop style than lecture style. One, because it's the end of the day and I don't want nobody fall asleep. I have a record to uphold. Nobody has ever fallen asleep on me. A joke, 1 or 2 people. But today, nobody will fall asleep on me. And so, and I also thought that instead of just telling you some of the things that have worked really well for me, it would be useful for me to show you, because I always feel like if you have something to leave with, it's good. I want to leave you with a tool that can actually help you in your lives moving forward. And I'm turning 40 next week. Now, let me tell you something. You don't believe me, do you? Oh, well, thank you. I like her. What's her name? She must be the smartest girl in the room. No, and so, listen, 13-year-old me really thought 40 was like some other people turn 40. Anybody in here think about 40 and they're like, 40? Yeah, because you guys are what, 20? How old are you guys? 21 and these ages, yeah. What? These ages, right, yeah. And I remember, well, first of all, when I was 13, I used to be dying to be 16. Anybody used to think 16 was like the ultimate age? Yeah. And then when I turned 16, I happened to be dead in the middle of the most pop-down, heartbreak, romantic drama pop-down that ever popped down. Still the most pop-down situation I've ever been in. And so 16 wasn't that exciting. And so since then, I haven't necessarily looked forward to any particular age expecting to feel different necessarily. But with turning 40, I do feel different. I started feeling different. When I turned 38 is when I started turning 40. And so it's a very reflective time because it's when you realize that you're an actual real big woman. I have 2 kids. They're 13 and 12. I have a stepdaughter who is 19 and is just now turning 40 that I'm like, I'm a big woman. And what that means is, as I said, make you reflect because you really realize that, all right, I hope to be able to live till 80, but I'm probably halfway through my life at least. And so this morning when I was driving my kids to school, my daughter said to me, Mommy, I just wish, have you ever wished you could just take your younger selves to lunch, spend the day with your younger selves? And I've often thought about like what I would tell my younger self, but I hadn't actually thought of like going out to lunch with my younger self or hanging out with her. But it got me to thinking. It got me to thinking because I knew that I was coming to talk to some young people, my favorites, by the way. At AIM, Jody is my past student. I always say my little students until my husband is like, why do you keep calling them little? They'll be like grown, married with children, and I'm still calling them my little students. So obviously not that little. But I knew I was coming to talk to young people. I love young people. That's what I do. But I thought that since I'm turning the mature age of 40, then I could also share some things that I would tell my younger self. Like how Lauren wants to go talk to her younger self and she's only 13. I think that's a great way to think of and to move through life because it causes you to be reflective. And, you know, what you want to be able to do is think of what your future self would tell yourself right now. That's the real part where that gets me excited because you want to think of both, right? You want to think of what you would tell that younger self, but you want to realize that you right now are a younger version of future self, of future you. Like I'm gonna be turning 50 in 10 years. That's gonna happen. God spare my life in the name of Jesus. And so it forces me to think about what would 50-year-old me want to tell turning 40 me. And so this weekend, I also hosted a retreat of women. I coach women, and we had a retreat. We have an annual retreat. And so I've been doing a lot of this work of helping people to maximize their potential. And I always say in life, I don't want to be a hypocrite. Wow. Yeah, we shouldn't want, I mean, nobody wants to be a hypocrite. Some of us just turn out to be. But anyway, that's a separate conversation. That's not why I came here. No, but you want to try and live to your values. And I think it's so important to know for us all to be very clear on what those values are. Only because there's so much noise out there. There's a lot of noise. And if you don't know how to tune into your own self and have an inner guide, then you end up all over the place. And a lot of people have pursued things that they thought they wanted. Then it turned out they never really want that. Why this thing? What is this? Is it a mosquito? Is it a fly? What is going on? Okay, it's gone. It's gone. It bothering you too, so you send it over here. Do not send it over here. So the first thing I want to say is that, like, when you, the goal is to have the best possible life that you can. Is first of all the goal. Because nobody never wake up this morning and say, I'm wishing for a pop-down life. Nobody never wake up this morning and say, I just want to be stressed. Nobody never wake up this morning and say, I want to be one of those miserable people in the traffic that gives nobody a blight. Because we know those people. And you're like, Jesus, your life must be miserable. And we don't want to be them. And I also think we need to remember that amidst the noise and the craziness and the anxiety and the fear and everything is that the truth of life is that we were born to be happy and joyful, and we're deserving of a life that feels amazing. We're not just born to survive, and then die. I'm getting up. That's the sign that that fly trying to give me. Okay, I'm up. So we don't want to get into this mode of survival because we were born to have the very best life and we're all deserving of that. And part of my work is to teach systems. And at the very base is that we have to see ourselves as part of creation at the very basic. And creation is a system. And you are born just like how when you look at, anybody here love mango like me? Mango, which one, Julie or East Indian? That's a mango? Well, I came here to learn. I'm always, to me it's two mango, Julie, East Indian, and then this other one named Bombay, but I don't pay any of them no mind. It's either Julie or, okay, number 11. Anybody else love number 11 mango? I need to go find out what that is, I have no idea. But you ever look on a mango tree and see like a mango just like in its best form? Like it look juicy and it nice. And then you manage to get it and you eat it and you say, oh my God, there must be a heaven. And you just sit on one place. And my son him get the mango all over him. So you wonder if him eat the mango or the mango eat him, we don't know what's going on. He's covered in mango. We don't allow him to eat mango inside. But you see, like, the tree is just a part of life, right? It's part of the system. It's born to bear its best fruit. And that's what it does. And it's the same thing with us, except we're the highest form of creation, also born to bear our best fruit. So that don't involve getting stuck in a job that you hate because you thought it was going to make you this money that was going to make you happy. That's not what makes your soul happy. You're born to be a highest, best expression of yourself. And you must ever be seeking that because that's the way you're going to be fulfilled in life. That's the way you're going to be happy. That's the way you're going to be joyful because that's how the system is designed. And when you stray from that and try to be or do something else, that's where the problems come in. When you allow fear to not have you go after opportunity. Anybody ever think about doing something, but before you can even think about the thought properly, you start thinking about all the reasons it might not work? And then before you know it, you talk yourself out of it. Well, let me tell you what happens when you get older. You see, if enough of those things pile up, and then you look back, all you're going to be thinking about is the things that you haven't done. And you don't want that. Because no matter how much fear you feel in the moment, it doesn't compare to the pain of regret. It's better you just bet on yourself and go all in. And when I try not to have regrets, I try to just have lessons. But when I look back at my life, what would I tell my younger self is to just take more bets. Take more bets on yourself. Go big or go home. It don't matter if it don't work out. You actually have nothing to fear. So since you guys are of such age, 20-somethings, that's the first thing I would leave with you. Like, go all out. Just like you have zero to lose, zero to fear. Follow your gut. Try the things. See yourself as somebody that's worthy and capable of anything that you imagine. Because just like the mango tree was created to bear its highest fruit, you are created as a human to be the highest expression of yourself. And if you look around at what people have managed to do, I mean, you're with Microsoft, pioneers, innovators, like created some big things, right? Yeah, but that's just human beings like you. It's when we see ourselves as like other. Oh, no, that's for them. No, it's not. No, it's not. It's just that they see themselves capable of something you don't see yourselves capable of. But that doesn't mean it's true. You are the highest form of creation. So you are meant to seek more and to bear your highest fruit. So I just implore you not to stand in your own way of doing that. Because only you can really stand in your own way of doing that. And then the other thing is that I've really learned the power Anybody, let me ask you a question. Anybody in school used to get back the test paper, and if it's a score them never like, them just crush it up? Jody. Yes, Jody, I remember those SAT classes. I joke. I'm kidding. I am not outing Jody. No, but seriously, confession is good for the soul. You ever just get out, when it's not a grade you like, you just want to forget that it even happened. Crush it up, forget about it. Tomorrow is a new day. So what never happened, right? So while I agree that tomorrow is a new day, what is the danger with crushing up and not looking at it at all? You don't learn from your mistakes. And it sounds cliche, but as the years start to pile up, you make more and more mistakes, obviously, because you're alive, and no matter how you try to play it safe, you can't avoid making mistakes, you will. But then what you also avoid is the lessons, is the wins, and there are wins in lessons, and your life will keep giving you clues, because your trajectory and path is different from somebody else's. The lessons you need to learn are different from somebody else's. And then what life will be doing is, if you don't learn the lesson, guess what it do? You have to repeat the same thing again. Like you want to be. There are people who just spend years living the same life over and over, stuck repeating the same types of mistakes that just presenting themselves in all different kind of ways. But when you dig beneath, is one problem. And because they've never faced and dealt with the one problem, it just pop up all over the place as all these different things. Whereas if you did just look upon the paper and realize, and sometimes it's not like a huge deal. It's something you can correct pretty quickly, pretty easily, move on to more winning. So in the course of going through your life, I would urge you not to be the person that when you have a failure or a L, or you get some feedback that you don't like, you don't just say, oh, the boss bad mind. Because you know in Jamaica we love, because you know we have enough bad mind people, so duh. But not everything is bad mind. Some of it is feedback. And the most successful people I've known, and I have been able to get to different levels of success when I've learned how to take feedback. Like accountability. I just want to see, what did I do wrong? Because I don't plan to stay there in the wrong zone forever. I want to get to the winning part. And if I don't fix it, I can't get to the winning part. So it don't even matter. What you want to do is focus on what you want more than the fear of what you don't want, or the shame, or the embarrassment, or all little feelings that come up in your body you don't like. Are you interested in winning or not? Because you're going to have to learn to take feedback from other people, but to be able to look in the mirror. And when you look in the mirror, listen, lying is bad. Okay? Everybody agree? We don't like lies. Oh, Jesus, what a... Oh, balloon. Just checking. Now, listen, it's bad to lie. But the worst is when you lie to yourself. It's bad to lie to other people. Yes, terrible. Don't do it. But you see, if you look in the mirror and you can't face yourself, now that's the worst. And that's another thing that will be in the way. And as I said, when you're 21 and 22, it's all, well, I wouldn't say all fun and games. Because the young people like to say, we act like their lives are easy. Would you say your lives are easy now? No, exactly. You have your own problems. When you reach to 40, though, those things can pile up and pile up and pile up and pile up if you don't deal with them. 19 more years of just not dealing with things with them piling up, that's not going to look good, right? So just get into the habit of just nipping things in the bud, looking yourself in the face, facing your mistakes, taking the feedback, seeking feedback. Because it's not all the time people will give you feedback, you know. Because maybe what? Them don't want to hurt your feelings. But what's more important, you winning or your hurt feelings? Enough people afraid of hurt feelings. But you know, one thing with hurt feelings, they fade. They don't stay hurt forever. But the things you learn and the new levels you're able to go to and the permanent shifts you're able to make in your life, that stays. So I would also say, like, don't bother feelings, like... You know what I mean? Like you don't have to, and you don't have to believe every thought that come into your head either. Because, pardon me? Catch flights, not feelings. I used to say that until the flights them start tire me out. I'm like, I don't want to catch flights or feelings for right now. But no, you guys are young and full of energy. So yes, catch flights, not feelings, of course, yes, if you say so. But no, for sure, you want to make sure that you know in your mind what's more important to you. And so, as I said, the two things would be to just make sure that you are facing yourself, that you're telling yourself the truth, that you're giving yourself feedback and trying to grow and learn as an active, deliberate thing, but that you're also getting feedback from other people and seeking that feedback as a way to grow. And that, you know, you make sure that you understand yourself as part of a system. No less or better than anybody else, but just born to thrive because you're a creation, the highest form of creation. You're of this system. So those two things I think are just a basic foundation for how I would like you to approach your goals and those things. The other thing that I think is a really useful thing to know is that you're allowed to change your mind. I feel like that's really important to know because you're charting a specific path right now, but there are a lot of people that start on a path and then them say, the time done gone already. Like them find themselves not wanting to be on that path, but then them just tell themselves the time gone already, done gone, bad, it done. No, it's not. I know somebody that now at 40 just turning a doctor. I know somebody at 40 who now put down her medical degree and don't want to be a doctor anymore. Like, you know that nothing is, you can change your mind about what makes you happy. But it's just important, as I said, to keep moving further toward the direction of the things that make you happy. And so one of the things that I do every single year, and I want to be able to, my watch is wrong, so I don't, that was like that did not help. Okay, good, 4:16. So I want to be able to teach you something really quickly that I use maybe twice a year, and it's called an executive review. Now, when you go into the world of corporate, every company will have their own kind of system and tool that they use to conduct reviews, probably quarterly, maybe monthly, because a successful company knows that there's no winning unless there is review of what has gone to take the lessons, to apply them, to move forward. Am I hitting my targets, yes or no? Why or why not? What do we need to do more of? What do we need to do less of? And while you are not corporations, you kind of are. You're the CEO of you, correct? And so why would you take a less deliberate approach to your life than a company would to its success? Success is a system, whether it's a company or a human being. And so as part of your success system, I want you to learn how to do. Today, we don't have a lot of time. So this is like a mini executive review that I want to take you through. Now, I must tell you, I did this with a group of women about 3 days ago. And before I could read out the first question, one of them started bawl. Like literal tears. And all I said was, think about the last 12 months. Bawling start. Because for each of us, that might be different. Like, you know, and the older you get. I feel like I've said that a lot, but since I'm turning 40, I can say those things. The older you get is the more stuff happens. Life is gonna life. Like you're gonna have loss to deal with. You're going to have aging parents to deal with. You're going to have children to deal with. You have a husband or wife to deal with. Like there's life just, and it's good because, you know, these relationships are great relationships. You want to have full, exciting lives, but it's just that with more stuff, there is more stuff. And then there's more stuff, so more stuff can go wrong and things can get complicated. And how many of you guys have felt overwhelmed in the past 12 months? Anybody? Sorry, the over 25s don't count, please. I was talking to, you're over 25? Oh, sorry, the under 20, everybody over 25 has to have felt overwhelmed in the past 12 months. I'm not asking you, okay? I am taking that as given. But how many of the under 25s have felt overwhelmed in the past 12 months? See, so it's not just a older people thing. Jody, you're now in the older people category. So I want to talk about executive review because I find that the executive review, can I sit now, the flag on? Okay. I find that the executive review is, don't send it back over here. Okay. Because I see a fan in it. It's just one fly, one wicked fly. And maybe I should talk about anybody ever have everything going good and just one little thing going bad, and the only thing you're thinking about is the one thing in your life that's going bad? That's like that wicked fly. Don't make the fly trick you. Everything else is good. Focus on the good. Yeah, the fly gave us a lesson. Woo! Use the fly. Always use the bad thing. See? Got a little example. Okay, now, what I'm saying is the mini executive review. I'm going to do a few other questions here. I can send to Nicole all the questions, and then she probably has all your emails because this is Microsoft, so if them don't have your emails, what are we even doing? We'll figure it out. And I can send you all the questions. And I would just say this. I know that there might be like 20 people here, and of the 20, maybe there'll be 5 people that actually follow through on what I'm about to say. But those 5 people, your life will change forever. And it's going to be a cumulative effect. And it's something useful. I do it mid-year and I do it end of year. So the first question is, and you can write this in your phones, in your notes section of your phone. So consider the last 12 months. First of all, what were your goals / intention? Did any of you have goals or an intention and an intention just means like you think about it and you're like, for the next year I want to feel more like this, or I want to be more like this. I want to, or goals which are more like specific. I would like to, get an internship at Microsoft, for example. I would like to. So how many of us had goals? All right, that's great. How many of us wrote down the goals? Okay. And the rest of them made some of them, my girl says some, a little bit. Half. All right, so the first thing I want to say is if you didn't write them down, you want to write them down next time. And the reason I say that is because my husband is always teasing me that I love to read every study that comes out, right? Studies show, that's my favorite line. I just read a study. I love studies, okay? So anyways, studies show that you are more likely to achieve success if your goals are actually written down. And then if you go back to them and you review them, it makes it even more likely. And it's because you sort of reprogramming your subconscious. You're literally telling your mind what kind of opportunities to look out for. There's a part of your brain called the reticular activation system, and it really filters what you pay attention to and what you don't, because if you were to try to pay attention to everything happening around you, you would just be like, that would be real overwhelmed, and your brain would just fry out, and you wouldn't be able to function because it's too many. You wouldn't be able to know what's dangerous, what's not, what you need to focus on, what's not. So I always use this example, everybody always knows. How many of us have bought a car before? Have been considering buying a car? Have thought of buying a car? Have dreamt of buying a car? Okay, I know, I'm like, remember the crowd, the young people. I remember when I bought my first car. Jesus, I did bust. So, my first car was a white Honda Civic. And the moment I get the white Honda Civic, me never see so much white Honda Civic on the road yet, ever. I'm like, so why everybody have to get a white Honda Civic same time as me? Which they didn't, of course, but all of a sudden my brain was tuned in to white Honda Civic because it was like, that's important, that's relevant information. And then all I could see is white Honda Civic. And that's the same thing with your goals and with the opportunities that you put in your mind and where you put yourself. Because if you tell yourself, you want this thing, then all of a sudden you start to see all the opportunities, overhear the conversations, meet the people that will be able to help you achieve that goal. Because now all of a sudden, you have literally told your brain that's what's important, and you would be shocked at the amount of things you don't see because you're not looking for them. One of the most important laws I've known is like whatever you focus on, that's what multiplies. It's like a law of energy, like whatever you, so if all you can worry about is bills and problems, guess what you're going to get? More bills and problems. So this is why it's so important to like write down your goals, focusing on them, see yourself achieving them, that kind of thing. So in the executive review, it asks what were your goals / intention for the last 12 months? Then it asks you to think about whether you lived into your intention. So with me, I really value family and family relationships, and I've just found that as a woman on the go who is very ambitious, who is like running business and stuff, all of a sudden you can be inhabiting your life, but you don't feel great in your life. You're just on the go, going from thing to thing, and you don't, and I tell you, I value joy, right? I think we were born to be joyful. And so one of my intentions every year is to have deeper relationships, because relationships equal life. If you have great relationships, you're going to be happy. And that happiness will spill over everywhere. But even if you have a whole heap of money, and I know, whenever I talk to young people, they don't believe me on this one. They're like, Nicole, I don't care what you say. As long as my bank account good, I'm happy. I need nothing else. Lie. Even if your bank account full and your relationships are all messed up, you won't be happy. I see somebody shake their head, nope. Yes, it's true. And you don't have to believe me now, but I ask you to just hear my voice in 5 years. Or maybe sooner. Depending on how fast you start and work with Microsoft, you might be making some good money very soon. Pay attention to your relationships. They are important. That's what actually makes life, right? And so when I live into that intention of when I leave here, I go into my son's football match. Because family is important to me, so I have to choose with my actions. Go ahead. Oh, you had a question? You remind me I'm talking too much and no, I don't reach Q&A. All right, quick. What goals did you achieve or feel happy about your work in? Because sometimes when we're just going after the next thing, we don't stop to appreciate the things we've actually done. And that is a way to make yourself very miserable in your life. And we already talked about that's not the life that we're here to live. You know, you ever see those people that can't satisfy? And you think if you were them, you'd be so happy? But they can't see their own blessings. You don't want to be them. Because there's always going to be more to look toward and other goals to reach. There will always be people higher than you and always be people lower than you. So wherever you are, just learn to be happy there. That don't mean you're not hungry for more goals. It just means you can be grateful for where you are, which is, again, key to being happy. And then, what milestones did you hit? So, no, if you didn't set any real goals and things like that, then you want to definitely do it for the next 12 months, so that 12 months from now you can do these questions and feel really excited, because it's really fun. So what milestones did you hit, big achievements? And then you want to think about what are you most proud of? What are you most proud of about yourself or about what you did in the last 12 months? Again, that's a clue. More of that. And then very important, how did you feel most of the time? How did you show up to your life? I want you to be conscious about how, are you showing up to your life with enthusiasm, expecting good things to happen? Or are you showing up to your life kind of half in, half out, Lord? Because if you bring the Lord energy, you're going to get some things to Lord about. And then you're going to wonder why life's so unfair. You did it, not life. Okay? So you want to try and show up for your life with enthusiasm. I was reading this book called Conquering Worry and Anxiety by Dr. Daniel Amen. He's really good. You should follow him on Instagram. And one of the things he suggested, which out of all this talking, if that's the only thing you get, it would have been good enough, is that before his feet touch the ground, you know, like when you're getting out of your bed, and there's a point before your foot touch the ground, and he says, today is going to be an incredible day. I'm just telling himself that. And that's his energy showing up. So guess what happened? Incredible things. It's that simple, I promise you. I'm just asking you to try it. Because you don't have anything to gain from holding on to your that naga work. Is the that naga work getting in, is that producing joy for you? So it doesn't cost you anything to try that, right? So before your foot hit the ground, I want you to say it's going to be an extraordinary day. I can't wait for the miracles going to happen today. And just see how that works out and check me in 6 months and tell me. And then give me some of the money. Or some of the winning. Be mindful of not fighting losing battles. Well, I mean, listen, we could go on for days and days, you know. But that is a good one because that speaks to like you needing to don't focus on things that aren't in your control. And you have to know when to let things go. And you have to be aware of where your energy is going. So being able to discern and identify what is a losing battle is also important. Because some things are worth, you know, like pursuing and staying and being patient about. And then others are like, that's out of my control. I release it to Jesus and I release them to Jesus. I release everything to Jesus. And I had to do that this year with a friendship of 15 years. And it's hard. And people always talk about man and woman breakup, but them don't talk about friendship breakup and how hard that can be. That's also grief. Somebody say, it's worse. It's real grief. But then you have to choose you at the end of the day. Like, I'm going to choose me. Like, I'm not going to choose you over me, though. That's not going to happen. So, although it hurt, and you're going to grieve, and you're going to go through all the stages, I think that's the biggest learning. I think, yeah, that's the biggest, one of the biggest things adulting has taught me is like how hard it is to lose people. Not, like I had a good friend that died as well, which was my first time experiencing that. That was a year ago. That was very difficult. But then I've also had friendships run their course. And I've also had to realize like you don't have to drag everybody into every season with you. Because you're going to go through different seasons as you get older. Yeah, you're going to go through different seasons. And the pain though, the worst pain is when you keep trying to drag something into a new season that belongs in the old season. Because it's never going to work. So you just keep bucking up against a wall. It keep not feeling good. You keep yourself in torture. It's easier to let go even though there is grief. At least you're moving through the grief. Whereas when you're holding on to a losing battle and stuck in that, it's like just you're there, stuck in a cycle. At least with letting go, you move through the pain of it. And it doesn't feel as painful in 6 months. And I mean, I let go of this 15-year friendship. I should have let go of it 2 years ago. But that's my style. And that's also learning yourself. I have a style to extend things beyond them expiry date, you see. Jesus. I said, no, you turn 40, Nikki, you have to go stop. It's true. But, you know, it's in reflecting on myself, in doing the things like the executive review, I'm like, okay, I really need to work on that. But the truth is, I could have still be in it. I could be extending it more and making up stories and reasons. But, you know, yeah. Go ahead. Yes, of course. Sorry, just okay. It's Microsoft. Them have holy things. So.
Hi, everyone. My name is Shanique. First of all, Nicole, thank you for being here. A lot of what you shared today really resonated with me. Ali was saying to me, is this for the students or for us? No. Because we're all benefiting from the gems that you're sharing. So something that I wanted to get your perspective on, kind of on behalf of the students, a lot of the interactions that we were having today, I know this theme of giving yourself permission to dream. And giving yourself permission to aim higher.
Yes.
Because I think a lot of times we can't, like that's the first step. You can't even imagine this future of possibility for yourself. And we've discussed imposter syndrome. And one of the things that we talked about is that we have events like this and they're very well attended, but then a lot of students don't take action and actually apply for the internship opportunities. And that's because they self-eliminate. They can't see that for themselves.
Right.
So I would love to get your perspective because I saw this interview of you when you were much younger. And I remember thinking you had such a strong sense of self at a really young age, and it seemed like you were able to like you were talking about like what you imagine your future to be, like this interview when you were like 13, 14. And so I was curious, like what advice can you give to the students who might be experiencing that type of blocker of not even being able to like mentally get to the point of like imagining a bigger, brighter, like a future that kind of scares them a little bit?
Yeah. That's a great question. Thank you for that one. I love this topic. This is one of my favorite things to talk about. In fact, one of the first ways that I got into coaching women was by doing vision boards. And so, as you said, you saw that interview. That interview was with me on Nickelodeon when I was 13. And we had this thing called the New Millennium. You guys probably weren't born. And it was when it was going from 1999 to 2000, and you know they thought the world would come to an end. Y2K. I don't even know. Long story. But that's why Nickelodeon was doing a documentary, and I was talking about the future according to kids. And so I think that, you know, I like to, you remember how I said at the beginning, and we talked about the mango tree, and the mango is created to just like, its purpose in creation is to produce its highest, best fruit. And I think that a lot of times when we try to think of ourselves doing larger than life things and doing big things, it's so hard for us to get there because feelings get in the way. And it's hard for us to see ourselves any different than we've been in the past or we are in the current. And so that's why I love to just, first of all, just remember, whether you want to agree or not, whether you feel that way or not, the fact of the life system is that you are the highest form of creation. That's the fact of the life system. That like you, I don't care about your opinion on it. I don't care how you feel about it. That's the fact of it, is that you are the highest form of creation. And that every part of creation is created to be its highest self, produce its highest fruit. And so there is no logical reason on earth why that wouldn't be you, other than you thinking something else and then blocking it and standing in your own way. Other than you deciding, I don't want an extraordinary life. That's just for other people. It's not for other people. It's for you. But what I find is, even if you can't convince yourself of it, just pretend that you can convince yourself of it. And this is where, like, you don't need to, people always think, like, I need to be fully confident first, or I need to actually just, like, believe in myself first. You just need to take the action. Like, you just need to apply for the internship. People always think they need to do, like, have the full thing figured out. You don't need to have the full thing figured out. If you sit down there and say, oh my God, but I can't do the interview, then you're never going to submit the application. But doing the interview is not required to just submit the application. You can just submit the application, and then you worry about the interview when the interview part comes. And then you can, so I always, like, focus on the action of it. Take a chance on yourself. You don't have to fully believe. You can just pretend for a minute that is possible for you, if you really, because some people have bigger blocks than others. Some people, it's going to take more for them to see themselves as it, and some people won't see themselves as it until they've actually done it, and they're like, Jesus, gotta me this? Pinch me. And then they pinch themselves and say, oh my God, it's me for true. So meet yourself at your level of resistance, is what I always say. Like, so when I was coming back to Jamaica, they said that I had a job offer, like I could have stayed in New York and done Wall Street because my major was economics. And, you know, Wall Street was recruiting from my university and stuff. And I decided I wanted to move back to Jamaica, and everybody thought I was completely insane. And them act like the minute the plane landed, I was going broke and hungry forever. And I told them, like, I'm not, if it's one person not gonna be broke in Jamaica, it's gonna be Nicole McLaren, okay? And I just made up my mind that that wouldn't be me. No, was I terrified? Yes. Did I know how I was just not gonna be a statistic? I did not know. But there's some part of you that believes, even if it's a little part. So you just need to tune into that little part that's open to at least the possibility. And being open to at least the possibility is enough for you to put your foot through and take a step. And then you just have to think about the next step. And not like how will I get there? Where are all the steps? Because you can't see all the steps. You know, there's a part of the Bible verse, I need to really get good at my Bible, because then I think I would be unstoppable, you know. But anyway, different conversation. The Lord is a light unto my feet, like light onto my path. There's a light and it's light in the path with my foot. Okay, you get the point. But you notice that the light is just really showing a few steps forward. It's not lighting up the whole place for you to see exactly where to go. It's just like all you need to see is the next step. And just bring yourself to take it. Because I tell you what happens as you start to get older, you start to regret the things you didn't try. Because you realize that you really had nothing to lose. A little embarrassment, a little feel bad through you never get the job. Those things pass. And of course, the law of probability tell you, the more you try things, is the more likely that something must work out. But if you sit there like, I'm not sure, it's not going to work for me, then you're guaranteeing that nothing works out for you. So, you never go, sometimes you're not going to totally believe, but bring yourself to take a step. And like, I go off in dreamland now. I meditate now in the mornings. That's a new habit of 39. I'm loving it, going into 40. At first, I never thought I needed it, I was too much on the go. That's for people that too slow. That's a waste of time. But sometimes you get a little older and you realize, oh my God, no, like if I don't meditate. I went in my office this morning and I sat down at my desk and I just feel off. And I was like, I'm like, oh, I didn't meditate. Bye. Run out. Everybody's like, she's crazy. Cornell was like, what's going on? I didn't meditate. Adios. I don't want to talk to anybody until I have, you know what I mean? And you'll find these tools as you go along. But part of my meditation is to move in on my dream. Turning 40 now and realizing that like I'm kind of at the halfway point of my life, I just want to go all out now. I just do business, none at all. I'm going to go for it because I really see that I have nothing to lose. So now I spend time visualizing things. And like, I'll be visualizing them and then them happen. But I'm not surprised because I already created it in my mind. So everything is created twice. Everything that you see around you, everything that Microsoft did, somebody thought of it first. You have a mind. You can create the life that you want in your mind first. It must be created in your mind first. And then you can step into it. So those are just some of the things. Like I use visualization, I use vision boards, I try to summon the feeling of how things will feel when I have them. You know what I mean? And so to bring it into the present. And I find that all of those things are really useful for me.
Wow. Thank you so much.
You're so welcome. Anybody with any, don't worry about the rest of the questions. Nicole will send them, and I want you to actually spend the time and do them. But instead of me reading out questions, maybe if you guys have any other questions for me, I can go ahead and answer. Anybody else?
You don't have to stand up. I'll walk with you to the mic. Come on. Like you have a question.
No.
All right, there we go.
Hi, I'm Alia Reed. I'm in my third year and I'm majoring in computer science. So I just want to say on behalf of maybe everyone that was just such an insightful discussion. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
You said we shouldn't let how we view ourselves to stop whatever we're doing. But sometimes there are like external forces that's kind of blocking us. So how would you deal with like pivoting when there's like obstacles in your way or anything like that?
Okay, I love that question. So like there are always obstacles. And learning how to deal with them is going to be one of your greatest skills. Because you ever hear the saying, if it's not one thing, it's the next? The reason that's popular is because it's actually true, you guys. I hate to say it. It really is. If it's not one thing, it's the next. So the other thing is, I have a little acronym I want to teach you. It's called NEAT, N-E-A-T. So this is my approach. Normalize it. Like, expect it. Ish going to hit the fan. Things going to happen. Like, you're going to think you have it locked and then this other thing pop up and you're like, oh God, just when I was thinking that this, now there's that. You normalize it. Like, it's not like you expect, it's not like you're saying, oh, I'm welcome, I want all the obstacles to come to me. That's not what you're saying, you know. But it's just that when you see an obstacle, please don't be shocked. Just understand like that's part of it. It shows you that you're doing something meaningful. Because it must happen. If you don't see no obstacle, you need to be afraid. Like something must crop up at some point. So normalize it. So you don't have to freak out and act crazy and say life unfair to you and Lord God, it must be a sign that it was. Because some people love take sign too much. Everything is a sign. It wasn't meant to be. It's a sign. It's not for me. It's not a sign. Just normalize it. And I have this saying, and my friend used to say it too, is like, I can do hard things. Like it's okay. I can do hard things. So normalize it. And then you want to, it's like, it's normalized and then to an extent expected. To an extent. So I don't mean you wake up in the morning expecting it, but as I said, if it happens, it's like, oh, especially the greater it is, the more, you know, like the more that's on the other side of it for you, etc. Even I had a lot of different obstacles come up with this retreat that I had a few days ago. The last straw is when my husband went to collect some of the items in Miami, and let's say him reach the place 5 minutes, like let's say him reach the place 1 o'clock. At 12:50, the person who could authorize him getting the package left. Like literally 10 minutes before. And he's like en route to Canada, and he's like just the only window of time that him can get to go there, and he's just like, and I was like, wow, okay. It happens. You know what I mean? And so at that point, you accept it. Because we waste a lot of time in resistance. Why this happened to me? Oh, sure. Oh, God, if it was just 10 minutes ago, you mean to say that really happened? Oh, geez, and all of these things. And you just, if you don't accept it, you can't solve the problem. And then the next thing is tidy it up. Solve the problem. What's the solution? What can make this better? What can make this easier? I was like, oh, we deal with a great shipping company. This is going to cost significantly more, but maybe there could be a sponsor. One phone call. And, oh, we'd love to bring that in free for you. Okay, done. Drop mic. Gone. Moving on. Next thing. Ready. That could have turned into a whole day of pop down of me. Why this happened? We spend a lot of time in that. And so when you normalize things, you expect that things are going to happen. You accept that it has happened. And then you seek to tidy it up. What's my solution? What is the opportunity out of this? What have I learned here? How can I create an opportunity? Like a lot of challenges and obstacles is like one perspective shift away from being an opportunity. But if you keep thinking of it as this insurmountable thing that shouldn't it happen to you because life's supposed to be more fair, life is not fair. Let me leave you with that one. I know this is supposed to be like inspirational, but life is not fair. When you say life fair, tell the truth. Is life fair? It's not. So why life must be fair to you in particular? It's not going to be. Life is just gonna life. Right? And so I find that just having that approach helps me to move through the things and come up with the what next. Yeah. Sure. You don't look like a student. Oh!
I am a student.
Oh, you sound like a student now.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone.
Afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you for being here.
You're so welcome.
Okay, so story time. Okay, so my name is Tasia Johnson, and my degree is Computer Information Systems. My major is Data Analytics, and I'm minor in Tech Entrepreneurship.
Jesus Christ.
I'm also the rep for my program.
Aye.
Okay, so what advice do you have for someone who has bad anxiety? So that's my question. So I think it was last year I was at an event that keeps at AC Hotel. It's called Kingston Beta, and I was supposed to pitch on an idea that I had. It's called SafeNet. It's supposed to like prevent fraudsters from hacking your accounts, whatever you want to keep private. And I went upstairs, and I was so nervous, just like I'm nervous right now.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, I really have bad anxiety, and what advice do you have to give to me and also other people who have bad anxiety?
Okay, thank you for that question. Well, listen to what I would say now. The first time that I was supposed to go and speak in front of like, it was maybe 20, 30 people, adults, because by this point I was accustomed to going and talking to teenagers, and I feel like, well, I'm an adult and they're teenagers. I know and they don't know, and I can talk to them. And then I got invited to talk to like, I was 20-something and they were 40-something. Not that I'm about to turn 40 or anything, but I was terrified because I'm like, I'm too young. I don't know what I'm gonna tell them. They're gonna think I'm a fraud. I don't have any value to deliver. And I got caught up in my head. And by like an hour before the speech, I'm just here lying down in my bedroom, flat on the floor, can't move, just like terrified, crying. It was a whole scene. And then my husband came home like, what is wrong with you? You can do it, get up and go. And I'm like, okay, I'm going. And this time my makeup was looking good before, and then by the time it's a mess, I have to grab all the tissues and go, and I had to just go. Deep breaths, pray, and I did it. The second time, it was bad, but it wasn't that bad, meaning the whole meltdown beforehand. The third time, it wasn't that bad as the second time. The fourth, you catch my drift? The more you do it. So if you know that this thing, because it's not everything worth it. But like for me, I knew that speaking was going to be a part of my career and my impact in this world, and it needed to happen. So if you know that pitching or speaking and giving presentations is going to be part of your life, well, you need to find every way to do it more. And every time you do it, you learn a little piece, and you learn a little piece. And then the more you do it, is the less of a shock it is to your system. You've done it so many times. You're just less afraid each time. And then preparation. That also builds confidence, right? So you prepare and you do it a lot. And then all of a sudden, it doesn't feel as harrowing, less and less. And then the other tip that I learned in a speaking course that I did, and then my husband put it another way, was it's not actually about you. Remembering that, like, it's, sometimes, and depending on what you're there to do, because maybe the pitch is about you, you want to win, that's your career, right? But then at the end of the day, nothing is ever the end of the world either. So I love to look at, like, what's the worst thing that could happen? Some people are like, why do you do that? Because I need to know that me now go dead. In other words, you know what I mean? Like, what's the worst that could happen? Yeah, they could think that you don't have no sense, and they could think that, you suck, and they could think, and then what? You aren't going to die, are you? Like, so then, because sometimes when you're in the grip of anxiety, it can feel like the world is going to end. But then when you look at the worst thing that could happen, you realize the world is not actually going to end. And that kind of lift up the pressure a little bit. And when I say that it's not about you, it's like, so when I would be going to give a talk, I would need to just think about, there might just be one person in this audience who needs to just hear one thing that I'm going to say. And then my purpose would have been served. And then it doesn't matter after that, because what else matters, the other thing that's on the table there is my ego, which, like, is neither here nor there. Like, that can really go one side in service of the mission. So that's what I would say.
Can I actually also add, because I suffer from really bad anxiety, so I want to acknowledge you for being vulnerable and sharing that with us. And I think depending on the severity of your anxiety, it's also okay to seek professional help. So I have a therapist, and that is her specialty. It's dealing with people who have anxiety. And the interesting thing is that I don't present that way. You probably wouldn't know that about me if I didn't share that. But what she's helped me to do is to create a routine, have coping strategies. I have my safe person. I always need a safe person in a room. Whenever I'm in large settings that I feel like I don't have a lot of control, I have a safe person. And I think routine really helps. So meditating, like Nicole talked about, centering yourself, mindfulness. So I think it's also okay to acknowledge that this is more than what you can handle on your own, and that you might need to get professional help. That's okay. Because I have a therapist and she helps me with that. I had a lot of anxiety about this whole event. Wasn't sure I was going to board the flight, but here I am and got to meet you and be here with all of you guys.
And I wouldn't let her stay. I'm her safe person. And I want to give you this book. I can't use the other word, but you're a bad A. Oh, I know that. How to Stop Doubting Your Greatness and Start Living an Awesome Life.
Yay! When I got out, I did a dance. I don't know what I did with my friend because I can't dance, but I already got this already. So, yes, I would like you to give it to someone else.
All right, so thank you for your honesty. We will give it to you, the other person who asked the question. So thank you.
All right. Thank you for asking that. That's so important.
We have more questions?
Hello, my name is Anton Edwards. I'm a third-year student at UE. My major is computer science with a minor in economics. So my question for you is, you said having a problem is seeing yourself in a situation. I can attest to that. But my main question for you is, does the imposter syndrome ever really go away, in your opinion?
Does imposter syndrome ever really go away? You know, I don't think it goes away, but like I really, really over the past year have made a decision not to give it my energy or attention. I'm just choosing bolder actions that cause me to be the person I imagine. Wow, that you would ask that. Because when you, how would I answer this? I don't think it goes away. That's the answer. But it doesn't have to rule you. You don't have to, like, it just hanging out there, chilling in the background somewhere. And then after a while, you act your way into your greatness. And I think it also really helps to realize that you can, I love how you talked about having a therapist as support. There are people that you can have that can help you, that can, so I have a coach and I coach women, and I coach teenagers through AIM and parents and stuff. And the thing is, like, it's okay to have somebody lend you their belief. It's okay to borrow somebody else's belief in you. Somebody who can see you, the real you. Whereas you're seeing this imposter, oh my God, should I really be doing this? Do I have the authority to do this? Do I have the right to do this? Should I be the one? There are people who will see you for the real you and who can literally lend you that belief so you can step into the real you. And then you don't even remember about the imposter syndrome. So seek those people. And then there are also people that feed into your imposter syndrome. And you've got to avoid those people. Because that self-doubt, if you, like I said it this week, but if you give, you know, in Jamaica we say if you give it an inch, it take a mile. That's the thing with self-doubt. Like you give it an inch, it really will take a mile. Give imposter syndrome an inch, it take a mile. So you want to be really looking to the people and the things and the support and the whole system that continues to build you up as a routine. That's a good question. And just go, you see, you have to also prove things to yourself. Go after things, because your brain will believe past victories, and you can use past victories to convince it of things. So like, for example, you take this step and you apply for this Microsoft internship, right? You get the internship. You use that to tell yourself that you can do something else that's bigger. And then you use that to, you know, and you keep building like, oh, I remember when I never thought I could do that, and I did it. So let me try this. And then you keep using that. And by the time you reach 40, you'll have plenty of those to rely on. If you try the things. Yes. All right. Well, this was fun. Yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
You're so welcome.
This was an amazing session.
Awesome.
We'd love to get a picture with you.
Oh,
before
sure,
you
yes,
leave.
I love pictures.
Yes.
Good day, everyone. All right. Please collect swag here with Luigi. This is closing out day one. So thank you so kindly and so much. What? Hold on. Hi. One more minute. Well.